clashes of late. They're always exciting. I think back to the T20 one in New York last year. Pakistan should have got over the line there. And on similar conditions, you know, like slower pitches, much slower as it was in New York. But that's what I mean. This could be their opportunity to surprise. And batting first, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I don't mind them batting first. The wicket might get a little bit drier, a little bit older later on in the game, so I would have batted first as well. We know the pitches are slower. Try and get some runs on the board, because the way they went about their run chase the other day, it just wasn't good enough, was it? So that one lost, so flip the toss and bat first this time around. Well, 250, 260 could be challenging. We saw that India, it's hard to tell whether, had they been faced with 260, 270, whether they got there anyway. They didn't exactly make a meal of the chase of 223, but they took their time over it, took 46 and a bit overs, but that could have been because they could have done. They're an incredibly strong team, and they're preparing now to bowl the first balls. We've got Imam Ul Haq and Babar Azam out there. Our commentary team to take you through the first 5 overs will be Adif Nawaz and Alex Hartley.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Yeah, there is a huge sense of excitement. Big crowd. Not quite a full house just yet, but there was a lot of security trying to, help people on their way into the ground. And I would say predominantly, vast majority of the crowd here are India fans. A lot of blue. But you do sort of blend into the seats here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, which are also multiple shades of blue. So maybe that's what's impacting the way I'm looking at it. But I would say maybe an 80% Indian crowd so far. Alex, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. But what I love about this fixture is within the blue, which is beautiful, isn't it? It's like royal blue. Yeah. There's then this bright green as well now, because the Pakistan shirt is a light green, not the dark green that we're used to seeing. So there is you can differentiate the fans very, very easily today, and this is what it's all about, isn't it? I am so excited for this fixture. It's the one that you look out for when you get your schedule. You're going, am I doing India, Pakistan? Because
about where it's going to happen and whether it's going to happen at all. Well, we've made it. We're in Dubai, and we're moments away from the first ball. I can see Mohammad Shami on the edge of the 30-yard circle with the ball in his hand. Imam Ul Haq on strike, just tinkering with his gloves. Babar Azam at the non-striker's end. And the players just awaiting the green signal to get going. The umpires today, Paul Rifle and Richard Illingworth, be out in the middle overseeing this one. And there is a wonderful atmosphere. I feel this crowd will continue to grow. It's been a trend during this Champions Trophy. People sort of trickle in as the day goes on. ODI cricket can be quite a long old day. It's a Sunday though, so it's been very cleverly scheduled actually, these 2 games this weekend in England and Australia on a Saturday, Pakistan versus India on a Sunday. Excellent turnout last night in Lahore as well. In any case, here we are in Dubai, ready to get going. Mohammad Shami sprinting in with a ball in his hand to Imam Ul Haq, who pushes the ball to cover. There is no run, and this one is officially underway.
And the crowd roars as well, doesn't it? As soon as Shami started running in, Imam Ul Haq right behind the ball there. Solid defence. He can just sigh of relief. He's faced that first ball now.
Yeah, Mohammad Shami's had a terrific time of it already in the one game that's happened, coming off the back of a 5-wicket haul against Bangladesh. 5 for 53 from his 10 overs against Bangladesh. Just a couple of days ago here in Dubai. He's in tip-top shape as Eddie comes to Imam once again. This is down the leg side. It's a very poor delivery. It's been signalled a wide. The applause you can hear there from the crowd are for the wicketkeeper KL Rahul, who's done well to prevent 5 wides there, but not a great ball.
Stopped that like Superman, didn't he? That was a great stop behind the stumps, full-length dive. Not a great delivery from Shami, but he did get a slight bit of movement, so that'll be encouraging for him.
I can hear some faint chants from some Pakistan fans, possibly quite close to our effects, Mike. Here's Mohammad Shami in once again, back of a length, fended off into the onside by Imam, and there is no run. Imam Ul Haq back in the side, as we say today. Fakhar Zaman out with injury. Some discussion about Imam's strike rate, not considered the most proactive player that Pakistan has ever had, but a reliable player who can bat some time isn't the worst thing in the world to have on a slow wicket, Alex.
No, absolutely not. We were discussing who could open the batting. Could it be Usman Khan? Could it be somebody else? But they've gone for Imam Ul Haq. It's not exactly a light-for-light replacement, but you've got that top-order batter.
Here's Shami into Imam again. This is down the leg side again, and it's going to be wide again. Just struggling to find his line, Mohammad Shami. It just goes to show, doesn't it, Alex? Like, even a bowler like Mohammad Shami, just taking a 5-wicket haul, all the experience in the world, but maybe a little bit of nerves in a fixture of this magnitude.
Absolutely, and I think if you didn't have nerves going into this game as a player, any sort of player, whether you're Rohit Sharma, who's played 1,000 games, or you're somebody that hasn't, you don't care enough about cricket. You know, every time you step on that onto a surface in a game like this, you're going to be nervous.
Shami in again to Ul Haq, who chases after a wide one outside the off stump. It's going to be another wide signalled. Third wide of the over from Mohammad Shami, so he's only bowled 2 legitimate deliveries so far. Pakistan have got 3 for no loss.
But what you have to realise is nerves are normal, and you have to embrace the nerves. And as soon as you're out there and you're in control of the game, Mohammad Shami, ball in hand, yes, he'll be nervous now because he's bowled 3 wides in his first over. But once he's got this over out the way, he'll just be like, OK, I'm in the game, I feel fine, let's go.
Just the TV coverage just picked up a shot of Babar and Virat having a chat. It's always a well sought after picture, that one. Here's Shami in again. This is a little bit straighter, just inside the wide lines. Imam did have a little flirt with that outside the off stump as it went through to the keeper. Not a lot of carry in that, just reflecting the slowness of the surface. Just a couple of days ago it was played on, they say it's been played on twice. I think that incorporates the ILT20, this pitch. There's not a huge amount of pitches here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, sort of 8 strips in the middle. And they do get a lot of usage nowadays as well, Alex. Everybody wants to stop over and play in Dubai. Ideal location, middle of the world. Very easy to connect with. And I have to say, my first time here, beautiful cricket stadium, I must say. Here's Shami into Imam again. This is short outside the off stump. He gets some bat on it finally, does Imam. Works it down towards deep third and gets a single to get off the mark. 4 for no loss after 4 deliveries.
Well, he's done well to get some bat on that. I think had he left that outside the off stump, it might have been another wide from Shami there, to be completely honest, who really hasn't got his radar right, which is incredibly tough as a batter to get used to a surface when you've got a ball flying down the leg side, then it's wide outside the off stump, then you get a lovely length ball that you have to play on the back foot.
Yeah, it keeps you guessing, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, here we go. You can hear a little uptick in the noise, and that'll be Babar Azam on strike, ready to face his first ball. Slip in place for Mohammad Shami. In he comes to Babar Azam, who leaves one outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. He left that. It was almost a premeditated leave, that, from Babar Azam. He got his front foot slightly forward, but not much movement. Just posing for the cameras as that ball went through.
What I love about this game is it's played in such good spirits. No matter what goes on between the two nations off the cricket field, they always play in great spirit, don't they?
Just a little bit of shape away from Mohammad Shami, just a tiny bit off the surface. And he comes again to Babar Azam, back of a length, down the leg side though, and that's going to be the 4th wide of this over from Mohammad Shami. He's really struggling to find his radar. 5 for no loss.
We're going to run out of room on the TV screen for the next delivery. Oh gosh, 5 off the over, 4 wides, only 1 run coming off the bat.
It's going to be a 10-ball over. Well,
it's
assuming the next
one's
one's not wide.
Yeah.
I know, but wouldn't it be spot on for him to bowl a peach next ball?
Absolutely.
That's the way this over's sort of gone. And he comes now, Shami, into Babar Azam. This is an awful wide. This is really wide. It barely bounced on the strip. Well, he's not settled at all at the moment, is Mohammad Shami. That was a really, really poor delivery. It was nearly a no ball.
It was nearly a no ball, and it was short. He's bowled full and got it slightly wrong. That one was short, wide, nearly off the cut strip. The 11th ball of the over coming up here.
Mohammad Shami was walking back to his mark now, curiously.
Went to first slip.
Rohit Sharma at mid-on, who's the captain, obviously, didn't even move towards him. Here's Shami now, final ball of the over to Babar Azam. It's a little bit straighter, it's straight enough to not be a wide. Babar lets it go, goes through to the keeper, and well, it's the end of what's been a very long over. That was about 6 minutes, that over. That's extraordinary. 6 for no loss, Pakistan, after 1 over. A few free easy runs there for Pakistan, and a chance to have a little look at the ball on the surface. And Well, just shows again, Alex, they're not quite as set, they're not quite executing smoothly. We saw this against Bangladesh a little bit as well. They're not this sort of machine of execution yet.
I think they were totally in control against Bangladesh. Yes, it took them a while, but they had all the time in the world, didn't they?
Sloppiness, wasn't there? There was a drop catch of the hat-trick. There was a few instances in the field where they let them get away. I mean, when you get your team 35 for 5 and then you let them get 228.
Yeah, you have to capitalise on that, don't you? Absolutely, you do.
Just not performing with the kind of slickness that'll... I don't think there's...
He's changing his boots. Must be the boots. It's gone off. All these boots aren't working. Gone off and got some new boots.
Well, if you listen to Tim Mills, he'll bang on about how important boots are for a bowler and like how they can completely throw off your rhythm. So maybe there's something to that. Hello, Tim if you're listening. Sounded good the other day. They were on the last India game, weren't they? Now then, Harshit Rana is going to open the bowling from the other end with 2 slips in place, and he comes to Imam, who's worked this ball just in front of square leg. They run through for a quick single and they make it. The ball ricochets off Babar Azam out towards fine leg, but they're not going to run anything with that. They'll just get a single. Imam gets himself down the non-striker's end. Harshit Rana, a lot of chat about him recently. Came on as a sort of concussion substitute in one of the T20s against England. It was very controversial because it was supposed to be a like-for-like substitution.
Yeah.
And it wasn't quite.
Got bowler that bowled 4 opening bowler, 4 overs.
Yeah. Well, he's made a strong impression. Quite a young man, 23 years of age, and already he's outranking a few, you know, like a few Indian bowlers that might have fancied a chance. Arshdeep Singh is on the boundary today and carrying the drinks. Here's Harshit. Then again, as that ball's pushed into the covers, there is no run. A little bit earlier, Daniel Norcross and myself were outside the stadium. We spotted Jasprit Bumrah, who just walked in to have a enjoy the game, I guess, as a spectator, not playing for India.
Yeah, but he was down on the outfield doing an interview with his wife.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
of course.
She does the ICC digital stuff.
I wonder how they met. She would probably interviewed him, right? That's probably how they met. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'll meet the love of my life through working.
There you go. There you go, Al.
There's hope for us all.
There you go. Now then, here is Harshit into Babar Azam, down the leg side. I think that might be a wide. It is. It's another wide. Really struggling with their radar, these Indian bowlers at the moment. Pakistan 8 for no loss after 8 deliveries. And well, they've hardly had a chance to play any shots so far. Everything's been too wide.
It's been a peculiar start to this 50-over game, hasn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to see, as a sort of rather selfishly as a broadcaster, you don't really want to see too many wides because the one-day international already is a pretty long game, and the wides will only make it longer. Also, it can create some penalties for you later on in the innings if you're the fielding side in terms of field restrictions. Here's Harshit into Babar, who defends this ball with the straight bat, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Got a lot of criticism, Babar Azam, for his strike rate in the match against New Zealand, where they were chasing 320. He batted at a strike rate of 70, and that was really criticised roundly. 64 off 90 was his score at the end of that, and nobody was applauding the 50. Let's put it that way, Alex.
No, it was a strange old innings, wasn't it? But it wasn't just him, it was everybody was the same. And Saud Shakil 6 off 19. Yes, he was thrown up to the top of the order, but
here's Harshit Rana into Babar, who punches that ball back towards the bowler, who stops in his follow-through. There is no run.
Obviously, Thakur was injured, but 24 off 41 couldn't get there. I don't think he should have batted when he did, to be completely honest. It was Hushdil Shah, 69 off 49. Everyone else just needed to chip in and just go at a run of ball. It was really strange when you're chasing above 300 to just block and block and block, especially in the power play. So I want to see more intent from Pakistan today, and they've not been able to so far today, but that's through the bowling of Shami at the other end.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's a difficult pitch to start imposing yourself on this one. Let's see how they go. Here's Harshit Rana into Babar again, who flicks this ball into the vacant mid-wicket region. A bit of a chase on here for the fielder in mid-on. They should get back for a couple. They do. And Babar Azam off the mark. Also, Pakistan into double figures. 10 for no loss off 1.5 overs. And yeah, I mean, it's a strange one for Pakistan. They really do have to just put all of that criticism out of their mind, because all of the surfaces in the Champions Trophy are so different. I mean, the difference between a slow pitch in Dubai to one that breaks up over time in Karachi, to a beautiful batting track in Lahore, as we saw yesterday, 700 runs scored in a match. That's you got to adjust and play different cricket in different grounds. Arshid in again. That ball's defended into the onside by Babar. There is no run. 2 overs gone in this Pakistan innings. 10 for no loss. This is the 5th match of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. Thank you for joining us here on 5 Sports Extra. You can also listen on the BBC Sounds app, on the BBC Sport website and app, or indeed if you're in other parts of the world, you can listen on the ICC app as well, where it's quite easy to find. I was doing that yesterday, wandering around.
You learnt that yesterday as well.
I did. So you showed me at the airport, and when I was wandering around Dubai in search of a specific tall building, I had it on, and I was listening to Simon Mann, Jonathan Agnew, Vic Marks, and various others describe the Australia-England match. It was a brilliant listen. Here's Shami into Imam, who flicks this ball off his pads out towards fine leg. It might come back for a second here. That's really good running from Imam. He called it early, was running to the danger end. Just asked Babar to get his skates on. 12 for no loss off 2.1. Although, good news for Shami is he got one straight enough, so maybe the new boots are working.
Yeah, it was just slightly leg side though, wasn't it? Would have gone down the leg side, but a lovely clip off the hip from Imam. But yeah, new boots. Let's hope he gets his radar right.
Yeah, right-left combination for Pakistan at the top, as it would be with Fakhr. But with Imam, it sort of works that way as well. But that would have been a consideration in bringing him in. Shami into Imam. And that's a beautiful delivery from Mohammad Shami. A lot fuller, just held its line. And Imam was lucky to have his bat just inside the line of that one. It nearly took an outside edge as it went through to the keeper. Sort of died on its way through to the keeper as well. Not a lot of carry in the surface. But a good delivery from Shami. That'll encourage him a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just sigh of relief now. He's got his radar right. He's had a play and miss. It'll give him some confidence. But also, like a player like Shami probably won't be too phased by the first time. He might be a bit shocked that it's happened. But as you can see, he's bringing himself back into the game.
Shami into Imam again. This is full. Big swing. No connection. Was sort of there for the shot. He didn't quite move his feet to it. Did Imam. He nearly got an outside edge through to the keeper. Just teasing that wide line a little bit, Mohammad Shami still. Just a little bit straighter. He might have been in business.
It was there to be hit through the covers, wasn't it? Oh, yes, there's a slip in play. It's not the ball that Shami is wanting to bowl.
Yeah, just really teasing that wide line again. Just having another look at it. Went right over the blue guidelines that are there for the umpires. But Imam couldn't take advantage. Still has a slip in place and a deep third, a deep fine leg. Does Shami, who's in now to Imam, who drives this ball beautifully through the covers. That might run away to the boundary. Oh, it's a very slow outfield. So Shreyas Iyer will catch it up, and it'll just be a couple of runs. Nice looking shot that from Imam. Maybe not as much power as he was hoping for. So Pakistan moved to 14 for no loss after 2.4 overs. Looking relatively untroubled. A couple of nice deliveries from Mohammad Shami aside. They've not really been troubled so far. No,
not so far. I mean, there's been that play and miss outside the off stump, but that was a lovely shot. Just leans into it through the covers and a good chase down from Shreyas Iyer. But as you said, this outfield, it did just slow down. It might have been the timing of the ball, or it might just be a lush outfield.
Here's Mohammad Shami into Imam again, who plays this ball slightly uppishly towards mid-wicket. There was some oohing and ahhing in the crowd because they thought it might have just carried it. Dropped comfortably short, but wasn't in complete control there, was Imam ul Haq. Mohammad Shami, he's not getting trampled on here. He's not been super threatening, but just a little sly reminder every now and again. I'm here. I'm just here. You're not gonna walk all over me. I'm still here. Although, yeah, you're right. That first over, it won't bother him too much. It's just an embarrassment, really, isn't it? It's a bit like dropping sort of like ketchup on your shirt. You're still going to finish a meal, but it's a bit embarrassing. Here's Shami into Imam. Slightly overpitched. Imam flicks it, but only as far as mid-on. And there is no run. So 3 overs gone in this Pakistan innings. 14 for no loss is the score. Mohammad Shami has bowled 2 overs, 0 for 10. And Babar Azam's on 2 off 7. Imam on 6 off 11.
Well, that dot ball percentage is quite high again for Pakistan, isn't it? 13 dot balls in the first 3 overs, so 18 balls, 13 of them being dots. So that ability just to be able to rotate the strike is what they struggled in the first game against New Zealand. And yes, Shami in his first over was a bit all over the place. I'm going to discard that one. but being able to just find those gaps is really important for Pakistan.
Yeah, it's a slower outfield here as well in Dubai than we're used to, so you're going to have to run your runs. Harshit into Babar. Full, driven nicely, but not really timed perfectly by Babar. Mid-on picks it up. There is no run. And score remains 14 for no loss. Yeah, I think those dot balls are going to be getting a lot more attention than normal, particularly after the last game where I think Pakistan faced 100 of their first 140 deliveries, was it? I know you wrote this down, Alex.
Yeah, it was 100 out of 141.
Goodness me. I mean, that's a pretty strong dot ball percentage, so...
I don't even know what percent that is, but it's high, isn't it?
It's very high. It's very, very high is what it is. Here's Harshit into Babar, who again defends the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. Just looks like he's lining up the ball a little bit at the moment, Babar. He's the kind of player who likes to book time in.
Well, there are certain players that would do what Babar's doing, get behind the ball, and then go bang down the ground.
Yeah.
He'll just go, one, none, 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 none,
See,
one. You want him just to go bang.
See, I wish people could have seen what you were doing there, Alex. Alex was just miming forward defensive shots and then a big bang down the ground. Yeah. See, if he played that big release shot every couple of deliveries, I think people wouldn't mind the blocking so much. But let's see, still early. Harshit into Babar Azam, who flicks this ball nicely. And there's the boundary from Babar Azam. Found the gap at mid-wicket. Slightly overpitched from Harshit. Babar Azam all over it. And that's exactly what the Pakistan fans here wanted to see. 18 for no loss after 3.3 overs.
It's like he was listening to us, Atif, but it was a lovely shot from Babar Azam. Just off the stumps, probably angled in towards him, probably just outside the off stump. He shuffles across and flicks the ball into the leg side. And that's what I was talking about the other day, of trying to manipulate the field and trying to manipulate the ball to try and still rotate the strike.
Harshit into Babar Azam again. Bowls, and Babar's driven this beautifully, but picked out mid-off this time. He's timing the ball really nicely as Babar Azam, but this is all about managing a little bit of pressure for him. He was given so much stick over the past few days in Pakistan, and you know, most would say sort of justifiably so off the back of an innings that really did cost Pakistan the team. Certain ex-players on, there's a million different talk shows in Pakistan about cricket, as you know, so just calling for him to be dropped altogether, calling for him to retire, calling him to be moved on and things like that. It all sounds a little bit absurd, but
who would play instead, though?
I mean, there's no point applying logic to it. It's just an emotional response to a big loss, but he's got a job to do to win them back. Here's Harshit in full, beautiful cover drive. Oh my goodness, that was exquisite. Just a glorious cover drive from Babar Azam. Slightly overpitched outside the off stump. Babar got down on one knee and just sent it travelling across this surface here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium to the boundary for 4. Absolute world class.
Well, this has been the difference between today and the other day. Yes, New Zealand bowled incredibly tight. They kept the stumps in play. India have bowled either side of the wicket so far today. But Babar Azam couldn't keep those runs ticking over. And today, when the ball's been in his slot and his name's on it, he's hit it.
He's looking good. He's on 10 off 12. Pakistan 22 for no loss. Here's Harshit Rana again as Babar mistimes a ball into the covers. There is no run. So 4 overs bowled, 22 for no loss Pakistan. Babar on 10 off 13. Imam on 6 off 11. A little bit earlier, Pakistan won the toss, opted to bat first. Maybe a surprise to some people, but it's worth bearing in mind that India did struggle chasing a couple of days ago against Bangladesh. They did get there, of course, in the end by 6 wickets, but it did take them a good 46 overs to do so. Some centuries in that match. Interestingly, the centuries in that game as well, Alex, it wasn't like they weren't like 100 off 80 balls. Shubman Gill finished 101 not out of 129 balls. Tawheed Ridoy got 100 off 118 balls. So they really had to sort of work for their tons in Dubai a couple of days ago. That's the kind of pace there in those scores that I just listed to you, that I think lean closer into Pakistan's wheelhouse. I think the 350s, I know they chased 350 a week and a half ago, but it always feels like a taller order for the Pakistan team in ODI cricket. Here is Mohammad Shami into Imam ul Haq, who drives the ball slightly uppishly, but wide of the field where it covers. So this is going to be runs here. That ball's already travelling, actually, that part of the outfield. down below us. Rohit Sharma does the fielding. They'll get back for 2. Possibly could have been more ambitious with the running, but the throw was reasonably swift from Sharma. 24 for no loss Pakistan after 4.1.
Imagine if there'd be a run out in the first few overs. There'd be outrage at the ground.
Goodness. Well, it's all going quite serenely. It sort of reminds me of the game in Ahmedabad, at the Narendra Modi Stadium, where Pakistan were batting quite serenely there for a while as well. And then there was a tumble of wickets. India took firm control of that game. Pakistan looking to put the last 6 years behind them at the moment as Shami is in. Beats the outside edge with a quality delivery. Well, that ball just came in ever so slightly to the left-handed Imam. Good carry on it as well, Alex, that one.
Yeah, great delivery. A wobble ball from Shami as well, which is what he's done so well so far, as he just mixes that up, doesn't he? Just a tiny bit. Wobbles a tiny bit, put my teeth back in, pitches away. Easy for me to say.
It got a little bit more bounce off that wobble one. So that's the whole thing, right? Like, you never know how much it's going to bounce. That's the idea.
Well, you don't know which way. You don't know which way it's going to nip back.
Yeah.
Could nip back or away.
Shami into Imam ul Haq, who cuts this ball nicely, but picks out the fielder at backward point. There is no run. I remember doing a piece with Benny Howell during our coverage of the 100 last year, and he showed me all of his variations, including the wobble ball. And
how many does he think he's got? 140? Is that
well, he does have a lot. He showed me like 5 or 6 of them.
Okay.
So, and it was good fun for me. I really enjoyed that. I absolutely nailed the square cut, of Benny Howell.
He's got 57 variations, apparently.
That's what he claims.
There's not even 57 different ways. You've only got 10 fingers. 8 and 2 thumbs.
Shami into Imam. Beats the outside edge again. Shami now he's cooking. He's found his line. And he's just honing in on Imam's outside edge at the moment. Lovely bit of bowling. Great seam position. Again, the ball just holds its line.
Well, he's just waved to the bench and waved someone onto the field. So he's waving the physio on. So something's not right for Shami here.
Maybe he wants to...
As he winces, is that the right word? Winces
and
goes,
does, yeah.
I need somebody out here. Which could be a huge blow for India.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was a wince, not quite a grimace. I think it was in grimace territory, but I think it stayed in wince lane, I would say.
Interesting, pointing at the front of his shin.
Oh, yeah, he's getting a good old push on his shin, as you say, and the bony bit as well.
A little bit. It hurts so much that.
Yeah,
well, you've got that muscle that goes down the front anyway, so he'll be pressing, I guess, not on the bony bit, because that won't do anything, but there's a big muscle down the front.
Well, I mean, I don't know about big, but I just checked on myself. There is a muscle there. Yeah, it's it could use more of a workout, but that's another story for another time. 24 for no loss as we have a little stoppage for Shami to get a little bit of treatment there. 24 for no loss off 4.4. India haven't lost a game of one-day international cricket to Pakistan since 2017.
Oh.
Yeah.
Turn your ears off if you're a Pakistan fan.
Yeah. It was a big game, though. It was the game to win in 2017, to be fair, the final of the Champions Trophy. But since then, India have won every game of one-day cricket between these two teams, always at an ICC or ACC event. They don't play bilateral cricket, sadly, these days. Here's Shami into Imam now. A thick outside edge goes down to deep third. It'll be a single for Imam. And Shami looks a little bit more comfortable with that little bit of pressing of his shin.
Do you think they'll ever play a bilateral series again?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I really hope so. Last year, or not last year, a couple of years ago, Nikesh Rugani and I did a podcast about the history of the Pakistan rivalry, and there's so many glorious moments that happen specifically in the bilateral series. Like I get it, the scarcity ups the demand, and the ICC events become this huge event like today is. But it's nice to see them play in each other's countries. Here's Shami in again as that ball's punched off the back foot to cover, and there is no run. So 5 overs gone in this Pakistan innings. They're going at 5s at the moment. 25 for no loss after 5 overs. I'm going to let Daniel Norcross in on commentary in a second, Alex, but it's worth thinking. They've already done better in the first 5 overs here against India than they did in their first 10 overs against against New Zealand. I'll let you think about that, and I'll make way for Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, and that just blows my mind because they were poor in that first game that they played against New Zealand. We're going to keep going on about it because it was pretty shocking. The first 10 overs, 22 for 2. They were 22 for 2. Today, they are 25 for none after 5. And I would say it's been pretty even Stevens, but Shami is going off the field for India here again.
This could be a biggie, couldn't it? It was quite a wide assisted start, you might say. That first over was 11 balls in length, and it was from Mohammad Shami, and maybe he was having problems there. I know that muscle, as Harshit Rana is in. Beats the bat. A little groping prod from Imam Ul Haq to a ball that just angled across him, really. He's not doing a great deal off the pitch, but just played down the wrong line, went through to the keeper. And there's no run. It's a speedy one, though. 143.8 kilometres an hour, up by 90 miles an hour. He was nowhere near it, sort of holding his, sort of defending on off stump. So maybe he played inside the line deliberately, but it's an unusual shot to play in a power play. It's a 22nd dot ball, so despite that good start, again, there's been quite a few scoreless deliveries as Harshit Rana is into Imam, who drives up to mid-on. There's no run. And now, I was reminded of something. It's funny how these things slip your mind, but we were here 4 months ago. And
Were you? You've not mentioned it.
No. Well, I remembered that the outfield was slow.
Yes.
But that might be slightly explains why it was 223 the other day, because the outfield was really slow, wasn't it? When we saw Imam Ul Haq do a nice drive through the offside at Karachi, that would have been 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Would have raced away for 4.
Raced away, and it was actually hauled in about 15, 20 yards inside the boundary. So people are going to have to run today to get their runs. As Imam is beaten again. This time he definitely pokes at the ball in the channel. No real foot movement, just poking away from his body. Stayed entirely on the crease. It was nice length. Not threatening the stumps as such. And he's just put his bat there, and he was lucky not to get a little tickle through to the keeper.
Yeah, brilliant delivery going right across that left-hander. And it's one of those balls where you've got to play at it because you don't know if it's going to hit the top of off stump. You've got to be so clear on where your stumps are. Goes past the shoulder of the bat, and Imam just goes, yeah, well bowled.
Here comes Harshit again. He's still got a slip in place. And Imam flays away at this and misses again through to the keeper. This is testing stuff from Harshit Rana. All at good pace. That ball was 88 miles an hour. His fastest ball this over has got up to about 91, 146 kilometres an hour. That's seriously speedy as the crowd fills up. It's a totally different atmosphere when India are in town, by which I mean, you know, all the boxes around us are all full, aren't they, suddenly?
But where is everybody? Well,
getting here, I suppose. Trying to avoid the cycle race. Yeah. And I guess some people will come a little bit later. It's a long thing. It's like we saw in the Afghanistan game the other day. Harshit Rana in down the leg side. This will be a wide. Well taken by KL Rahul. You know, when we saw Afghanistan play South Africa, the first hour, I didn't think we were going to get a crowd above 2,000. And then by the time the second innings had started, it was actually sort of 3/4 full almost, wasn't it?
Imagine if it was a 10 a.m. start like we have sometimes. 10:30 start, sorry.
Well, we did in America, didn't we? Had those 10:30 starts.
Yeah.
But actually,
they were great.
They got there in time for that. I suppose if you sort of live in the States, maybe they've got slightly better local transport. I mean, you know, you've got the subway and whatnot and overgrounds. It'll be a bit easier to get in. Harshit Rana in, clipped away to mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder, and there's no run. So, we're going to have a change in the commentary box for the first time today, with Pakistan still 26 without loss. And I'm delighted to say that joining us is a friend of this programme, man who's been on many, many times, doyen of Indian cricket, both playing and broadcasting. Sunil Gavaskar is alongside us. Welcome, Sonny.
Thank you so much. Yes, good to be back on BBC and for this game, probably the biggest game India and Pakistan ever play.
Harshit Rana in, goes for a big heave as Imam Ul Haq charges down the wicket and gets a thick inside edge onto the pads that bounces out into the offside. That is the end of the over, just a wide from it. Old days when you were playing, Sonny, that would have been a maiden, but not anymore. 26 without loss. After 6, what have you made of Pakistan's start here?
Well, I think they have been. You've got to say that scoring at 4 runs and over in the first 10 overs when only 2 fielders outside the 30-meter circle is not exactly what you want. You want to take advantage of the fact that there are only 2 fielders and try and attack the bowlers. And that's what Pakistan haven't been able to do. You've also got to give credit to Shami, Shami in particular, the way he's bowled. Harshit Rana playing his first India-Pakistan game, so will be just a little bit nervous. One can understand that. And he's the bowler that the Pakistanis should look to target, not look for just 1s and 2s. Try and go over the top if they can, which they haven't done. Again, Hardik Pandya is another one who you can, because he's a little bit slower than the other 2 bowlers, maybe look to get after him in these remaining 4 overs.
Well, Hardik is coming into the attack. He's keeping a slip in place, quite a wide slip. And looking at this field, 4 in the ring on the offside, and there's a mid-wicket mid on the leg side. There's a long leg and a deep third as Hardik is in wide of the off stump, left alone by Babar Azam. There's no run. You alluded there, Sunil, to somebody playing their first India-Pakistan game. So can you give us a little flavour of what that's like when you go out in this fixture?
Well, I think the pressure actually starts before you enter the ground. The pressure starts when everybody around you, your friends, your family, everybody says how big a game this is. It doesn't happen when you're playing, say, England or you're playing Australia. But Indians and Pakistanis lay great store by this particular clash, be it hockey or cricket.
Pandya in, but left alone again outside the off stump.
It's almost as if both the countries, can have the bragging rights, till the next game comes across, and therefore the pressure on the players is enormous. If you're even in a neutral place like Dubai, for example, your room service guy, he comes on, or this guy who collects your laundry, apart from asking you for tickets for the match, he will be saying, you have to win us, sir, you have to win us, sir. So the pressure starts building from there. And that's why this game is that different.
Pandya in again. Now goes after it this time, does Babar Azam. Doesn't get very much on it at all. Thick inside half of the bat. It rolls up to mid-on. And there is no run. I mean, when you were playing in them, they were a little bit more frequent, but they were equally intense, I would have imagined.
Oh, yes. I think it's exactly the same. You lost, it was almost like, the mood of the nation would just drop down, and you won, it would be euphoric. Everybody would be euphoric, including the guys who never followed the game, never knew the difference between a bat and stumps. So it was just one of those things that, lifts both the countries up when they win.
Pandya is in once more. And it's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 27 without loss. It's funny you should say that. You reminded, it's a big game. Our colleague Atif Nawaz was in the lift with Babar Azam yesterday. And he couldn't resist reminding him that it was a big game tomorrow. It's exactly what you were saying.
Yes. Yes,
it's a big game tomorrow.
Yeah, big game, yeah.
No kidding.
It is. So I think it's the pressure. The players know they will. Players get along very well with each other. They meet each other at various events, functions, at tournaments, before the game, after the game. So the players know each other. But, the people around, that is a whole different story.
Hardik Pandya in once more. 4 on the pads. And Babar, I think, was looking to turn it into the onside. He's got a thick leading edge. Ball rolls up to mid-off. There's no run. Now, you were here for the first game against Bangladesh?
Yes, I was, yeah.
So, what do you make of the characteristics of the pitch? We've seen the outfield is a lot slower than actually many grounds around the world.
Yes.
So it's pretty slow here. What do you make of the pitch here?
The pitch for the Bangladesh game was on the slower side. The Pacers got the wickets, no question. Shami got 5, Harshit Rana also got a couple, and then for the Bangladesh, their bowlers, pace bowlers also got wickets. But the spinners were the one who controlled the narrative in the middle overs, which is so crucial. That 15 to 35, 15 to 40 overs, that's where Indian spinners bowled really well. Even the Bangladeshi spinners kept the Indians on a leash. That's why India had to stretch till 47 overs to win.
Pandya in wide of the off stump, driven through the offside. That should, despite the outfield, make it to the boundary. It does, but quite slowly. Just plops onto the boundary sponge at deep extra cover. It was full, swinging slightly away, and Babar Azam got hold of that pretty well. He didn't time it right out of the meat of the bat, but it's a boundary nonetheless, and it is only the third boundary of the innings. This has been a feature of Pakistan's players. They moved to 31 without loss. That for some years now, they've been quite cautious and tentative in the power play, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Pandya is in again. Babar defends right under his eyes off the front foot to Shordack's recover. End of the over, 31 without loss. Imam has 9, Babar has 14.
Yes, I think Babar is finding his feet. He got runs in the first game. A lot of criticism that he took his time, but the fact of the matter is that he spent time out in the middle, and he felt the ball in the middle of the bat. Once that happens, as a batter, when it comes to the next game, you're that much more confident. You know your feet are moving. You know the rhythm is there. The bat's coming down nicely, and that is important. You've seen from those 3 cover drives from Babar. One was a flick to mid-wicket, probably the hardest shot to play in the game, between mid-on and mid-wicket, and then those 2 cover drives. Well, we could be in for a Babar special today.
Now, Mohammad Shami, if you're just joining us, had left the field. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. He was having the front of his shin manipulated. He started with a pretty poor over. There were 5 wides, and I think he changed his boots. Might have had the right boots on. After that, really got it back together, but without him, that will put a bit of pressure on India's bowling depth. They've got plenty of options. So, of course, they've got Akshar Patel, who's coming into the attack right now. Down the wicket comes Imam, pushes up to mid-off, but does it with soft enough hands to allow them to scamper through for a single. 32 without loss, and it's one of the great strengths of Indian cricket that they've got Akshar and Ravindra Jadeja. And Akshar's carded at number 5 here, and he's a frontline bowler.
Yes.
And, you only had to see the lack of England's bowling depth yesterday to see how valuable a batter who can bowl you 10 overs can be.
Absolutely. Rohit Sharma has got these options. He's got Hardik Pandya, he's got Ravindra Jadeja, who's got Akshar Patel, all who can bat and bowl 10 overs if required, 10 of their quota overs if required, which is a huge plus for any captain.
Akshar is in. Back into his crease goes Babar and pushes back off the back foot to the bowler. There's no run. I mean, we've got Kuldeep Yadav, we've got Akshar Patel, as well as Ravindra Jadeja. That's 3 spin options. And your sense is, as Akshar comes in once again, this is defended, but just to the left of the bowler, and won't quite make a single out of it because extra cover runs around to his right to field. Your sense is that spin's going to play quite a part on this.
On the slow surface, because the ball doesn't quite come onto the bat. There's not much turn. There is a little bit of turn. The wrist spinner gets a little more turn than the finger spinner. But because the ball comes so slowly off the pitch, it's the batsman who's got to do all the hard work, like that.
Down the wicket comes Babar, and he plays this beautifully up and over mid-on, who's up inside the circle. 1 bounce forward just inside the boundary. Really good use of the feet. Takes Pakistan to 36 without loss, and Babar up to 18.
Well, this is exactly what they need to do, because after 10 overs, there'll be more fielders on the boundary. Right now, there's 2 fielders. So because of the 2 fielders, there's a long off for the right-hander playing with the turn.
Actually, and this is punched up to that fielder. That long off the back foot by Babar. He picks up a single, 37 without loss. Where's our other boundary? He was, I think, it was a deep square, wasn't he? And now, for the left-hander, the field will change, and it's essentially a similar field, although long on is staying back.
Yes.
For Imam, and there's a deep square leg.
For the left-hander, if he hits with the turn.
Down the wicket comes Imam, but can't quite get to the pitch. The ball pushes, drives it, defends it, if you like. Short extra cover. End of the over, 37 without loss from 8-6 off the over. 10 to Imam, 19 to Babar Azam. Now, I think it was on Crick Info, the Rohit Sharma has told Akshar that he's going to have to pay for dinner because of the other day. You were here for that. I mean, it was Bangladesh were subsiding. They were 36 for 5.
Would have been 36 for 6.
Would have been a hat-trick.
It's just one of those things. Rohit Sharma is a wonderful fielder, and in the slips he's taken some amazing catches, but that is as easy as it comes, and he just grasped it. And look, I can say that I'm not complaining, because my debut innings, Garfield Shaw was the greatest. Dropped a simple catch like that off me.
Pandya in full, driven through the offside. That should be 4. Again, not perfectly timed, but well enough, and the key to that was the placement. It's a packed offside field from point round to mid-off, and he's found the gap between cover and extra cover, if you like. 41 without loss, Babar to 23.
Because now he's batting well, that deep third should be removed and put to deep point. because it's unlikely, there is not much swing, unlikely that there'll be a thick edge which will go to that deep third.
So you bring third up.
Yeah, for the cover drive, which has fetched him 2 boundaries now.
Pandya in wide. He's got some edge and gone. Through to the keeper. Barber's got to go. Little bit of swing, little bit of movement. Away from the right-handed Barber, and just listen to this crowd. How different from the other day in Karachi when Barber was out and the crowd fell silent. Well, the Indian fans here are cock-a-hoop. They've got rid of the big one. Babar Azam, he just hit 4, and then he went to drive a ball outside the off stump. He didn't do a great deal, actually, but he just didn't quite get to it. And got a good nick through to Gail Roll. We just see on ultra edge. It's a big, big nick. And Anu Pandya's just waving him off there, saying, that's it. Off goes Barber, and Pakistan lose their first wicket for 41. Quite a blow, because he was just starting to look a little bit fluent there.
Yes, 23 of 26. He played a couple of sweet cover drives, but this one wasn't quite the half volley that he got in the earlier over, or the earlier delivery. This one was a little bit shorter. You're right, it didn't move at all. It was just that the ball had been bowled a little bit wider, and that is credit to the bowler, having lulled the batsman into a half volley, bowling it just a little bit wider. And the anxiety to hit another boundary has got India a big wicket. It's a huge wicket.
Well, it is, because on a surface like this and an outfield like this, a Babar Azam 100 off 110, 120 could be a very significant score, but he's gone for 23. It means that Saad Shakil will come out at number 3. Now, you just let slip a moment ago, a few minutes ago, that you were dropped by Gary Sobers. Was that very early in your career?
Yes, my first innings in Test cricket, exactly like Rohit Sharma, around the midriff and down.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who was the bowler?
The bowler was Van Holder. Well, I mean, those days you barely got a chance to play for your country. If you didn't do well, you were moved out. Somebody else took your place. So managed to get a half century and keep my place in the team. So, I mean, when I see that kind of a catch, it being dropped like Rohit Sharma did, it takes my mind back to that. And I thank the Lord above for giving me that another opportunity.
One of the, well, if not the greatest all-round cricketer the world has ever seen as well.
Absolutely.
As Hardik is in. Down the leg side, little nibble on that. It's going to run away for 4. I just wait to see umpire signal. I think it's going to be leg bys. It is. It just made the ball deviate past the diving Rahul's right hand. The left-handed Saad Shakil. It doesn't get off the mark, but brings up 4 more runs for his team off the thigh pad.
That would have been a very good delivery for a right-hander, but for a left-hander on the pads and with the pace that you have, the ball is going to run away to the boundary.
4 in the ring on the offside and a slip in place. Rohit Sharma is still attacking in the power play. Looking for a double breakthrough here if he can get it, as Pandya is in. Forward comes Saad Shakil. A beautifully immaculate forward defensive shot.
Yes.
To short extra cover. There is a place in 50-over cricket for beautiful technique. As we just see the replay, it looks loose, but as you said, Sunil, it's smart bowling, isn't it? Because it's just not quite there, and it is a little bit wider. Did he perhaps go a little wider of the crease when he delivered it as well?
Actually, I thought he went closer to the stumps and angled the ball away. So it's absolutely superb bowling by Hardik Pandya.
Here he comes again. And Saad Shakil drives at this, but it's more like a dab than a drive, and just pushes it to point. It was a packed offside, Gordon, and there's no run.
Yeah, he hasn't as yet got off the mark, so maybe just a little bit tentative about that shot. If he had been batting 15-20, that would have been driven. That would have been, really hit hard, but he sort of checked his shot at the last moment.
Well, this is where temperament comes into it, isn't it? It's what you were talking about, playing the big game.
Yes, the nervousness, the pressure. But I think it's a good thing that he's taking his time to settle down. He's a very, very good player, Saad Shakil. We've seen his record at the Test level in every format of the game. He's a very good player. He's been promoted up the order, bats down the order at the Test level, maybe 5 or 6.
Hardik's in again, and he waits for this and just tucks it off his pads. He should pick up a couple here as it rolls out through backward square leg. He will. Easily jogs 2. Gets him off the mark. He'll be feeling better for that. 47 for 1 from 9. The man out Babar Azam in that over, caught by the keeper, KL Rahul, off Hardik for 23. This is where TV's very handy for us.
Yes.
We're just going to get to see there was just a tiny fraction that we're being said. Well, I
Yes.
mean, is there just a tiny
little,
amount,
yes.
isn't there?
But that's exactly what you want. You do not want too much of a deviation, because then the batter is going to play and miss. But just a little bit to take the outside edge is what you want. Very good bowling. He started off like that. The first 3 deliveries he bowled at that line, that length, and Babar was leaving them or trying to play at it. Then he bowled a fuller half volley, was driven for a boundary. And again, second over, driven for a boundary, and then he brought his length back again, bowled it just a shade wider, and he got his man. Very clever.
Now, it looks like Kuldeep Yadav is coming into the attack, and he has an ODI ranking of 4, 174 wickets to his name. And an economy, I tell you, an economy of just under 5 in the modern era is decent.
It's very good, actually. With the kind of bats there are, the outfields are so quick. You're right about this outfield being a little bit on the slower side.
Kuldeep is in. Down the wicket comes Imam and drives back to the bowler off the bottom of the bat, in that rather woody sound. No run.
It's a really lush green outfield, so the ball doesn't travel as quickly as it does on the subcontinent.
Here's Kuldeep once more. And down the wicket comes Imam. I mean, push drives to mid-on. This could be tight. Oh, I think that could be out. Direct hit. Wonderful, wonderful throw. Fantastic stuff from Akshar Patel at mid-on. The dive was put in by Imam. I don't think he's home. I don't think he thinks he's home, because he's walking off. And it looked like a problematic run. He hit it a bit too firmly to Akshar, but you've got to give credit to the fielder. He ran in, picked up, and threw down the stumps in pretty much one movement. It's great fielding, not a great run. It's gone straight to the fielder. He's picked up, he's thrown, he's out by 1.5 foot. There's the he's done himself there, and he's only himself to blame, because he's just gone on the shot. Suro Gavaskar, what do you make of that?
I think it was really, there was no run in it, but maybe because he had stepped down the pitch already, he thought that he'll be able to complete it. He'd hit the ball very firmly as well. The ball went very quickly to the fielder. He's a very good fielder, top-class fielder. He's maybe just, well, let me say Ravindra Jadeja might be just a shade better than Akshar Patel. But Akshar Patel's an outstanding fielder. Direct hit, he had no chance.
Well, both openers have now gone in the space of a couple of overs, with Babar Azam going in the last over to Hardik Pandya, and now Imam Ul Haq. He just came down the wicket, and you're right, he got a couple of paces there, but the problem was he hit it too well.
Yes.
He's hit a couple of those, and it's been a bit softer, hasn't it, which has given him that extra bit of time. But Akshar saw his opportunity, hurtled in. How far out would you say? A couple of feet, maybe? I mean, well out.
Definitely, and that tells you that there was no run in it, despite the fact that he had actually gone down the pitch, so he was down maybe a couple of yards down the middle of the pitch anyway. So not the best judge run.
No, and it's the last over of power play that we're in as well. 47 for 2 Pakistan. They were going on pretty nicely just a moment ago. How quickly things can change. They were 41 without loss. Now they've lost both openers in the space of 6-7 balls. 2 new batters have now got to try and rebuild the innings. We've got Mohammad Rizwan, the captain, who's going to come out, a right-hander. At least they get a right-hand, left-hand combination, I suppose. But it's the rarest of things. He's not going to face having come out to bat. Nowadays, when people are out caught, they always have to go back and face the first ball. But because they're out in a run-out, it'll be Saad Shakil who comes forward, props forward, and pushes the ball through the gap where there's a vacant mid-off up to long-off, and takes an easy single on this occasion. 48 for 2. He'll be kicking himself. It's a very nice check drive, push drive, but that's part of the problem with it. He's played it too well. And then, rather hot-headedly, gone for the run, dived as well, and there's dismay in the crowd. It just a gaggle of Pakistan fans cannot believe what Imam has done there.
Yes, I think it's the earlier dot balls that puts the pressure on the batters. The previous over was a good over. They had lost Babar, so the pressure was being felt. And so looking to break it, rotate the strike. Ill-judged run, ill-judged.
Now, interestingly, Kuldeep is going to stay over the wicket, partly because he can turn the ball back into the right-handed Rizwan. He's in, and Rizwan's first ball, he goes for a big slog sweep, gets it out to deep mid-wicket for 4. I was not expecting that. He hasn't bothered to look at him at all. He's just planted his foot down the ground and whacked it between, really, mid-wicket and square leg. There's nobody out the boundary there. There's a deep square leg. There's nobody out there. And Rizwan is underway with a boundary. The 50 is up for Pakistan, 52 for 2.
Well, he also walked across the off stump. So he took his card around the middle and off, and then he's walked across. So he's actually looked to sweep it from outside the off stump, knowing that there is no fielder there. He'll go for it again.
Here comes Kuldeep once more. This time he just pushes it to the offside. It's a little bit wider perhaps, and just defends it to short extra cover. We've got a backward point, a cover point, extra cover mid-off. Quite a sort of square mid-wicket, really, and a relatively square short fine. It's slightly wide, as well as a deep backward square. It's now being moved slightly to his left. So just change that configuration ever so slightly. Hardic's come finer now, that short fine. Deep square has gone squarer. And there must be, yes, there's a long on. Last ball of the power play. Kuldeep is in to the right-handed Rizwan, who comes forward and defends. Back to the bowler, end of the over, 10 gone. The 50 is up. We're going to have a double change, are we? In that case, I'll hold on. So thank you ever so much. Hopefully we'll see more of you later today. And, as one legend from the 70s and 80s departs, another one comes to the fore. Is it Ramiz is going to join us now? I'll just hold the fort for a moment. 52 for 2 Pakistan. That power play done. And, well, 8 minutes or so ago, things were looking fairly pretty for Pakistan. Not so much now with that double breakthrough. Ramiz Raja joins us, and I will be replaced by Henry Moran.
Yeah, I mean, what was the need of that risky single? I mean, I think he was in that forward push momentum where he played the ball using his feet, and he probably backed himself to work the whatever 17 yards that were available to beat the throw, not to be Imamul Haq.
Here comes Hardik Pandya then, running it in the sunshine. It's a full delivery, which is defended very solidly by Saud Shakil. What do you want to see here then, Ramiz, from the approach from this partnership?
So a bit of rebuilding process. Rizwan to play his usual game, and he's good against spin because he sweeps the ball, so he'll try to do that. They need a partnership also and a bit of common sense. So if they can get a 70-80 run partnership, I think it'll have them targeting that 250 plus score. 260, 270 on this surface will be a good score.
Yeah. Well, 52 for 2 at the end of the 10 is okay. That second wicket is a blow, but there is time. And also for Pakistan, seeing Babar in good touch.
Yeah. I mean, he looked good, actually.
Here comes Hardik Pandya, running in now past the umpire. Right arm over, and there's an edge, but it's going to drop well short of the gully fielder, who runs in quickly to pick up. There's an energy in the field amongst those in India colours, and plenty of those in the crowd as well. And crowds trying to get in too, Ramiz, because there's traffic all over the place outside.
That's right, yeah. I mean, we got kind of roughed up where to go, how to locate our entry. So we're going round and round the building for good about half an hour.
Really?
Yes.
Well, it's extra security measures, a lot of people getting in, trying to find their seats. There's a few blocks at the far end of the ground with people yet to get into the stadium. You can be pretty confident there won't have been a spare ticket available. That much is for sure. I'm sure, like us, anyone going to the game, Ramiz, you've been asked plenty of times.
Absolutely, yeah. I did not respond to WhatsApp messages, calls.
Here comes Hardik Pandya, dropped into the ground. Adwal's deep third for 1 run, 54 for 2.
You almost become cold-hearted, actually, you know, for your own survival. And I don't know, I mean, how the folks take it, but, you know, you got to put your foot down by not really picking up the phone. And then they want the VVVVIP seats. It's not just a seat or just a ticket. It's always about, could you please arrange 4 tickets for me, 4 passes for me? That's a typical Pakistan way of asking for tickets. 4 passes or VVVVIP enclosure, please.
So that is the full...
They're very, very important.
Yeah, the full hospitality experience, yeah. Don't worry, just about getting in. Here comes Hardik Pandya to the left-handed Saud Shakil. He's 3 from 7 in past the umpire now. It's worked away off the pads down towards fine leg. There's half a glance from Hardik towards the umpire as if to say, well, was that maybe a little bit of pad first? But I don't see anything doing there. It's a ground that Pakistan cricket knows so well, of course.
Yes.
The surface here, I mean, it's one that's
It's a bit dodgy, actually. I mean, if you sort of try to take the grass off or try to work against its natural instinct and nature, this surface can become a really tough one for batting. Sharjah you can predict because it's always going to be good for batting. It has that sheen, but here they maybe just a little bit roughness and too pace as a result. That's why I say 250 would be a good competitive score.
In comes Hardik Pandya. Bowls a fuller delivery this time, tucked towards mid-wicket, and Virat Kohli, who picks up crouching in the sunshine. And of course, chasing will provide its own challenges when you've got the pressure of this sort of game. So
that's right, and especially, I mean, we know that Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have done so much in their careers. They're world beaters. They are the icons of the game, but presently they're not in great form. So if Pakistan can get rid of them early in the piece, who knows?
Well, it's a huge game for Pakistan, particularly this, because they lose the match.
They're out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be... it's going to dent the fans back home in Pakistan.
Hardik Pandya, number 33 on his back, is running in to complete the 11th over. In now, very straight approach. And tucking Rizwan up for room, who can do little more than just push towards backward point. The ball is fielded by Jadeja underneath the wide-brimmed hat. And the score remains at 55 for 2. Yeah, what would the impact be in terms of reaction, do you think, if Pakistan were to be eliminated at this point?
Yeah, I mean, most of the fans understand that this is not a great winning side yet. So, I mean, obviously they'll be disappointed because Pakistan is hosting a global event after, what, about 29, 30 years. And whilst the rest of the world progresses, Pakistan, you know, the home team are out of it. So it's just, I mean, it'll be a mixed reaction. But also I was wondering the other day, why didn't Pakistan play their first game against Bangladesh instead of New Zealand? Because, you see, Bangladesh, I'm not saying that they're not a tough team to beat, but I think Pakistan's chances would have improved against Bangladesh than New Zealand. So maybe there's this glitch in scheduling glitch because getting off the mark with a win and then playing India here would have given them a lot of hope and positivity.
The far end of the ground, Shami is in. That's nicely angled away by Saud Shakil towards the shadows beneath us, where the ball will be fielded by Hardik Pandya. It's a good point because momentum in a tournament as short as this,
yes,
you need a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this game now is sink or swim kind of a scenario for Pakistan. And playing with that mindset can be tough because then you sort of are telling yourself that you can't make an error. You can't play a faulty shot. You can't bowl a bad ball because everything is on line.
Or even starting the tournament with this fixture. And I know that immense pressure, but it does give a real energy to it. Here comes Shami over the wicket now to the right-handed Rizwan. Doesn't time that off the back foot, but will get a single out to deep backward point. 57 for 2 is the score. Because what you want to see is a game like this where players can play with freedom as opposed to that panic and that fear that, as you say, one false move and the tournament is slipping away.
And what I will say, I mean, you know, players feel it. I mean, they read the social media, you know, there's friends talk about it. That's a do or die situation for you, and that can get big on you mentally.
In comes Shami, angled down towards deep third for one more. It's amazing what a difference it is nowadays for players. You think about what it would have been like when you were playing with social media and it existed.
Yeah, I mean, so from that perspective, we didn't have a lot of concern off the field. On the field also, I mean, you know, you could bowl 6 bounces in an over. It was a different era, different game altogether. You know, we were less professionals, not as fit as some of these teams are, players are. It's more amateurish spirit than professionalism, and so you've got to be politically correct. You've got to sound correct in this day and age as a cricketer, which can be tough.
Moving it again is Shami from the far end of the ground, and once more just riding the bounce, angling towards backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, this is the critical period where Pakistan can't sort of switch on the snooze button yet. You know, they've got to make sure that the wicket doesn't fall. So this partnership is young 11 from 14, but there's got to be a bit of rhythm and style and a purpose and what they want to do out there.
Far end of the ground, Shami waits in the sunshine to run in. 3 from the over so far. Run rate at the moment just under 5. Here comes Shami again. Bowls the ball, which is defended. That's on the money from Mohammad Shami after a little bit of a loose start. He seems to be finding his rhythm, finding his range. But you know, cricketers nowadays, Ramiz, they're not just cricketers. They are carefully managed products with teams that look after everything and every detail.
That's right. Yeah, they get a lot of help. They've got their agents who'll sort of write a tweet on their behalf at times. You know, what is working socially, they know it.
In comes Shami, bowls a ball. It's a little bit fuller this time, defended, and the over comes to an end with 3 from it. 12 overs gone, 58 for 2 is the score. Jasprit Bumrah, by the way, here today, and I did notice that his wife is a digital presenter for the ICC. That's right. Sanjana, and it always makes me laugh when they have to do content together, and they always finish it with something like, see you later for dinner. And it's you know, and personality and being able to get your sort of a little bit more of a spotlight into who you are is just part of the game now.
Yes, that's absolutely right. But he's a lovely man, Bumrah. You know, sociable, likes to shake your hand, you know, warm-hearted. What a bowler he's become.
A big mess for India in this tournament,
100%.
And what a thrilling bowler he'll be in the English summer if fit. And that's going to be some series. We'll hear it all on Test Match Special. 5 Test matches between England and India. Here comes Hardik Pandya for the 13th over. It's a delivery on middle stump, which is worked into the onside. It would have been fascinating to see how Pakistan's batters, who don't face Jasprit Bumrah, of course, would have got on.
I mean, it would have been tough because if his angle, his unusual bowling action, and you know, he's mentally at such a high that he can bulldoze any opponent. He's in that sort of groove. But the other great plus for India is, for example, Hardik Pandya. So he comes in to bowl in the middle phase of the innings when the charge should have been on, and what he does, he picks up Babar Azam's scalp. So we're talking about real quality all-rounders here. Jadeja, Hardik Pandya, they're match winners with the ball alone.
Akshar Patel.
Akshar Patel, yeah, used as a strike force up in the order.
Hardik Pandya runs in and bowls a ball down the leg side. There's half an appeal for a catch. As the pull was attempted, Saud Shakil chased it. Hardik Pandya is pointing to his ear as if to say, well, did anyone else hear that? But I don't think they're going to go upstairs. Umpire Rifle, oh, forgive me, Umpire Illingworth is suggesting it is 1 for the over, but it's certainly not out. 58 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good, useful ball to Saud Shakil. He's an excellent player of spin bowling, medium pace bowling, but this sort of neck kind of or chin height deliveries can get him into a bit of a bother. This was well crafted by Hardik Pandya, surprising him.
As you say, he's much more than the bits and pieces bowler, Hardik.
Of course, he's got pace and he swings it.
He's got attitude as well.
Yeah, 100%.
And he's seen something.
Creates a bit of drama.
Yeah, we like that. He's seen something in his run-up which has distracted him. Don't know what it is, but something has flown up off the turf, and I think it might be
a marker.
It's a little marker, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can see next to the green paint that says HP, presumably not for Harry Potter, as he runs in now. In past the umpire, full delivery, defended very correctly and solidly. 58 for 2. You don't mind seeing this, a little bit of a ease into this middle phase of the game, the innings?
I don't actually. Pakistan would want to have wickets in hand. I think it's an old-timer's way of managing ODI cricket, but somehow, I mean, that's their style. If they find some real good talent in the middle order, then only things can change. But otherwise, it's routine stuff. So keep wickets in hand, look for partnerships. And partnerships are going to be critical on a surface like this. It's difficult really to get cracking straight away when you come at the crease. So you've got to take a little bit of time and then see how things pan out for you.
Hardik Pandya down below us is going to come into bowl to the left-handed Sajid Gill. He's there, 6 from 13. The score 58 for 2. In comes Hardik in the sunshine, and that's nicely chopped away out square on the offside towards that Bank of India. Predominantly India supporters out there. But you can see the patches of Pakistan fans with the bright green jerseys. And there's certainly plenty more than the last time these sides met in Ahmedabad in 2023. And that's what it's fabulous to see, actually, that the good-natured atmosphere between the fans.
Yeah, in the Isles, it's all peaceful, all okay. It just goes on to show, I mean, it's just lack of confidence in Pakistan cricket team also, that we don't see this sort of great Pakistani fans coming in from all parts of the world to watch this India-Pakistan contest, because half of them feel that India once again are going to beat Pakistan, and that's not a nice feeling to travel from 5,000 miles and come and watch Pakistan being bashed.
Hardik Pandya bowls, defended into the offside, and a good over continues with just the 1 run from it. We've had an email here, Rameez, from Elizabeth. She says, I'm rooting for Pakistan today. So last night, I rewatched the grainy VHS video, Imran's Tigers, in which one Rameez Raja was described by a young David Gower as a dasher. A strike rate in the 60s, though, to be fair. There were few strike rates higher back then. It was good to watch Rameez get 250 overs, centuries. I hope that the cornered tiger instinct comes out again today. All the best from Elizabeth. Thank you. TMS at bbc.co.uk. Oh, that's a good ball. Beats the outside edge. Beautiful bowling from Hardik Pandya. And he has a little look at Rizwan, takes his cap from the umpire, and the over comes to an end. 59 for 2. There you go. Do you remember those 200s?
I do, actually. One was against West Indies, a game that we lost badly, and the other one was against New Zealand that we won. But it was a great tournament for us. And so I think the great thing about that tournament was that individually we peaked just at the right time. So collectively, yes, we saw things falling in place, but from batting perspective, you know, Javed would get a 50 or a 70, and then Inzamam would play a blinder, and then somebody else would be good with the bat. And so suddenly it all clicked for Pakistan, especially the semi-final and the final.
Start of a new over. That's a quick ball from Shami. It zips on through past the swinging blade of South Shakil. Goes through to the keeper. 59 for 2. I'm just having a look at an online auction site here, Rami. It's a copy of that VHS, which is
really
marvelously 90s. $199 US.
Wow.
I mean, that is the value of watching a young Rameez Raja. You can't argue with that.
I don't know. I mean, it's just
amazing.
A little over the top. 200 quid.
200. There you go.
Yeah. Maybe because I scored 200.
Well, that must be it.
Yeah, that must be the reason.
It is a dollar.
Pricing it up. $1 a run.
That seems about fair. 59 for 2. Shami has seen something that is distracting him, and that distraction is Hardik Pandya's place down at deep third. Wants him to go a little bit finer. We've got a deep backward point, a square leg, and a fine leg as well. Here comes Shami round the wicket to bowl to South Shakil, who angles that away towards Jadeja, whose throw comes in from backward point, and it gets there in rapid time as well. He's such a good fielder.
He is. He hasn't aged in the field at all. Still same remarkable reflexes, and he's very supple. And, you know, his sort of fielding sense, you know, which end to throw, you know, when to chase down a ball badly, runs at a rapid pace, and then, you know, it's as if his life is on line when he's fielding. That kind of attitude.
It brings such energy to the team, doesn't it? Here comes Shami in bowls, worked away into the leg side it goes, and that'll be 1 run. They'll think of a second that isn't there. Last 30 balls, Rameez, have produced just 15 runs.
Yeah, it's slowed down, substantially slowed down. I think Pakistan need to maintain presence at the crease. Body language needs to improve just a little bit, especially from Saud Shakil. He's on 8 from 17. It's just been a kind of a safety first kind of a knock where he's trying to establish his innings. But once again, as I mentioned so many times, there's role for anchoring, but not at the cost of slowing down the innings pace.
Pulled away without much timing from the bat of Rizwan. And a single will be taken towards mid-wicket. 61 for 2, the score. Already 11 minutes slow in this inning. 11 minutes behind.
Wow.
I was going to say, we've been playing for an hour and 10 minutes. We've only had 13.4 overs. It's like the IPL.
Yeah. So what happened? Was there an injury?
Shami was injured.
He was injured for a little while, and then he was out.
And there was a brief check for the run out, but that was very brief. In comes Shami, bowls a ball that is defended by Saud Shakil. Again, just happy to ride the bounce, pat it down the track, and there's no run.
You see, the problem is that if you've not got a lot of confidence in you, then you play that heavy shot. Because Saud Shakil is now under pressure, 18 balls for 8, and he's now looking for a get-out shot where he can sort of stamp his authority, and then he usually gets it wrong. So he's got to have clear mind. What is the purpose of this knock, and why he's taken 18 balls for 8?
Strike rate of 44. Here comes Shami to bowl to him, and this comes up high on the bat towards the offside and short cover, where Kohli is lurking on a square that is reasonably hard to actually differentiate the different pitches, because it is just a block of beige out there in the middle of the of the vast expanse of green. And drinks are going to be taken with 14 overs gone. Yeah, now 9 minutes behind at the end of the over, but still, that is some delay from the start of this game. As India and Pakistan face each other here on Test Match Special. We bring you every ball of every game of this tournament, and there's highlights available on the BBC Sport website and app for our UK listeners. Hello to those listening in Australia on the ABC, and around the world on the ICC digital app as well. Wonderful to have you all with us. If you want to get in touch, TMS at bbc.co.uk is the way to do so. The live text commentary is up and running on the BBC Sport website, with Elizabeth Botcherby looking after things there, so do follow that as well, and you'll find those highlights in there too. And it still, I think, available is the clip of Rohit Sharma dropping the hat-trick ball off Akshar Patel the other day. That is, I think that is dinner on the captain.
100%, more than a dinner, maybe 2 nights straight dinner.
That's possibly guaranteed selection for the next 5 years, is there?
Yeah, I mean, that was a sitter. That really was as easy as it gets in the slip position.
They say there's no such thing as an easy catch.
Yeah, but I mean, if you've been fielding there for 125 years, you know, slip catching becomes just relatively easier.
Well, you'd like to think that he's one of those that possibly would be experienced enough to know what he's doing. But then we've all dropped them, Rameez.
Yes, absolutely.
We were speaking about the important one that you did hang on to in the 1992 World Cup final, as Pakistan won that trophy. At the moment, getting their hands on the Champions Trophy, well, it is going to be an uphill task. If they can get this innings moving, well, that will give them confidence and hope that they can restrict India to whatever total they settle below. They've got to win this game, having lost that opening match in the tournament against New Zealand. Pakistan heading back across the Gulf of Oman with 2 defeats in 2 will not make their third match particularly easy going from the supporters, I imagine.
That's right. I was just thinking, you know, what can Pakistan do at this stage? 14-run partnership of 28. You know, at times hitting the ball and playing with a little bit more positive intent can also calm you down. And so Pakistan now need to put pressure back on India.
Yeah.
How can they do that? I think that little pause, that drinks pause, should bring that question up to this pair.
Oh, yeah, so experienced player.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rhythm in this partner. There was initial rhythm, and now it's just got out of the window. I mean, it looks a deflated partnership, as if they are surviving this. But to really, in a contest like this, you've got to bossing the situation, and there's no point really hanging in there and getting 120 in 30 overs. You know that's not going to happen. It's not going to work against India.
So I suppose the balance in the minds when 2 wickets fall inside the power play is we don't want to stumble to 150 all out and think of the criticism there, but equally...
Yeah, I mean, this is equal to that. I mean, you know, you're trying your hard, but you still be criticized for the lack of pace.
Yeah. And also, you don't want to be in the position where all those conversations where Babar Azam was criticised the other day for how his approach against New Zealand went.
Yeah.
And it's all well and good scoring a half-century, but if you're doing it off 100 balls, then it's really holding things up.
Sure.
Here's Hardik Pandya to continue what's been an excellent spell so far. He runs in to bowl to Rizwan, who's angling towards backward point. There's no run. 61 for 2, the score remains. The run rate at the moment, 4.3. They need to go to run a ball, by the way, Pakistan, to get to 272.
Well, this is excellent bowling, because on a surface like this, if you produce good presentation of the seam, you'll get the ball to move. And that is what Hardik Pandya has done superbly. No grass whatsoever on this surface, and he's been outstanding just because the way the ball has come out of his hand.
Hardik Pandya at the end of his mark. It's a long run up from just on the edge of those mats with the advertising on them, right on the edge of the circle. He's going to run in now, past umpire Illingworth. Very upright approach. He's in, bowls onto the pads. There's a cry of no as Rizwan taps towards mid-wicket. And there's no obvious display of aggression. And aggression doesn't have to be, you know, swinging for the hills.
That's right, yeah. I mean, running between the wickets, for example. What about pushing for 2, looking for a run after every delivery, or, you know, something, or go to your shot. I mean, that's the other part. You know, what area you like, and if you get the ball in your area, then it's got to travel.
Hardik Pandya down below us. I think his overs are taking particularly long. It feels like every single delivery.
And he talks to mid-off, mid-on. He's having a jolly good time of it.
In comes Hardik Pandya again, outside the off stump. A peculiar sort of pat on the head kind of shot down towards deep third from the bat of Rizwan. 62 for 2. So we look at what we've seen in this innings. Just 1-2 has been run in this partnership. That sort of tells its own story, doesn't it?
Somebody will really have to break free. I think Saud Shakil has got to take that onus, because you know, Rizwan is needed by Pakistan, and he can up the ante in the last part of the innings if he stays there, because he's that kind of a batsman in ODI cricket. But Saud Shakil's record is a checkered one, so he has to really get a move on now, take a little bit of risk.
He's 8 off 19. Here's Hardik, bowls a short ball, swaying out of the way is the left-handed Shakil. He goes through to the gloves of KL Rahul behind the stumps. It just all feels a little bit flat at the moment, Ramis.
Yeah, I mean,
as Hardik Pandya begins the walk back to the end of his mark at about the pace you normally get when you're called home for dinner and you don't want to head back in, having a fun time with your mates as a kid.
Sure.
Just dragging himself back very, very slowly. Somebody dropped down, I think, from up above us.
Safe. Nobody got hit.
Well, that's important.
Yeah.
A bit of paper or something. Here comes Hardik Pandya eventually. Well, no, hold on a minute. He's got to have a chat. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Moving in again. Rushes in past the umpire, and this is banged in short, left alone outside the off stump.
I mean, these are opportunities. I mean, he's let go a bouncer, which was not such a tough ball to play, and then this rising delivery outside the off stump, he allows it to go to the keeper.
It's a funny one, isn't it, this? What I don't really understand, Ramis, is that would have been a reasonably low-risk shot. You've got a deep third, and you've got a fielder in front of square on the offside, but get something on it, it's going to fly away to that boundary.
100%.
Here comes Hardik Pandya eventually. These 5 overs we've been on together, Ramiz, have taken over half an hour. Hardik Pandya running in, and that is angled down towards deep third. The crowd think it might be a catching opportunity. It isn't. It goes down to the boundary where the fielder is waiting. 63 for 2. Ramiz Raja, thank you very much to you. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box. And wonderful to be able to have former captains of both of these sides as part of our team today. And also a World Cup winner in Alex Hartley, who is going to be joined in just a moment by Atif Nawaz. And I'm just looking at the stats, Alex. I'm going to leave you with this. In this innings so far, we have seen just 3 twos run. And that's slightly sort of indicative stat, isn't it? Because, you know, that rather says that the effort and the intensity hasn't been there. Here's Atif Nawaz.
Well, it's been a strange old innings, hasn't it? Because actually they were managed to rotate the strike, then there was those 2 quick wickets, and the outfield is slow, but India have been, I guess, onto everything really quickly. It may now be interesting to see how they actually play Axar Patel. Now he's bowled an over, and they might have got used to the pace of the surface a little bit more.
Just looking to rebuild at the moment, Pakistan. 63 for 2 after 15. Here's Axar Patel in a sweep shot, nicely executed over the keeper's head. That's trickling away towards the boundary just beneath us at fine leg, and it's going to get there. 2 fielders made a strong effort. That's a boundary for Saud Shakil. Not a bad option against the slower bowler. 67 for 2 off 15.1.
Well, that would have been the 3. Had Shami been able to stop that, that would have been one of the 3s Henry was talking about. But a lovely shot, just the paddle, the scoop up and over the wicketkeeper. And now there's sort of a conversation of maybe that short third coming finer, but actually you want him to play that shot again. If I'm a bowler here, I'm encouraged when somebody's playing that shot, because all you need to do is a little bit quicker, flatter onto the pads, and an LBW shout.
Absolutely, that's why they haven't made a change in the end to the field. Here's Axar in again, a little bit quicker, as Saud goes deep in his crease and punches that down towards long on. They're thinking about the second run here. It's a deep pocket of the ground. They opt not to take on the arm of Hardik Pandya. That's probably a good idea. He's bowled well as well, Hardik Pandya. Enjoyed watching him hit those lengths today. Can be a ferocious bowler in the right conditions. So much talent in this Indian team as well.
So I've just been for a little wander, because I'm wondering where everybody is. It's started to fill up now, filling up quite quickly.
I can tell you where they are.
They're all queuing to get in the ground, aren't they?
Well, they're also just queuing in traffic right outside the stadium. I got a photo of it, which I just posted. But that is the traffic outside the stadium. It is proper gridlock traffic. And I've been told there's a gentleman at the front of it who's not doing a wonderful job of allowing cars in. As the next ball takes a thick outside edge out just in front of cover. There is no run.
Might be our mate this morning that shouted at us for getting dropped off in the wrong place.
That was infuriating, actually. It's no outstanding crowd control, I have to say. Makes me appreciate the efforts in other parts of the world all the more. Right now, Axar Patel just waiting a moment as his field is set, and he comes slightly quicker ball, cramping as it Rizwan for room, but he flicks it to square leg. They run through for a quick single. He's slightly slow to get going there, Rizwan. I suppose he went so deep in his crease, he had a whole extra yard to run, but he got there in the end. 69 for 2, 15.4.
Yeah, I think he's just exchanged some firm words with Saud Shakil there as well, to be completely honest.
And just thinking about Axar Patel, who's become a bit of a revelation for India in the last few years. And then he comes again, back of a length, punch down the ground to long on for an agreed single, this time by Rizwan. 70 for 2 off 15.5. It feels like he's been around a while. He's 31 years of age, but he had to spend quite a lot of time outside of the Indian side. He's only played 14 tests, 64 ODIs, 71 T20s. There's not a huge amount of fixtures for an Indian player, but he's only just come to prominence really in the last few years for India, as this time Rizwan gets forward, defends the ball back to Axar. There is no run. 70 for 2 after 16 overs, and just that thing about Axar, Alex, is where he came in as a batter who bowled a little bit like sort of Moeen Ali in Test cricket in England, where he sort of reinvented himself as a slower bowler and had tremendous success.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? There's so many all-rounders. Having him in the team really helps balance this team as well. You know, brilliant all-rounder further down the order. But I like his bowling style. He makes it work in white ball cricket, doesn't he? He has that lower arm delivery and then he can bowl from a higher trajectory if he wants to, and he mixes up his pace as well as that arm height.
And then here is Hardik in again to Saud Shakil on a ball that hits a good length and just climbs on Saud as well. He's got that extra bit of zip off the surface. It wasn't a particularly quick delivery. According to the speed gun, 75 miles an hour. Sort of felt a little bit quicker, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. The way that Saud Shakil played the ball off his gloves, punches it down into the ground. As you say, a bit of lift there, but Hardik Pandya is bowling so nicely so far today. He's only going at 3 runs and over.
Yeah, into his 6th now. 5.1 overs, 1 for 16 so far. A maiden in there as well.
You've got to be thinking, what will Pakistan be targeting in their mind? I think 270 would be a really good score.
Here's Hardik in again. That's a nice shot outside the off stump from Saud. Gets a single out towards deep extra cover. And just that token effort of thinking about going for the second, which was never really serious. But yeah, Hardik Pandya is really sort of a muscle bowler, really. But it's sort of the top half of his body that's sort of propelling the ball. And it feels like that's where a lot of the strength is coming through. It's a very, very strong man, well built. It's not much of a slope here in Dubai, but it sort of feels slightly sort of uphill. So he's picking the end that's going slightly uphill. I think he quite likes the climb as he's running in as well. He likes to run through the crease. He's got Mohammad Rizwan, the Pakistan captain, on strike. Towel tucked into the front of his trousers. And in he comes, Hardik Pandya into Rizwan, who defends the ball into the onside towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
I like Rizwan as captain. He's captain of our Multan team, and for me, he's brilliant in a loss. And they'll need somebody like Rizwan after the other day. So he's always up and about. He says, just a game of cricket, come on, let's get around. He's really honest with where your team would go wrong, where they've gone right. But he's such a smiley character. He takes the pressure off you, because he's like, all right, how are you going, mate? Keep going, yeah, don't worry, on to the next one.
It's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
That positive frame of mind. Here's Hardik Pandya sprinting in towards Rizwan, and Rizwan just pulls away a little bit. And Hardik did sort of slightly pull a fast one there, because he was chatting to his mid-off fielder and then just tore away from him and turned around and spun and started running in. I think it might have thrown Rizwan. It could have been the spider cam as well.
He looks fuming, does Hardik as well?
Yeah, because he properly ran in there and then completed his follow-through as well. You get that sort of bowl feel, really, with the crowd on top of you here in Dubai. Really beautiful setup. Really aesthetically pleasing stadium. Perfectly round stadium as well. No surprise, so much cricket is played here nowadays. Here is Hardik Pandya in again to Rizwan, who again defends the ball in almost identical fashion to the fielder at mid-wicket. There is no run. And yeah, Rizwan famously gave an interview where he said there's no such thing as a loss. You either win or you learn.
Nice.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn.
You do lose as well along that, but you do learn. You do learn from losses, that is true, but I think there'll be a lot of fans that will be saying, I think we lost against New Zealand.
I don't think we learned too much either, if I'm honest. Well, they're in trouble. Pakistan, the hosts, in serious danger of being knocked out of their own home competition, home in inverted commas, because the team they're playing against right now could end up playing more games in the same conditions. Here's Hardik into Rizwan, who defends the ball into the offside this time. So struggling Rizwan at the moment to get going. He played one slog sweep off Kuldeep out towards mid-wicket, but other than that he's been kept very quiet. 9 of 22 so far for the captain. Saud Shakil non-striker's end on 16 of 27. And Hardik Pandya one ball away from completing his 6th. Very, very economical, going at under 3 at the moment.
Yeah, it's just that ability to rotate the strike, and there was a lot of talk on Babar Azam not doing that in the first game. He did that nicely today until he fell early.
Here's Hardik into Rizwan again, who pulls this ball away out towards a deep square leg. And they'll go through for a single. So just the 2 runs off that over from Hardik Pandya. Pakistan 72 for 2 after 17 overs, which I suppose is a marked improvement from their improvement in their performance, I should say, in Karachi, but still not what they'd like. They'd like a lot more. 2 wickets to fall so far today. Babar Azam edged behind off the bowling of Hardik Pandya. He was looking good today, Babar Azam, played some lovely shots, 23 of 26. A bit disappointed with that dismissal, and then Imam ul Haq was run out quite brilliantly by Akshar Patel at the non-striker's end. He went for 10. And both opening batters back in the dressing room.
Quite quick succession as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a run out. Played on the shot, if anything. There was no run there.
There's a wonderful atmosphere, I have to say. Lots of Indian and Pakistani fans. Some great music being played here at Dubai International Cricket Stadium. Akshar Patel now getting ready to bowl his third over. Still got a slip in place. Deep square leg as well. And Rizwan gets forward and defends. There is no run. There's a deep square leg in place. Fine leg and third up inside the circle. Deep extra cover. Long on and long off are back on the boundary. Here is Akshar into Rizwan again, who defends once more on the front foot. Back to the bowler. There is no run. With every one of those defensive shots, I feel like we get closer to that Rizwan slog sweep being attempted. You must have seen that hundreds of times, Alex. Here's Akshar into Rizwan again. This time, definitely knocks the ball just in front of point for a quick single. Harshit Rana does the fielding.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be a little bit more patient in 50-over cricket.
You'd like to think, yeah.
Yeah, although his strike rate's 40, he's been really patient, if not a little bit too patient. Needs to rotate the strike a little bit more. Hasn't managed to get the ball away too many times. Just one boundary each for Rizwan and Saud Shakil.
Yeah, Saud Shakil on strike. Here's Akshar. Saud Shakil plays with soft hands, tries to get the ball past short third. Isn't able to do that, so it's another dot ball. 3 dots in this over from Akshar Patel, bowling with great economy, the Indian bowlers right now. They're really squeezing this Pakistan batting lineup. Akshar into Saud again, who works the ball to mid-wicket this time, but again picks out the fielder. There is no run. This is really good stuff from Akshar Patel. Bowling really cleverly to his field, making it difficult for Pakistan to rotate the strike. Here's Akshar in very quickly again to Saud, who goes for the sweep shot, nails it. The fielder out in the deep will prevent anything more than the single. So another good over from India. That's 2 overs in a row that have just gone for 2 runs. Pakistan 74 for 2 after 18 overs. And, well, 270, you said, Al. They'd have to go at just over a run a ball from this point to get to 270.
India are 15 minutes behind.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of delays. There was Mohammad Shami early who was having an issue with his calf.
It has just changed to 11 minutes because that was such a quick over from Akshar Patel.
It was necessary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think Henry was on commentary just now with Ramesh Raja. Their stint lasted about half an hour, 5 for 5.
5 overs.
Harshit Rana getting ready for the next over. Lots of stars are out here as well today. I saw Bollywood actress Sonam Kapoor in the crowd, enjoying the action. I've been told that at some stage today, Bollywood megastar Salman Khan is going to be here as well.
Well, everyone wants a piece of this game, don't they?
Yeah, they do. People flying in from all over the place to kind of. Jasprit Bumrah, we mentioned, was here a little bit earlier, and you showed me why he was here. He was here to pick up 10,000 ICC awards.
Yeah, he's won them all.
Now then, Harshit Rana sprinting in towards Saud Shakil, full, driven beautifully, but picks out the cover fielder. He'll be very frustrated by that, Saud Shakil, because he timed that drive beautifully, but picks out Virat Kohli at cover, and there is no run. The crowd cheers every time the ball goes anywhere near Virat Kohli. Remains one of the most popular players in world cricket, if not the most popular player in world cricket, really. There's a lot of fans about. Big game, Sunday afternoon. Good opportunity for people to come out and enjoy some cricket. Harshit into Saud, full. He's played at that as Saud just lifted it over the infield in the covers and dropped short of the field around at deep extra cover. And we'll get a single for that, but a little bit of frustration in that shot from Saud Shakil, just looking to break the shackles a little bit.
Which is what they need, but they don't need to be
3 down.
reckless at the minute. Yeah, so there's that fine line, isn't there? There's so many gaps to rotate the strike. The drop and runs on for a start for Rizwan with extra cover, probably 10 yards off the ring, but still not close enough to stop the single.
You'd have to time it pretty well, but they've sowed the seeds of doubt with that run out, so well affected by Akshar Patel. Here's Harshit into Rizwan, who pushes the ball, as you say, soft hands too, extra cover. Very quickly onto it, though, is Shubman Gill. and there is no run. 75 for 2 off 18.3. Yeah, lots of fans in and about. Just on our way into the stadium, Henry Moran bumped into an Indian cricket fan. He had his whole torso painted.
Yes, we love him. He goes to every India cricket game.
Wow, and big Mahendra Singh Dhoni fan as well. He had his number and his name written on his body. Probably gets through a fair amount of paint. Here's Harshit into Rizwan as well. Full, driven nicely by Rizwan out towards that deep extra cover sweeper. He'll just take a single though. Very quick is Ravindra Jadeja, and you don't really want to take on his arm. Just to underline that, beautiful throw from the deep. One bounce over the stumps into the keeper's hands. And just a little token reminder to both batters. You don't want to take two against me, lads. You don't want two off me.
There was never two there, was there? They thought about it, they looked for it, and then realised who it was and said, no, thank you.
Not to Jadeja. So exceptionally fit, even as he gets a little bit older, into his late 30s. Still in tremendous shape. This is short. It's pulled nicely by Saud Shakil, but again, only as far as Ravindra Jadeja out at deep square leg.
Yeah, struggling for boundaries here, Pakistan. 22 balls since the last boundary. And India have bowled fantastically well, don't get me wrong. But no twos, they're struggling to get twos. They're only 3 off this over. That run rate is coming down, it's not climbing.
No, they've only managed to get 2 apiece off the last 2 overs as well, so there's a little bit of an improvement, but the minimum amount for it to be an improvement. 1 run so far. Harshit Rana in for the final ball of the over to Rizwan, who again is cramped for room and can just squeeze the ball to mid-wicket. There is no run. So India keeping the squeeze on. Pakistan 77 for 2 after 19 overs. And, the crowd are going to enjoy some more music here as well. Yeah, loads of fans I've seen about. There's a bloke in the crowd who's we talked about the Indian cricket fan who's got all the gear on. You can see that on I think it's on Henry's Twitter. He's just posted it. You can have a look at it there. There's a guy dressed as Captain America, right, but in Pakistani colours. So he's Captain Pakistan in the crowd.
I don't know what Captain America looks like off the top of my head.
Marvel superhero kind of thing. But yeah, he's out there. I think that's quite creative. I quite like the ideas that these fans come up with to become super fans, you know, like just, I'm going to be this character. Here's Kuldeep Yadav back into the attack, swept nicely by Saud Shakil, behind square leg, who's going to have to do a little bit of work. But actually, he's done really well there, keeping it down to just a single. Remarkable.
Yeah, you would feel now that they might be able to rotate the strike a little bit more with those sweep shots. Both Saud Shakil and Rizwan very strong on the sweep. Be interesting to see what field Kuldeep has here, whether or not he goes cover up, which he has done. So the opportunity to expose your stumps, but obviously it's high risk, high reward.
You have to go after someone into Pakistan.
Won't be much turn.
No.
Or there hasn't been so far.
Kuldeep with the leg slip in place, in once more as the ball turns a little bit in towards Rizwan, but cramps in for room. He works it to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, obviously having cover up as a batter, you're thinking, okay, I can rock back and hit the ball through the covers, but you've got to remember the ball's turning in towards you, so you're playing against the spin.
Yeah. Kuldeep in once more. Again, Rizwan gets forward, pushes a defensive shot to cover. There is no run. Yeah, 3 men in the ring in the offside, and no one in the deep. As we say, leg slip in place, fine leg is back, and long on, and a deep mid-wicket as well. It's Kuldeep into Rizwan, and turning it into him, he works it, but only as far as mid-wicket. There is no run. The dot's building again. It's been 1 ... this over.
It's just bubbling. I think this ball is going to happen.
Well, Rizwan's on 12 of 32, a strike rate of 37.5, so he will want to get going. You think that big slog sweep's coming out?
No, I think it's conventional sweep on the pad, LBW.
Let's see.
Not out.
Kuldeep into Rizwan, who actually plays the ball defensively at the last second into the offside. There is no run. It turned sharply, didn't it? That last one, as Rizwan was just sort of fending it off. That's the 80th dot ball of the innings, with 1 ball to come in the 20th over. Goodness. Kuldeep into Rizwan again. who this time does get the ball down the ground for a single. So another very economical over for India. Just the 2 runs off it. Pakistan 79 for 2. They're going under 4 runs and over. India very much in control of this game, Alex. I mean, they'll be pleased. It's a strong performance. It's not a complete dominant performance, but they've managed to keep control of the game. Give us your thoughts. And then taking up commentary, it's going to be the colourful Daniel Norcross.
Well, yeah, 80 dot balls already in 120, so very similar to the other day. Yes, it was 100 dot balls in 141 deliveries, so they only scored 41 balls. But again, 120 balls, they've only scored a 40 deliveries, Dan.
Yep, 80 dot balls out of 120. And, well, another revealing figure, just the 7 boundaries so far, as Harshit is going to continue. Bowling to the right-handed Rizwan. He comes down the wicket, slaps him over point really, down towards the point boundary. There is a fielder out there. Ravindra Jadeja with his floppy blue sun hat throws in. 1 more to the total, 80 for 2. It's been pretty pedestrian stuff, but we've come to expect not particularly inflated scores on this pitch, but I think 27 runs in the last 10 overs is a bit too pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, the power play was great for Pakistan, wasn't it? It was such stark difference from the previous game. There was a lot of talk on those first 10 overs, 22 for 2. Well, they've basically flipped it.
Yeah. The left-handed Saad Shakil on strike. He drives elegantly through the gap between point and extra cover out to the square point fielder. On the boundary, there is just the 1 run. Mohammad Rizwan began with a sort of slog sweep for 4. His very first ball from Kuldeep Yadav, who bowled 1 over and then promptly disappeared. It was the 10th over of the innings. And Rizwan got that 4, and subsequent to that, he scored 10 runs from 34 balls. He's a curious player to me, Rizwan. You know him pretty well, don't you? You spent a fair bit of time with him out here in Pakistan. He feels like a sort of impish character. It feels like one of these wicket keepers going to get on with it, but it's not really the whole story as Harshit's into him, and he defends a ball that jags back in him slightly, keeps a little bit low, pushes it out rather to short extra cover, no run.
And when he gets going, and when he does go, he scores really freely. So he can be quite frustrating to watch, and maybe in a scenario like this where you're thinking maybe it's time to start rotating the strike. But also in T20 cricket, when he starts playing those slog sweeps, he hits them so well.
It's what's sort of moderately baffling. We haven't seen anything, by the way, of Jadeja into the 21st over. We had 5 overs of Mohammad Shami, but he went off. Harshit began and is now back in the attack. This is driven by Rizwan to short extra cover. There's no run. Had 6 overs of Hardik Pandya, who is such an asset to this Indian team. He balances that batting and bowling lineup. They've got bowlers batting at 5, 6 and 7, which is pretty handy. And they're really the complete all-round team.
Yeah, they are.
And at the moment, they've got a bit of a stranglehold here on Pakistan. The crowd, though, haven't had a lot to cheer about either side. Indian fans obviously be pleased with the situation, but haven't been wickets for a while now. Over 10 overs since the last wicket. As Harshit is in, pulled, but with no timing at all, straight to short, mid-wicket. And there's no run. Virat Kohli does the fielding, pretends he's going to throw it and doesn't.
So, yeah, it's been strange. I mean, that's frustrating for Rizwan, isn't it? It was back of a length ball that he's looked to pull into the onside, could literally hit it anywhere. Hits it straight to short mid-wicket, and Kohli's like, haha, thank you. Got away with that one.
The boundary riders, by the way, are quite a fine deep third and a long leg. Then there's a deep square leg and a deep cover. I mean, he's a bit in front of square, but not very in front of square. So there are gaps. As Harshit is in again. Short again, pulled, that's better, but it's going to pick out the fielder at deep square leg along the ground. Controlled shot from Rizwan, takes him to 15. Apart from that first ball, everything has been pretty controlled. 3 singles from the over, 82 for 2. Pakistan, you might say, sort of bimbling along.
Yeah, it's the run rate is coming down rather than a bit of argy-bargy there between Harshit and Mohammad Rizwan.
Physically, you would think that Harshit would...
bumped into each other, and Rizwan probably came up to nipple height.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's sort of a pocket rocket, isn't he?
Probably Rizwan
Rizwan.
just trying to fire himself up.
Yeah. They could do with a bit of that, I feel.
Well, now that precedent's been set that you don't get banned for barging into each other. You know,
Yes.
Yeah, so players
Yes,
probably...
he's referring to a test match in
Yeah.
which young Constus
Yeah.
and the venerable Coley
Yeah, had
went
a...
shoulder to shoulder.
So actually, you might as well, if you're trying to fire yourself up, you drop a shoulder,
Just get going.
get in there. Come
Yeah.
on, get me in the battle.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling fired up enough.
Well, the score predictor has Pakistan at 256. I think they'd probably be quite pleased with that on this surface, but it's going to take a bit of doing. Kuldeep is into Rizwan, who sweeps nicely. It's not fine enough to bring him a boundary. It'll just get him a single as deep square leg runs round to his right to field. 83 for 2.
It's been so good for India. Everything has been dots or ones. 36 balls, 6 overs since the last boundary now for Pakistan. And every time you think that you've got the ball out into the deep, somehow it's finding the fielders and it's just been one.
Yeah, and didn't see it changing at the moment. For the left arm unorthodox spin of Kuldeep, we got a long on and a long off. As Shakil drives the gap past the right hand of the bowler up towards long off for a single. There's deep square and a deep cover, and then the field will change ever so slightly now for the right-hander. Long on, long off, still back. A deep backward square leg, almost a long leg, but more a deep backward square leg, and then a relatively square mid-wicket out of the boundary. Kuldeep is into Rizwan, who comes forward and pushes in defence out into the offside, and there's no run. So our next port of call, I find it hard to believe, is Islamabad.
Yes. Yes. Fly tonight after the game.
After the game, Kuldeep in, Rizwan drives, finds a gap through a vacant mid-off up towards the fielder on the boundary. One more to the total, 85 for 2. So
Have you been to Islamabad before?
I have never been. I'm very much looking forward to this.
I'll take you to a beautiful restaurant called Sumo.
I'm rather looking forward to that.
Yes.
I've got. I think it's going to take me into the hills, and you're going to take me to the restaurant. That's kind of perfect. We do have 2 games to do. It's a sort of breakneck schedule. We'll arrive 7:30 in the morning. Then we've got a game the following day. There's a big one as well. South Africa, Australia. Kuldeep is in. Forward in defence. Comes Keely, thinks of a single that might have been there if Rizwan had not been on his heels. The non-striker's ends. Goes to the point, there's no run. This, of course, a big game in England's group. And after yesterday's record run chase, when England were Englist.
Oh. I mean, what a run chase it was.
It was. And poor old Ben Duckett, he's finally got the 100. Everyone keeps saying,
Yeah.
or I keep saying, you need to get. And then he gets the highest score in Champions Trophy history, and he's on the losing side. Kuldeep was in. This, a nice bit of improvisation will bring Saud Shakil a single. Not quite sure whether he was trying to flick it up and over fine leg, or whether trying to flick it up and over a short third. But in the end, he ends up sort of deflecting it to short third. Oh yes, he's gone for a sort of reverse.
Yeah.
He's got reverse using the bat as a kind of angular ramp. And it went along the ground, but he didn't get it quite fine enough to make the boundary. But he got another run. But that's all it was. 86 for 2, 22 overs gone. Rizwan 17, Saud Shakil has 23. So yeah, that'll be a big game. And England's next match, though, is against Afghanistan. So 2 sides that have lost in Group B. So the good thing about that is it keeps that group alive, because it means that whoever won their first game has got to have lost a game, because South Africa play Australia.
Yep.
And whoever lost their first game has got to have won a game.
Yeah.
So come what may, the table will read 4-2-2-0. So everything's going to go to the last game in that group. Now here, slightly different scenario. If India win and then New Zealand win their next game against Afghanistan, then we'll know who the semi-finalists are. As this first delivery from Ravindra Jadeja into the attack is a little flat on leg stump and worked to short mid-wicket by Saud Shakil, and there's no run. So it's a different feel to the 2 groups. Jadeja in round the wicket, and that's worked again to short mid-wicket by Shakil. There's no run.
There's no let-off with this bowling attack, is there? Because you often think, oh, OK, we can see through Shane because he's brilliant with the new ball.
Jadeja will speed up the over rate as well as forward comes Saud Shakil, defends into the offside. There's no run. He'll get through and over in 2 or 3 minutes, which is what they need because they are a long way behind.
15 minutes.
We started this match an hour and 50 minutes ago. 22 overs been bowled. It's been cut away. Now this could be 4. Found the gap between sort of backward point and point. The ball's slowing up though. It really is a slow outfield, and they're going to get back for 3. Anywhere else that would have been 4. I say anywhere else. Dharamshala would probably been 3, but here 3. It was nicely played, well timed, and it just shows, you know, you've really got to be ready to run.
Yeah, because the 2 fielders actually weren't going to chase that down. They were thinking, oh, that's going to race away for 4, but it didn't. It slows up as it goes out into the outfield. It's very green, it's very lush. And then Rizwan and Saud realised they've got to get their skates on.
Well, it's 3 though. I mean, 3's nearly 4. 89.
Yeah, still 45 balls since the boundary.
It is. Where might there be one? There's Jadeja bowls and Rizwan drives, but a good diving stopper. Extra cover by Virat Kohli. Diving, well, sprawling, moving to his right, slightly sore. He banged his elbow on the harsh square. Next ball, just a check drive along the ground to the onside of straight. Up, too long on for another single. 4 off the over, but the most notable thing about that over was it took about 2 minutes. And India, to a degree, they just need to keep an eye on that, because they will lose a fielder from out in the boundary. They'll have to bring one in. You would think. It's hard to see how they're going to get all those overs back because they're a long way behind. They'd actually bowled, you know, they bowled 16 overs in the first hour and 25 minutes. That's not many.
No, well, you get an hour and 20 for a T20, don't you?
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whole innings.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is where things might get tricky for Pakistan. Spin from both ends. You're going to fire through the overs so much quicker than they have been doing, which is what India needs to do, as we were saying, but you might suddenly look up and 35 overs have been gone.
So you've got to be careful of this, Pakistan. Rizwan, the right-hander on strike, sweeps, but he can't beat short fine leg. Hardik Pandya stops and stumbles backwards in the stopping of the ball. And there's no run. This is exactly the problem, isn't it? You're right, you could look up 20 minutes later, 6 overs have been bowled and you've only scored 15 runs.
Yeah.
Called it slightly whirling approach bowls, and there's a horrible slap from Rizwan that goes nowhere, goes into the ground. He picks it up and hands it to the well-tonsured KL Rahul behind the stumps. He does have lustrous hair billowing out from underneath his helmet. Kuldeep in again, fired in this time and just easily manipulated off the back foot straight up to long off for another run. It's far from spectacular stuff at the moment. Pakistan biding their time. That has been a criticism, but sometimes you've got to do that.
Yeah.
I just wonder if they occasionally take it to extremes. I mean, Shaheen Shah Afridi batting at 8, so that's the other thing. They don't have the depth, do they? India got Ravindra Jadeja at 8.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a difference, isn't it? But Tayyab Tahir, who comes in next for Pakistan, is an incredibly good player of spin.
Called it in, worked along the ground by Saud Shakil, just carefully, watchfully, up to long on, another single.
But you obviously don't want to lose a wicket. But what I'm saying is if the spinners are still on when he comes in, he is a good player of spin, but they've got to get on with it here, Pakistan, because they're going to limp their way up to 194 at this rate.
Called it into Rizwan, who gets a short ball, which he was able to pull round the corner down to deep backward square for a single. His 20th run off his 48th ball, and you consider he came out pugnaciously, whacked his first ball from Kuldeep for 4. So he's at 16 off the next 47 balls, which is pretty much 2 and over since then. 16 off just 1 ball shy of 8 overs. It's not pretty.
It's tough to hear that, really, isn't it?
Yeah, tough to hear the brother of Imran. Kuldeep in, driven to short extra cover. Oh, direct hit. This could be close. India like it. They don't like it anything like as much as they like the previous run out.
Not out.
Well, there you go.
Well, someone said not out, not out, not out already.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to...
Copy, thank you.
Oh, is that the sound of the
Third umpire.
umpire? I haven't seen a replay or anything, but he must have been absolutely convinced that that South Shakil got home. He pushed the ball to short extra cover. It looked like a doable run, but I wouldn't say he was really running hard. Here we go. We can have a look. Yeah, he's well in.
Yeah, well, that
That's
was
Michael Goff. Michael Goff has very good eyes.
He's seen it from up in the TV commentary box and gone, nah, that's not out.
That's not out.
That's not out.
But he's alongside us, isn't he? So he's the other side of the ground from where the run out was
Think how
affected.
many TV screens he's got and side-on views and all that.
Yeah, and he just looked.
Seen it
straight away. Well, that's good, isn't it? Didn't they get on with that quickly? Because, you know, he was only in by about 2 feet.
Yeah, they need to be quicker, though, don't they? So often those reviews and looking upstairs takes forever, so trying to get things done quicker.
Well, talking to him, he did say this was something that was being looked at, is getting on with these reviews, as Jadeja's next delivery is just a flat one off stump. It's manipulated out to square leg by South Shakil, playing across the line of the ball, tucking it away for a single. 95 for 2. Had one ball of the 25th over, 54 balls, 9 overs since the last boundary, which is not pretty. Jadeja in off 2 or 3 paces, swept nicely. This could be it. This there's a 4. Runs away down to the boundary for 4. Good shot from Rizwan. It was just fired in straight. That was a key. And Rizwan was able to get down on one leg and sweep, and got it a long way to the left of short fine leg and quite a long way to the right of deep square leg. There's a big gap out there. Played it really well.
Yeah, he's played it a few times.
Here's Jadeja again. Drives the next ball back to the bowler. There's no run.
He's played it a few times and found the fielder, and he's found the fielder a lot today as Mohammad Rizwan, so he'll be feeling pleased he got that one to the boundary.
Jadeja into him, and all he can do is defend when the scurry's on. It's the thing about Jadeja. Bowls at 95 kilometres an hour. It doesn't sound very fast, but it just sort of comes at you, and he bowls at the stumps all the time. Rizwan comes forward, pushes just into the offside. There's no run there as KL Rahul comes from behind the stumps to field. So that 4 has been followed by 3 dots delivered in about a minute. 50 partnerships up, by the way, but off 93 balls. 15.5 overs.
Slow.
Slow indeed.
Slow.
Jadeja in, driven. Oh, and Jadeja does really well. Fielding off his own bowling. We were only talking the other day about how we don't see good enough fielding off bowlers' own bowling. Well, that was brilliant. Just moved to his left, deflected the crisply driven shot from Rizwan right into the path of Virat Kohli at short extra cover, and there's no run. 5. It's 5. 25 overs gone. Pakistan still haven't made it to a run rate of 100. They're 99 for 2. Rizwan has 24. South Shakil has 29. They're meandering a bit here, but they've got wickets in hand. If they're targeting 250, well, it's definitely on. They'll need to get 6 and over from here to get that. More from Alex Hartley, then to take you through to the next 5 overs or so, it's going to be Henry Moran.
Yeah, halfway through the innings now, and they need to start getting on with it, don't they? 95 dot balls for Pakistan, which is a lot.
Oh, get on with it, everybody. What's going on here, honestly? It is frustrating. You're right there, Alex.
Can you see that? Is that really long hair in my shoulder? I just pulled that out of my shoulder. Oh, no, I can't have. Wait.
Here comes Kuldeep Yadav. What is going on? Full delivery, which is defended into the offside. Are you okay, Alex?
Well, that hair, some of that hair I've just pulled out of my shoulder.
There you go. It's as long as the sort of ones that come off the top of your head. What a charming thought for us all. That turned quite sharply, by the way. Clouds overhead now in Dubai. Reverse sweep attempted. Oh, good work from KL Rahul. Had to readjust his feet to get hold of that. Ooh, goes the PA announcer.
I like the ooh.
I do too. That was some very sharp work. He's getting some turn here as Kuldeep.
Yeah, he's just started to, hasn't he? The one before turning, that one's skidding on as well. So just keeping the batters questioning things out there.
Kuldeep in once more, a little bit quicker this time. Reverse sweep attempted. That's beautiful batting. It's going to be 4. And with that, the 100. There we go. A reverse sweep that goes whizzing off down to the boundary, and that's a really nice bit of timing. It gets there quickly, and we've just suddenly seen a hint, a suggestion, a modicum of movement from this Pakistan run rate.
Yeah, we were saying they need to get on with it, and Saud Shakil is really good on the reverse sweep. He's looked for it a few times today, and now he knows with the ball turning away from him, it's his scoring option with nobody out there covering the boundary. I actually think deep cover's gone slightly more to backward point now.
Kuldeep in, quicker once more, played off the back foot into the offside towards Jadeja, who's so quickly across to pick up. 103 for 2 is the score. It feels a little bit, Alex, I don't know what you think, it's a bit like when you go and, with great anticipation, to go and see a music concert. Here comes Kuldeep, and this is in the air, dropping just short of short third. It wasn't far away, and the band comes on stage, the light show, everyone's in, it's very exciting, and they spend the first hour playing new material.
Yes,
and everyone's waiting,
worse.
and everyone's waiting for the big hits to come out, and you're just sort of thinking, come on, you know, this is, we're all here.
I went to watch Muse and they did that.
Really?
I was like, well, there's 3 songs I know, play one of them first.
Kuldeep bowls a ball which is swept firmly down towards the boundary and for 4. Well, there is suddenly noise around the ground being provided by Pakistan supporters because they've seen the scoreboard moving in the right direction at long last. 107 for 2, midway through, oh, forgive me, just past the midway point in the innings. 26 overs gone, and it was a full delivery, big stride forward, and nicely swept away.
8 off the over, still 4 dot balls.
Yeah.
There was, wasn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, we've had 99 dots in the innings. Yeah. So you only needed 3 songs. Well, maybe you should give, someone else could have had the ticket. That she's a fan.
I wanted to go.
Did you enjoy it?
No.
Oh.
I won't be going again.
Jadeja round the wicket. It's dropped short and thrashed through mid-wicket for 4 more. Well, suddenly everything changes. 111 for 2. And it's been smashed away to the boundary. And beautifully timed.
This is so strange from Pakistan, isn't it? Dot ball after dot ball, 99 dot balls going at 2 and over for such a long period of time, and now it's like, all right, we've had enough now. Now we're going to put pressure on the bowlers. Find it remarkable why you wouldn't want to put pressure on a bowler from the off.
This is swung away into the leg side again, out towards the deep. Fielder running round, does brilliantly. What a good piece of work that is in the deep. It's picked up, throw comes in. And you have to say, the game has an entirely different momentum now, Alex.
Well, you can just hear the crowd. The crowd have woken up. The crowd were probably bored for a long period of this innings. But it was Shreyas Iyer on the boundary there with a brilliant bit of fielding. And still there's been no field change here. So will Rizwan go again to mid-wicket?
Jadeja around the wicket. No, he thought about it. Instead, just taps down the ground for a single. And there is 1 added, 114 for 2. This is more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, it just gives you a little bit of something to get up for. You know, it's one of the biggest games, or if not the biggest game in world cricket. And it just felt a little bit flat for a while.
It did a little bit. Here we go. Right. Jadeja in to the left-handed Saud Shakil. 1 run taken. Amazing how singles suddenly become easier when you've hit a few boundaries and everything just feels a little crisper and happier. The partnership's 68 of 104, so it's been pretty slow going. But at least it is now going. If you want to email, by the way,
yes,
tms@bbc.co.uk. That's what Tom and Joe have done. Lying in bed in a wet and windy Wales. Sounds rather cosy. Here's Jadeja. Pushed into the offside for a single that is never there. Ooh, that was risky. Decide against it. As if there isn't enough cricket going on, say Tom and Joe. We've got another stat to work on. The number of times Alex says, to be completely honest.
Oh, no.
Currently 3 versus wickets. Currently 2 down the ground. And it's going to be a single as it's picked up down below us. That was after 19 overs.
What's to say wickets? Well, I'm probably going to say wickets a lot.
No, versus how many wickets are in the game. So we've seen 2 wickets in the game so far. But you've said, to be honest, well, it might, to be completely honest, It might be more because we've all got crutch phrases that we go to that we don't even notice. And we
Well, I
all
won't say it now. They've ruined the game for themselves, because now it'll be in the back of my mind now. I'll just be stubborn and not say it, to be honest.
well, at least you're being just honest and not completely honest.
To be honest, I'm just going to just not say it anymore.
Okay, right. Well, there we
Just
go.
honestly not going to say it.
It's funny, we all do it.
Mine used to be 100%.
Yeah, it did be.
I've not said it ever again.
I know, yeah, I remember it. Every answer would be
100%.
100%.
You feel like, well, not everything can be 100%, Alex. It's like, watch it.
Yeah.
And then as soon as someone points it out, you go, oh,
I know.
yeah, okay.
You catch yourself, don't you? 27 overs gone, 116 for 2. Chris in Brecon really want Pakistan to win this for the sake of the tournament. I'm personally unhappy that India have got the advantage of playing at the same ground. More fans in Dubai, but understand the situation. Just want Pakistan not to go out wondering what if. Rather, they're all out looking for 300 plus and whimpering to 220, 230. I sort of agree with you.
Yeah. It's been could have been a what if first 20 overs of this game, though.
116 for 2. Here comes Mohammad Shami bustling in from the far end, so paced back into the attack. This is hit away low. Has the catch been taken? No, I don't think so. A bump ball. It was hit well towards the wide-brimmed hat-wearing Shubman Gill.
Good honesty from Gill as well, who says straight away, no, that's bounced in front of me. Did go aerial towards him, but as he goes down to take the catch, it's a bump ball. Great honesty. I'd be sending that upstairs just to have a look.
Or admire your own work.
Yeah.
Well, these days there's no point in going upstairs or, wasting everyone's time. If you know. Here is Shami. Nudged into the leg side for one more, and Rizwan runs through. He slightly runs like someone that's just getting used to wearing pads.
Do you know what he runs like? A 12-year-old lad.
I know what you mean. Do you know what I mean by that? That sort of slight sense that he's just getting the hang of what it is to run in pads.
But his kit looks too big for him.
Yeah.
He is a small man.
It's funny how sometimes there are certain runs from players. Like Heather Knight's another one who runs in a very distinctive way.
I used to run like a penguin in my pads.
Yeah, you did.
Like a newborn baby giraffe that can't stand up.
117 for 2. Shami round the wicket, angled towards deep third for a single. That's nicely played. And Washington Sundar is on the field. And the score moves forward. 118 for 2 midway through the 28th over. Picked up a 5 for did Mohammad Shami here against Bangladesh. 5 for 53. The only 5-wicket haul of the tournament. How did you feel after the England game last night? We'll be getting more reaction during the interval today.
Wasn't working on it, so didn't really care, to be honest.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, what did you make of it?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I'm like, oh, well, it is what it is.
118 for 2. This is pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Like, when you're working on a game, you get really into it, right?
No, I don't mean your personal enjoyment. I mean...
Yeah, but how did I feel? That's what I mean. I didn't really care. Like, it was a brilliant game of cricket to watch.
I more meant, how did you feel about the game itself, and the result for England, and that sort of thing?
That's what I'm saying. The result for England, I don't mind. Like, it was a brilliant game of cricket to watch, and we watched it, didn't we, till the very end. But I wasn't sat on the edge of my seat going, oh, no, we need a wicket, we need a wicket. I was just going, well, this is fun.
Virat Kohli's off the field at the moment. He's enjoying a cereal bar. As this is worked into the onside. And they'll have to be quick with this run. Throw hits, and they'll possibly get a second run. Goodness me, India's fielding's been good today.
Really good.
Kuldeep that time.
A lot of direct hits, hasn't there? I'm not even going to go upstairs and check this one. God, thorough umpiring. Not thorough umpiring, efficient umpiring.
Yeah. Michael Goffin is in the TV umpires room, about 3 doors down from where we are. I saw him heading in there earlier. I like the way you have to wear the full uniform even if you're on TV umpiring duty.
Yeah, me too.
It's great, isn't it? 119 for 2. Round the wicket comes Shami. In past the umpire now as a pull is going to bring at least a couple of runs, you'd have thought. They should push for a second run, and hustling on through. The cry from Rizwan is to get a move on, and they do. And 2 runs are taken. So the end of the over, 5 from it, 121 for 2. We have seen just a little bit of momentum. And Alex, you're going to have a break as World Cup winner Ramiz Raja, part of that Pakistan squad from 1992, of course. He's going to join us once again, and after that long period of time without a boundary, Ramiz, goodness me, we've seen some intense suddenly.
Yeah, momentum has picked up, definitely, and so this is good news actually, because Pakistan could have panicked, could have lost a wicket or two, but I thought they played those crunch moments extremely efficiently, because they were going nowhere. I mean, everything was hit directly to the fielders, to the field. They were not really maneuvering the ball, and certainly they found a bit of rhythm, and now it's looking pretty decent.
121 for 2 after 28 overs. Kuldeep bowls a ball that Rizwan plays easily out to deep cover. And it is amazing what a couple of boundaries can do just to make the singles seem easier.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you get more surety of yourself. You feel that you can then experiment and improvise. Also, South Shakil started the reverse flick, and I think that was the turning moment of this partnership, because it took a calculated risk. It came off, and so that got them thinking positively as well.
Jadeja in the sunshine bowls a ball which is onto the pads and worked away to the legs. I think I said Kuldeep. It's Jadeja bowling from this end with a mop of hair. As Richard from Geelong, just outside Melbourne, gets in touch, enjoying the commentary whilst making a big pot of chicken stock in the kitchen.
Is it cold there, Geelong?
I wonder. It's sort of heading towards autumn, isn't it?
Yes.
Here's Jadeja. This is dropped short. Rizwan will get a single into the offside. It's a lightning bit of fielding from the energised Virat Kohli, who fields with a swagger at cover. That's a good question. I wonder what it is like in Geelong. He says, Richard, I was living in Melbourne during the '92 World Cup. Among the locals, there was a lot of love for Pakistan, especially as they were playing the Poms in the final. Here comes Jadeja. A single is added into the leg side. 4 singles in the over so far. 125 for 2. I've had a soft spot for Pakistan ever since. They'll break your heart, but on their day can beat anyone.
That's true, actually. Thank you.
That's a lovely... I like the idea of Richard cooking in the kitchen in Geelong. Wonderful to have listeners around the world. As here comes Jadeja. Left arm round the wicket. A little single once more will be taken into the leg side this time by Rizwan, who's looking increasingly confident and comfortable with a score at 126 for 2. 1 ball left to the 29th.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan need to target 270, I think. 275 plus will give them a good chance.
Half an appeal for LBW, and he absolutely loves it, does Jadeja. I didn't think that had much going for it myself, Ramiz, but Rohit Sharma is going to ask the question of those teammates with a slightly better view, including the keeper, KL Rahul, and the bowler who is terribly enthused by the prospect. And I wonder if they'll think about this. 2 seconds to go, and no.
Actually, he's so quick through the air that if it hits the pad, then obviously he's every time in with a chance of a leg before shout, because he's generally wicket to wicket, Jadeja. Going down the leg side, as you see the replay, would have gone to miss the stumps down the leg side, but a little bit of turn for Jadeja at pace. 97.9 kilometers that last ball. And such a valuable asset, Jadeja. I mean, what a fielder, competitor, bats well, bowls superbly in the middle phase, which is considered the most difficult and challenging phase.
And he gets through the overs so quickly as well, so before you know it, you can find that you turn around one moment and all of a sudden the over's gone. I think he bowled one in 90 seconds the other day against Bangladesh. We're going to see Akshar Patel, so Shami replaced after just the 1 over, so more spin. Ryan's listening in Sheffield, gloomy and grim. Got into cricket just before Christmas, listening to the BBL on BBC Sounds. Now listening to my first ever ICC match. Good game to be listening to as well, Ryan. Lovely to have you with us. Here comes Akshar Patel, left arm spin, round the wicket, no run there. Kohli fields at cover. How big's cricket on the radio in Pakistan these days?
Not as big as telly, but I mean, people listen to the game any which way. I think live streaming has become a popular option to watch.
Akshar Patel bowls, worked into the leg side for a single if they're quick. Shami thinks about the throw, but there's no chance to do so, because certainly in India, the greater market is TV.
Yeah, 100%. In subcontinent, I think, I mean, it used to be a very popular medium to listen to the game, but I think it's just gone down a bit.
think it's that thing, isn't it, where the accessibility of things like phones and data, all of those things. Here is Axar Patel for the far end of the ground. Left arm spin, and South Shakil will tap towards mid-wicket, and Kohli, no run.
Yeah, 3 left-armers of different variation and quality and different lengths. Just outstanding stuff.
Axar again in the sunglasses. This is hit crisply out through the offside. That'll bring 1 run at least, possibly more. It is just a single, but it was a good shot of intent from South Shakil, who moves to 44. It's 128 for 2. Got a couple of balls left of the 30th over. The great and the good are here watching. In comes Axar Patel once again, and Rizwan will get 1 into the leg side. Work towards deep mid-wicket for a single. And the score at the end of the over, 30 gone, is 100 and... In fact, forgive me, there's 1 ball left of it. 129 for 2. 1 ball left of the 30th. But occasionally you see a star name on the big screen and the crowd go up. Here is Axar Patel past a umpire rifle. Oh, appeal for LBW. Again, it didn't look quite right. The reverse sweep is missed. And it goes through eventually to Rohit Sharma at short third. I think again they're going to be tempted to go upstairs with it. Rohit hasn't even come forward to consult his teammate. So 30 overs gone, 3 from that one. We've now gone 23 balls without a boundary, having had a big rush of them. And there we go, on 29 for 2. I'm going to get out of the way. Atif Nawaz is standing by. Ramiz Raja, your thoughts on that LBW shout there?
Yeah, missing the stumps. He's quick through the air. It doesn't spin the ball a great deal, Axar Patel, but his angle delivery back into the stumps, and he bowls wider of the stumps also, so that's a different angle compared to Kuldeep, for example, or Jadeja.
Yeah, it is a different angle. I think it's probably just as well they let that one go. Right, Jadeja's about to come in and bowl the 31st over of this innings. 129 for 2 after 30 overs. And there's just a little delay while Rizwan takes a look at the field. The fielder at deep backward square leg is the one he's eyeing up. There's a fielder at deep extra cover and deep mid-wicket as well. Here is Jadeja, and that ball's clipped out towards mid-wicket for a single by Rizwan. Now, a little bit earlier, Rabiz, I was mentioning there was a Mahendra Singh Dhoni superfan who Henry met a little bit earlier.
Ceiling or pedestal?
Yeah, just... it was pretty big. I'm going to call him a ceiling fan. Ceiling fan. And so I've been sent some information about him by my friend Nakul Pandey. Thanks, Nakul, for sending me this through. I'll give you that in a second as Jadeja is in. There's a beautiful ramp shot from South Shakil. It's running away towards the fine leg boundary, and it will get there comfortably. Terrific shot. And it's the first boundary for a while for Pakistan. The score moves on to 134 for 2.
I thought it was his 50. He's on 48, but what a good shot this is. Improvisation, and a very good improvisation against a bowler. He bowls at around 100 clicks. All he had to do was to get into position and ramp it over the fine fielder in the circle and over keeper's head.
Yeah,
carry on then.
Good bit of inventiveness. I'll tell you more about the fan in a second as South Shakil works this ball out towards a deep square leg for a single. 135 for 2. So the fan is called Ram Babu, right? Mahendra Singh Dhoni still pays for him to go to every India game in India, and even paid his medical expenses when he got ill during the 2014 World T20. So this guy's been around following India matches for a very long time.
Wow, very good story.
As Jadeja in, as that ball's defended back to the bowler, there is no run. And if you want to see Ram Babu, you can see him on I think Henry's Twitter feed, Instagram story or something like that. Here's Jadeja in, back of a length, worked out towards deep extra cover for a single.
Is he a fan or guy who doesn't wear a shirt but
just has his body painted, and he's got the number 7 for Dhoni. Yep, that's the guy. Okay. So he's at all the games.
Ram Babu.
Ram Babu's his name.
I saw him on a billboard in Mumbai also.
Wow.
Yeah, he's pretty popular.
Yeah. Probably gets his own endorsements. Here's Jadeja into South Shakil, who moves away very, very late. That ball just clipped the top of the off stump. Luckily for the Pakistanis, the umpire signalling a dead ball. But he pulled away extremely late there. And he's apologised to the bowler as well, who's just nodded. Ravindra Jadeja very agreeable, not the kind to kick up a fuss about these things. A little bit
It's
expensive.
the same
perhaps,
culture, same language. You can't even sledge.
No.
So
Well, you can.
Better
sledge
well
in-
behaved.
You can sledge in multiple languages. I
yeah,
suppose.
maybe Gujarati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could hit
But
each other.
it actually, in the end, any sledge in subcontinent, India, Pakistan sounds the same,
It
and
does,
you can
doesn't
make
it?
out.
You certainly can. Here's Jadeja into Saud Shakil, who turns this ball just in front of square leg for a single and gets a cheer from the crowd for his half century. He's got to 50 of 63 deliveries, 4 fours in there. An important innings for Pakistan as he and his captain Rizwan stabilise this Pakistan innings. 137 for 2 after 31 overs. The partnership now worth 90 as the players are going to have a drinks break. And Ramiz, it was a little bit slow going in the early days, but they've managed to put down an okay platform for Pakistan here.
Yeah, so double the score, 137. We're looking at 260, 270 bare minimum. They've got wickets in hand now as well. So they've given themselves a very good opportunity here to put runs on the board and then make it tough for India. If they can get to 300, who knows? Khushdil Shah comes in and hits a 30 off 10, 15 balls. It could be a lot better for Pakistan. But right now, I think they are on course towards 260, 270.
Yeah, certainly. There is an email from Richard, who's got in touch to say, good to see Pakistan building an innings old school style, keeping me intrigued as I paint a ceiling in an experimental shade of dark grey. Richard, I hope you're enjoying your painting. Thanks for getting in touch. And this is from Stephen in Berkhamsted, who says, hi, unless Somerset is playing a T20 match, my least favourite format, I listen rather than watch. That way I can go walking or cook or fix the car or do other things which fill a life. Thanks for getting in touch, Stephen and Richard as well. And thank you. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Remember, you can follow us today on BBC Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra, on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the ICC app as well. I had another message from Matthew Williamson, who said, I've been a fan of Pakistan since inadvertently walking into the Pakistan changing room in Chesterfield when looking for the gents as a 13-year-old. They were touring England in the early 80s, and I was shooed out by Imran Khan. What a story. Thanks, Matt, for getting in touch. Good. You might... Would you... when was
what
that?
year was that?
It was the... What did he say? The early 80s, so probably just before you, I reckon.
Before me.
Before you.
Yeah.
So... Imran,
You expect that from Imran.
Imran shoos a few people away from the
I
dressing
think so,
room?
yeah. He's generally very bored.
I suppose you have to be inspirational leader.
Yeah.
And, well, Mohammad Rizwan, his leadership's going to get a lot of analysis as well of late. Ramiz, I mean, what have you made of it? Like, his ability to... I mean, this has been it's not been a sort of phenomenal innings just yet, but he's got a platform to work with. But it feels like there's a little bit of resoluteness from him in the face of a lot of criticism.
Yeah, I'm. You know, it's. I mean, this 41 not out of 71 is partly Rizwan and partly leadership, because he had to set an examples. He had to fight it out. He was not timing the ball. He could have easily given it up. But because he's the captain, then he had to put his sort of his head down and sort of be an example to the dugout. And so example is that if you've got self-belief and if you know that you can weather the storm, even when you're not really looking great, but you're still fighting hard, you can have good results. Now this 41 from 71 can now transcend into something substantial. It has to for Pakistan if they are to get 270 plus. And Rizwan is going to be critical because we know that he'll punch and he'll hit hard once he gets to his 50 or get past his 50. And so this is an excellent opportunity through this pairing to sort of put pressure on India.
Yeah, it's not a 350 pitch like the one we saw in Lahore yesterday. And just briefly, well, as I mentioned that, Ramiz, I mean, I know you were travelling just as we all were here to Dubai, but kept across that game. 700 runs scored in a game at the Gaddafi Stadium. They might have changed some of the stands, and they might have changed some of the lights and the billboards and the entrance and all that.
The pitch remains the same.
The pitch remains the same. Good memories of probably piling up quite a few runs in Lahore yourself.
Yeah, I know, but it's 350 chased down in 47th is, I mean, it's Herculean stuff, isn't it? Even if it's on a perfect batting strip.
Yeah. Could you have 4 more different wickets in the tournament as you do in Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi and here in Dubai? All with their own characters, these 4 pitches. Right, the drinks break is just about done. Akshar Patel is at the top of his mark to begin his 5th over. He's got figures of 0 for 18 from his 4 so far. And thank you so much, Rami. It's lovely to have your company as always. Alex Hartley's going to replace you in a moment as the game resumes. Aksar into Saud Shakil, who drives the ball back in his path. He makes a good stop there, does Aksar, in his follow-through. Prevents the single. I'd be curious to see if Pakistan look to up the ante a little bit in these final 20 overs. Final 19 overs, in fact, I should say, as here's Aksar in once more. This is short. It's been cut away nicely by Saud Shakil out towards a deep backward point, where it's picked up by Shubman Gill. And they take a single, 138 for 2. And it's a strange one, isn't it, Alex Hartley? I mean, India had Pakistan on the rack when they had those 2 early wickets of Babar and Imam, but since then, this partnership, even though they haven't gone at a lightning pace, it's just stabilised this innings and turned the game back into a contest for me. Here's Akshar Patel into Rizwan, who drives the ball down to long... Oh, mid-on, in fact. They run through for a quick single and they make it. It's a good early call, that, from Rizwan.
Yeah, they definitely steadied the ship. Whether or not they took too long to start to up the ante, only time will tell. But they've got to try and get that 260, 250 as an absolute minimum from here on out, which is a runner ball. So they've got the wickets in hand to be able to do that. They've got the powerhouse of Hushdil Shah still to come, Tayyab still to come as well. So there is batters available.
Here's Akshar Patel in to Saud, who works this ball just into the vacant square leg region. They're going to look for the second. They're coming back for the second. This could be tight with a good throw, and they make it back. It's a decent effort from Nitesh Rana out in the deep, but they get back okay. So they continue this partnership, 141 for 2.
And Saud slipped over then as well.
Yeah.
Still managed to get back for 2.
Had to get his skates on. He's looking good today, Saud. He looked in all sorts against New Zealand in a torturous innings, as Akshar is in once more to Saud Shakil, turns the ball to mid-wicket for no run. He scored 6 off 19 in an innings where the edge of his bat was challenged many times by the New Zealand opening bowlers, I beg your pardon. So this is a marked improvement for Pakistan's number 3. And he plays with soft hands this time to Saud, just in front of point. They run through for a single, 142 for 2 after 32 overs. 5 runs off that last over. And as you say, Alex, if they go at exactly 6 and over from here, they will end up at exactly 250. They'll probably want 10 to 15, maybe 20 more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like India would chase down 250. Not at a canter at all, but I do think they would chase down 250. 270, however, I think would be not a challenge, but I think it would ask more questions.
Now, looks like Rohit Sharma has thrown the ball to Hardik Pandya, who had a terrific spell early in the game. 1 for 18 from his 6 overs, including the prize wicket of Babar Azam, caught behind to KL Rahul.
These passages have played really interesting. Overs 1 to 10, they got 52. 11 to 20, just 27, and overs 20 to 30, 21 to 35. 50, sorry, so we're going at 5. So they've gone at 5s in 2 phases of the game, and then down at 2.7 for another phase of the game. So it's like, if you could just make that 3-3-4, you know, 4 and over, because you're still then facing dot balls and get yourself into the game. I don't know, for me that second phase of play was just a peculiar one.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, because even in the first game, the second 10 overs weren't great for Pakistan. I mean, the first 10 overs weren't great for Pakistan. This time around, they got some runs, 52 from the first 10, but...
It might end up being genius.
Well...
It might end up being brilliant.
Well, they've not dropped a wicket, as you say, in the next 2 phases of play, so that's something that will inspire them a little bit. Now, just while the players have a little break here, I think everybody's just having a little drink. They're just having a little check-in on the 2 batters. Just while there is that little break in play, with a score at 142 for 2. Yesterday, Alex, I went for a little stroll when we got off our flight. We were made to work immediately by our fearless leader, Henry Moran. We recorded a podcast in a moving car, which was quite something.
But I'm glad we did it then. If we'd have got to the hotel and he's like, we need to do a podcast, I'd have been like, you what?
And I thought it was quite good. Now, in that podcast, we were chatting away, and Daniel Norcross was asked about the Burj Al Arab, Burj Khalifa, the very tall skyscraper here in Dubai, the tallest building in the world. And he described it to Henry Moran, as Daniel does, with his beautiful description. It's very tall.
Yeah, funny that. Funny that, isn't it? And he's like wafting his hand at us, because me and you are in the middle of a conversation, wafting his hand, and it puts us off like, what? And he's like, it is quite tall.
It is tall. And then I did go for a little stroll yesterday to go and see it in person. And I can confirm, fact-checking and everything on the BBC, it is very tall.
Yeah, it is.
It's hard to fit into a single photo frame, but...
I managed to do it. Did you manage to do it?
I did, yeah. You had to use the wide-angle lens, and I got a nice photo. I posted it on social media yesterday. I'll post it later on the old gram.
Yeah, I got mine.
Ooh, look at that. You've got one at night time. I've got one sort of with the sunset behind it. And,
yeah, you went off gallivanting yesterday, didn't you?
Well, I had to find some supplies. Like I've not managed to get laundry done in the time we've been here, and I've packed quite light by my standards. So there were certain items that had to be acquired very, very quickly.
You can always turn them inside out.
No, I've never done that before. I don't think I'm going to start at the Champions Trophy 2025.
Just air them out.
I picked some stuff up. It's all good. Right, after that break, I think we're ready to get cracking again. Hardik Pandya in for his 7th over. Saud Shakil on strike. Here is Pandya. Starts with a short ball, and it's been signalled a wide by the umpire. Curious one, that, really, because it didn't seem too wide. I guess it was just a little bit too high for Saud Shakil.
Slow ball bounce up for Hardik Pandya there. Doesn't quite get it right, and it was well left from Saud Shakil, who just watched it go over his head, to be honest.
He's looking good, Saud. 54 off 68. If he can find a way to accelerate, he could put in a really good innings here for Pakistan. Saw him play a brilliant 100 for Pakistan at Rawalpindi last year in the Test match, as the fullish ball is flicked out towards square leg for a single. I remember when we were at, in fact, it was Multan, I beg your pardon, the Multan Cricket Stadium. I went into the scoreboard because they've got one of those box scoreboards.
Did.
Went inside it, and that's where I watched him get to his 100 from where the 2 would go.
Nice.
There was a 2 on the board, and they took it out so I could stick my head out the scoreboard and watch the 100.
That's cool.
It was quite cool. It was quite cool. The atmosphere here is pretty cool as well, though. You feel like it's simmering a little bit as we head towards the final overs of this innings. 144 for 2. Here's Hardik Pandya. Short, kept a little bit low. Rizwan went to cut it, didn't get a hold of it at all as it went through to the keeper on the bounce. He's persisting with this slower ball here, is Hardik, and it's working for him at the moment.
Yeah, he's just mixing things up, isn't he? Cross-seam delivery, runs his fingers down the side of the ball. As you say, it stays low, just grips in the surface a little bit. Rohit Sharma, the captain, liked that one.
Rizwan's getting a little bit stuck here. He's looking to push on a little bit. He's on 42 off 73, a strike rate under 60. And, he'll be keen to push that on. Here's Hardik into Rizwan, who gets a little bit of pad and a little bit of bat on that. I don't know, we'll find out if there was any bat on it at all as he pushes it to square leg. They get through for a single, and it's been signalled a leg by. So another single to Pakistan's total, 145 for 2. There's a score predictor on our what's it in front of us, and it's saying 280. I think they'll do really well to get to 280 from here.
Really well to get to 280, to be honest. They need another Hushdale Shah magic innings as he comes on the TV screen now.
Yeah, he's probably anticipating having to bat and having to swing his bat when he gets out there. Here is Hardik into Saud. It's another slower ball. This time Saud waits on it nicely, flicks it down towards fine leg for a single. Still a very attacking fielder as Hardik Pandya. He bowls that kind of length, which makes him hard to hit down the ground. So mid-on and mid-off are inside the circle. And fine leg, deep third, deep extra cover, and deep square leg in place. Mid-wicket inside the circle as his extra cover, and mid-on and mid-off. Almost challenging Rizwan to go down the ground. Something he's not sort of renowned for. It shows that they've done their research. They've looked into Rizwan's style of play. 146 for 2 the score. Here is Hardik Pandya in once again. This is short. Rizwan comes down the track, looks to wallop it through mid-wicket, mistimes it. They go for the second run, and they make it back really. It was the mistiming of the ball that really helped him there, because the fielder had to come in from quite deep off the boundary, the Shreyas Iyer. And they managed to make it back for the 2 relatively comfortably. 148 for 2 off 32.5.
Great running from the 2 out in the middle, just Rizwan knew as soon as he'd hit it they were running two, and it wasn't the best of throws from Shreyas Iyer, in the deep. And Rohit Sharma having to dive for that. I looked at him and said, "What?
What are you doing?"
They're all.
I've got batting to do later,
other,
mate. Yeah. you got to chill out. Do you want that 20 ball 45 from me later or not? That's a Rohit special, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
45 of 20 balls. It feels like he does that a lot. That's Rohit Sharma. Here's Hardik Pandya into Mohammad Rizwan, who comes down the track. He's hit this a long way up in the air. Doesn't have a lot of distance underneath it. Fielder gets underneath it, and oh, he's put it down! He's put it down! Oh, my goodness. It's Harshit Rana. He did all the hard work. He got underneath the ball, got his hands to it, and it just palmed out of his hands onto the ground. Mohammad Rizwan survives. How expensive is that going to be for India? The 150 comes up as well for Pakistan with that drop. 150 for 2 after 33 overs, and Harshit Rana has put down Rizwan on 44.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a great effort for Harshit to get there. It just shows the standard of this Indian team, because all his teammates are absolutely furious with the fact that Harshit's dropped this. Rizwan trying to go down the ground, just drags it into the leg side. Harshit's tracking back. He's tracking back all the way 5 yards away from the boundary. Full length dive, tries to take the catch. He gets there, gets a full hand on it, doesn't manage to take the catch. It felt like that was going to be out the whole way through. When you were watching that, it was almost like in slow motion.
Well, Rizwan dropped on 44. We'll keep an eye on if that gets expensive. Here's Akshar now in full and fast to Saud Shakil, who digs the ball out down the ground to long on for a single. 151 for 2 after 33.1. Yeah, he never got a hold of it, Rizwan. Even the look on his face, he was resigned to being caught out. As we say, Harshit Rana, he did all the hard work and then just sort of lost it at the end. He got his hands to it. Akshar Patel in down the track, and he's bowled him! Well, that drop catch didn't cost too many. It just cost 2, in fact, because Akshar Patel has just bowled out Pakistan's captain on 46. Fly to delivery, dancing down the track, Rizwan. He misses, Akshar hits, and that's a 3rd wicket down for Pakistan. 151 for 3 after 33.2 overs.
Ugly shot from Mohammad Rizwan there. Comes down the pitch, a big old hack across the line. We were saying it's not his strength. He's so good at sweeping, but he gets himself into a right angle. Not a great shot at all, but luckily for India, that drop catch doesn't cost them too much. And Mohammad Rizwan just looking to up the ante, up the strike rate, try and get more runs on the board after the platform that him and Saud Shakil have set. Throws his wicket away at a crucial stage of this game.
Now, it's a good change in bowling as well, getting Akshar Patel back in the action from Rohit Sharma. He walks off furious with himself, does Mohammad Rizwan. There's a good partnership between Rizwan and Saud Shakil. 104 runs that partnership was worth for Pakistan. And they've certainly done a job and given a platform. Can the lower middle order capitalise? Salman Ali Agha, the batter, is making his way out to the middle. He played an enterprising 42 of 28 against New Zealand. Played some lovely shots in that knock. This is really the kind of the scenario in which he can flourish. Still batting to come for Pakistan as well, with Tayyib Tahir and Pushkal Shah carded to come in next. Maybe from a Pakistan perspective, Alex, not the worst time for Rizwan to go. 46 off 77, was getting a little bit stuck.
Yeah, you'd want him to catch up though, wouldn't you? So it's the perfect time for him to go if you're an India fan, because he's not managed to catch up. That strike rate still low, 59.7, so we'll call it 60. So yeah, the perfect time to pick up a wicket. Not ideal for Pakistan.
Akshar Patel with a slip in place now, and he comes to Salman Ali Agha, who defends his first ball into the onside of a thickish inside edge. And Salman Ali Agha so relaxed out. He's got bubble gum in his mouth. He's blowing his bubble gum out. Made a bubble inside his helmet. That's very impressive. I'd always worry about getting it stuck in my grill if it was me. The bubble. Here's Akshar Patel into Salman Ali Agha, who drives the ball this time. Gets it past extra cover, down to long off for a single. He's off the mark. 152 for 3 now, Pakistan. It's a nice bit of bowling from Akshar Patel, though.
Yeah, he just keeps the stumps in play, doesn't he? He hits the middle stump. It's an ugly shot from Rizwan, if we're being honest, isn't it? You know, it's a big old heave. It's a freebie.
Yeah.
An absolute freebie.
Big smile on Virat Kohli's face in that huddle as well. Here's Akshar in. He's gone after it. Saud Shakil's gone a long way up in the air. Fielder gets underneath it, and oh, it's another one that's gone down. It's Kuldeep Yadav, who had a lot of ground to cover, to be fair to him. Again, he got his hands to it, but couldn't cling on. It's a second drop in consecutive overs for India, and it would have been Saud Shakil, the man who's got the half century. It's a bit of disappointment about the fielders there, but it looked a bit tough this time.
Yeah, he gets there though, doesn't he? Just gets there. But it was, as you say, a tougher chance than the previous one. You can just see Rohit Sharma expressionless.
Akshar in once again as Salman Agha just pushes the ball down to long off for a single. It's been an eventful couple of overs this. 154 for 3 Pakistan after 34 overs. They're going at 4.53 runs per over. Just the 4 off that last over and the wicket of Rizwan. Keep going at this. Pakistan at 6 and over, they get to 250. Although they might be eyeing up that 8 and over from here. 282. And that looks like a much stiffer total. One where India would really need to apply themselves to chase. A reminder, in India's first game in the Champions Trophy, they played Bangladesh. They were chasing a target of 229. They did manage to get there. It took them the better part of 46 overs to do so, and a century from Shubman Gill. So they're gonna need a performance later with the bat, you imagine, India. Right now, how well can they finish with the ball? Hardik Pandya still got 3 overs to bowl. He'll be coming into Salman Ali Agha, sticking with his aggressive field. There he is, he bowls, and Agha guides the ball with the soft hands down towards deep third for a single. It's a very busy cricketer at the crease, is Salman Ali Agha, always looking for those little gaps. He can always work out where to go. Vice captain of this team for Pakistan. You do feel, for me anyway, bats a little bit too low for Pakistan.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens if Tayyab Tahir comes in next, or if Hushdil Shah comes in. Do they want that power hitter of the left-handed Hushdil, or do they want the nerd alert Tayyab?
Yeah, similar cricketers, Tayyab Tahir and Hushdil Shah. They're certainly similar styles with the bat, I would say. Big hitters down the order. They have a similar job description today, one imagines. Here's Hardik Pandya in once again. It's a low full toss, clipped by Saud Shakil, but timed it too well, straight to mid-on, and there is no run. Rohit Sharma picks up. Hardik Pandya had a little spell of captaincy of the Indian white ball teams as well.
Of course he did.
When they were splitting the captaincy amongst... Well, they had different Indian teams playing in different countries at the same time, didn't they? It was quite extraordinary, the amount, and winning as well. Quite a lot of bench strength for India of late, but Hardik Pandya captained India briefly. Off the back of his success captaining the Gujarat Titans in the IPL, all the way to an IPL title in their inaugural season. Here is Hardik into Saud Shakil, short, pulled away by Saud Shakil out towards the square leg boundary, and it will get there. Thought Akshar Patel might just cut that off, but the ball beats him to the boundary sponge. It's a valuable boundary for Pakistan, 159 for 3.
Yeah, well directed from Saud Shakil there, just helping the ball around the corner. It's a leg side delivery from Pandya, looking to angle the ball across the left-hander, doesn't manage to do so. It is going down the leg side, so he might change the angle of his delivery here. Oh no, he's just scratching his run-up to say it must have been the run-up's fault. No, he is changing the angle of his delivery, look. There you go.
Well, there's a lot of flags in the stadium. I suppose it's kind of a given at an India-Pakistan match. You're going to see a lot of flags, but
I still don't know where the crowd is, though.
So it's filled up a little bit.
Yeah, it has, but there's still so many empty chairs.
Yeah, there are quite a few empty chairs. They sort of blend into the Indian kit, don't they? Because
Yeah.
they're the same colour. So you sort of think, okay, it's not as empty. It's disappointing because tickets were, I know a lot of people were after tickets.
Sold out, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hardik into Saud Shakil. Shortish ball, slightly slower as well, which he rides the bounce, but can't take a single to short third, who ran in very quickly. Good bit of fielding there. KL Rahul collects the ball off Jadeja and sends it back towards the bowler. Yeah, it's... I mean, there was reports that sort of resellers had bought a lot of the tickets and things like that. It's something that has been a bane for fans around the world because resellers buy them and ticket sellers, and the modern version of the tout, I suppose, where you have to pay extortionate amounts just to get a ticket to see your favourite musician or what have you. Here's Hardik into Saad Shakil. This is short. Shout's gone after it. Long way up in the air. Another chance for a catch. This time the catch is taken. Well, Saad Shakil took on the big boundary. And he's been caught out in the deep by Akshar Patel. Hardik Pandya has a second wicket now. And India have managed to remove both set batters. First Rizwan and now Saad Shakil. Pakistan 159 for 4 in 34.5 overs. And
to dismiss them both in quick succession, I understand what Saad Shakil's trying to do there. He's trying to just get on with it. But you can't be. He's got to... He cannot be doing that. Salman Ali Agha has to be the busy batter. He has to be the one that's almost taking more risks and let Saad Shakil just bed in for another 5 overs, and then he can start going again. And I understand he wants to get things going because they're behind the game. They're only going at 4.5 and over. But now they've got 2 fresh batters at the crease, and that is such an opening for India.
Yeah, certainly is. Saad Shakil walks off 62 off 76 for him. Smart catch by Akshar Patel, who's been involved in 3 of the 4 dismissals so far. He affected the run out of Imam ul Haq. He has bowled out Mohammad Rizwan, and he took a catch to dismiss Saad Shakil. He's having a good day out so far. Here's Akshar Patel. Hardik Pandya has been absolutely superb today. Just running in really hard. Bollywood music playing around the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. The Indian fans enjoying it very much. I dare say some of the Pakistan fans also enjoying it. Good music. Regardless of the match situation, you can always enjoy good music. Right now then, Tayyib Tahir has come out ahead of Hushdil Shah. He's on strike, Hardik is in, and Tahir guides this ball down towards deep third for a single to get off the mark. And he'll also keep the strike with that single. So 160 for 4, Pakistan after 35 overs. At run rate 4.57 at the moment. And double breakthroughs for India has put Pakistan back on the back foot. A few thoughts from Alex Hartley. Then taking through the next 5 overs, it's going to be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, Pakistan definitely on the back foot now. 2 fresh batters at the crease. I just think that wicket was another gift. You know, Mohammad Rizwan gave his wicket away with a hack across the line. It was pretty ugly. And you also think that it's just such a crucial time of this game that you want your set batter in.
I'm mystified. I sort of understood Rizwan's dismissal because it was almost like they'd said to each other, right, somebody's got to go here now. As Akshar is in, and this is driven just short extra cover by Tayyab. There's no run. I mean, it was a horrible shot.
Yeah, but you could understand it.
Yeah, I could understand it because he'd also kind of telegraphed it the over before. So you felt that they'd had a word and they'd said, right, now we have to put a foot on the gas as this is driven past the left hand of the bowler up towards long off for a single. 161 for 4. But then, as you say, I mean, when you've just lost that batter, a partnership of 104, and it wasn't as if he hadn't been warned. He was dropped in the previous over by Kuldeep. That was a tough chance, but, you know, it provided a chance then, and then he goes and does it again. Now you've got 2 new batters. They've got to reset. Mystifying, really, as Akshar is in. This is nicely worked around the front pad by Salman Ali Agha up towards long on for a single. 162 for 4, and now by necessity these two are going to have to nudge the ball around, aren't they, for the next 4 or 5 overs? You know,
yeah.
No other choice.
Yeah, because their tail's long, isn't it, for Pakistan?
Yeah, I mean, they've got Hushdil, and then they've got the bowlers.
Yeah, exactly.
Who can whack a few, but, you know.
It's not, you don't want to bat in for 10 overs, though.
No, you do not. Akshar, he's in his 7th over. He's in. This is nicely worked again by Tayyab up towards long on for another single, and this is where we're going to be, I would think, for the next 4 overs or so. These two are just going to look to knock the ones around, keep it close to 6 and over as they can. Hope there's a bad ball somewhere. There are so few from these Indian spinners. And just nudge singles around for a while as Akshar is in again. It's pushed nicely, nudged into the offside, just square of the wicket, which means that Harshit Rana has to concede the single. 164 for 4. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, or you may be listening to us on the ICC app around the world. On the BBC Sport website and app as well, of course. This is nice. Well, clipped into the onside of a thick inside edge, looking to push the ball initially, I think, on the offside, and it's just squirted into the onside. 5 easily taken singles, but now a bit of a lack of ambition is required as much as anything else after loss of those 2 quick wickets. 165 for 4. Mohamed Rizwan is looking pensive. Saud Shakil, I don't know what Saud Shakil's looking like. I should think penitent.
I imagine he'd be throwing things right now.
Yeah, you know, often we say this, I think I may have mentioned this before, we often say, oh, we'll be disappointed with that shot. Very rarely, in my experience, are people disappointed with their shots to get out. They're usually furious, or they go, well, what can I do about it?
Yeah, I used to laugh.
Disappointed, not so much. Used to laugh.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Liam Livingstone likes to laugh.
Bowler wins again. Yeah, he does like a laugh.
Ravi Jadeja in. Oh, it's bowled him! Tayyab looking to defend, maybe with an angled bat, trying to find a little angle for a single, and it has just slipped through 94 kilometres an hour, gone straight past that angled bat and crashed into the stumps. Pakistan have now lost 3 for 14 in no time, and their innings is in danger of subsiding after such a good platform had been set.
It's a beauty, this.
Now, as it turned, it's turned. Yeah, it's straightened as much as anything else. It's horribly played, in honesty. He's basically showing the inside edge to the ball and looking to, not with the full face at all, looking to try to manufacture an angle, but it's good bowling from Jadeja, a little quicker. It's pitched on middle and it hit middle and leg, so it's turned a touch, turned just enough. And Tayyab goes, and Pakistan at 165 for 5.
Yeah, it turns just enough, doesn't it? And it just probably pitches middle and off, turns to hit off stump, but it was a weird shot from Tayyab. He was just looking to knock the ball into the leg side, closes the face of the bat, gets in a bit of a tangle, and now the pressure's really on Pakistan. You can sort of understand now why Rizwan and Saud Shakil took so long to build that partnership, and they went at 2 and over, because that they know that their batting lineup is so fragile at the minute.
Yeah, the pressure is really on now for Salman and Khushdil, because after this, Shaheen Shah Afridi is the next out there. Nazim Shah, Haris Rauf, and Abrar bringing up the tail as Jadeja is in. Khushdil plays a horrible hack. It's a thick inside edge. The ball rolls to short square leg. KL Rahul comes from behind the stumps to field. They get a run, 166 for 5 in the 37th over. We were speculating, weren't we? Listening to you all on air, speculating about 260, 270. Would it be enough?
Feels a long way off that now.
250.
Yeah, just
feels a bit of a way off.
The replay of Tayyab, I think he's actually just trying to nerdle it to short third.
Yeah, forward comes Salman, defends. There's an appeal for LBW. Jadeja really likes it, but no one else did at all. And Rohit's having nothing to do with it. He's played a lot of cricket with Ravindra Jadeja, and he knows that Jadeja's enthusiasm does not really necessarily mean, it's a bit thick inside, it's come right off the bat. That's partly why. This is carved away through backward point by Salman to the point fielder. It's thrown in on the bounce. 167 for 5. Yeah, that's what I mean. He was trying to find an angle, wasn't he? And so and then you end up playing it with the inside edge. Yeah, half, if that. Which is a perilous thing to do against Jadeja, because he's quicker than you think. And he turns it a bit. Back into his crease goes Khushdil and plays into the offside. Salman wanted a run, it's not there. And he's sent back. The game, I wouldn't say it's been turned on its head. It wasn't as if Pakistan were massively on top, but at 151 for 2, they had a platform to get to 280 and beyond, potentially. Now they really don't. Jadeja is in. This is tucked away to short square leg. There'll be no run as the throw is flung in by Akshar Patel, one of the best fielders in this team. 167 for 5, 37 gone. Salman has 6, Khushdil has 1. Looking at the bowling figures, well, Jadeja's bowled 6, Guldeep's bowled 5, Akshar's bowled 7, so about 18 overs of spin. Shami and Harshit, you imagine, would come in towards the back end of the innings, and Hardik often bowls right at the very end, doesn't he? So he's got a couple of overs up his sleeve and has bowled pretty well today. The one blot on India's copybook's probably been those 9 wides, 5 of them coming in the first over. But other than that, They've been very tight. Their over rate's been slow. That may yet come back to bite them as Archer starts a new over, and his first ball driven by Salman into the gap between point and extra out to the fielder on the offside sweeper boundary. 168 for 5. It's brought the crowd to life, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Absolutely, it has.
Brought us to life as well.
Yes, always.
Yes. Boom.
10 over, sorry.
Yeah.
From 10 to 20 didn't keep me alive.
No, not really. It's just dabbed into the onside. Always going straight to the fielder, but Hustil's trying to show that his coach is very busy. So he runs a third of a run and then runs back again. Archer into him, comes forward in defence and rolls the ball back along the ground to the bowler. All this will help a little bit India's over rate issues.
I think they're only 5 minutes behind now.
Archer in. This is tucked away into the onside to the right of Rohit Sharma at square leg and the left of Virat Kohli at mid-wicket. There's a lot of one-day internationals between those two, and a lot of one-day international runs as well. One more to the total, 169 for 5, just 2 off this over. The innings stagnating in search of a partnership that can then try and put pressure back on at the end of the innings, as this is worked around the front pad by Salman, straight to short, mid-wicket, no run. Now firing through these overs. Rizwan with a lot on his mind, Mohammad Rizwan. He was the first to go in this little mini collapse. Say mini collapse, we might be in the middle of a mega collapse, but
could be.
Time will tell. 3 in the ring on the offside. Short fine, mid-wicket, extra cover, point, short third. Archer in, nicely driven, finds the gap between that point and extra again. But there'll only be one more. It's only 3 singles off the over. 170 for 5. 12 overs remain. 10 and over from here, which is probably a preposterous target. We'd get started at 290, and now we're discovering that 266 is going to take some getting.
Yeah.
Someone's got to get in. Someone's got to smite some boundaries. We've only had 13 fours today.
Yeah, boundaries have been hard to come by for Pakistan, haven't they? There was a long passage of play where they didn't have a boundary. Again, 21 balls. Obviously, they've lost those 2 wickets, but they couldn't even get the ball into the outfield at one stage of this game.
Is it a very large ground? It doesn't feel that large. It's not small either. Is first ball of a new over from Jadeja is driven by Salman out to extra cover boundary.
No,
fielder there. No, just the one run.
There's just been a few occasions where the ball anywhere else in the world probably would have raced away for 4, where it hasn't done today.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a large playing area. Akshar is in again. Reverse. This is slapped away. He's going to get runs for this. Don't think it'll be 4 though. Fielder in pursuit. It might yet be 4. It won't be 4. No, just dragged in a yard or so inside by Shreyas Iyer. And they get through 4-3. That was a nicely inventive shot from Hustil.
Yeah, he plays it well, and he's actually not trying to hit that there. He's trying to go square of the wicket, but there is a gap. Cover it up inside the ring.
He sort of threw extra cover, wasn't it? And he sort of turned it into mid-wicket.
It's great fielding from Shreyas Iyer, though, chasing the ball down all the way to the boundary.
But again, it's on another day in another location that would have been 4 as forward comes Salman, and that's dived over. Rare error this time from Virat Kohli. So dives over the ball right on the edge of the square and bangs his elbow, which he's now rubbing. Bangs it on the hard wicket end, the furthest pitch, if you like, on this rather small square. There are 9 possible pitches. We're slap bang in the middle. So the next ball is defended back to the bowler by Hustil, going deep into his crease. There's no run. 175 for 5. 2 balls left in the 39th over. This partnership is now put on 10, 15 balls to steady the ship after the loss of 3 quick wickets. 3 for 14 in no time. Jadeja in, faster, flatter balls, work to deep backward square leg for a single. He's coming back for a second, Hustil. He's going to have to hurry. He gets in, actually throw comes in at the bowler's end. So 7 off the over. A little busier. with 1 ball still to go. But noticeably, Jadeja's speeds have gone up.
Yeah.
99, 103 and 98.
Just firing the ball in, isn't he? And probably getting a little bit frustrated that Pakistan are able to rotate the strike off him now. They struggled at the start of his spell.
Here he comes to complete the over, and that's worked to short mid-wicket. But Kohli does the fielding. There'll be no run. 7 off the over, 39 gone, 177 for 5. Khushjil has 7 off 10. Salman Alioga has 10 off 13. 11 overs still to go. The sun's kind of disappeared now. What sort of time are we at? We're at sort of 4 something?
4 on the dot.
4 on the dot.
Yeah, well, in 47 seconds.
So we're not at the crepuscular hour yet. It's dusk, so it must be a little bit of hazy cloud.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit
no
of
hint
cloud
of weather.
cover. No.
Islamabad, there's hint of weather.
I do not need this negative energy.
Negative energy.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Well, I'm just saying, make sure you've packed your jumper.
Yeah, well,
Layers. It could be layers.
I looked the other day and it was 12 degrees.
12?
It's like being back in Manchester.
12?
12.
Well, it's very north. There are hills. Aksha in, starting the over. That's been tickled fine. This is nice. It's going to run down towards the boundary. It won't make it all the way there as Hardik Pandya trots back from short fine leg to field, throws the ball in awkwardly for KL Rahul. Cannons onto the stumps, but Salman was home. He gets a couple of runs, a nice little glide using the pace of Aksha, who's bowling noticeably slower than Jadeja at 88 kilometres an hour, 10 to 12 kilometres an hour slower. 179 for 5. The crowd has never quite made it to fullness, but it's getting ever closer. Aksha in, driven in the air, but to the right of Virat Kohli at short extra cover, up towards wide long off for a single. 180 for 5. When they're noisy, they're very noisy. When a wicket goes, we get a lot of excitement. But we've got a lot of noise for the 50 as well.
We did, didn't we?
Plenty of clusters of green shirts. I know Atif's after a Pakistan shirt he needs to take home.
Ah, well, you can get one in the airport.
All right. Next ball worked to deep square leg. Didn't actually make it that far past the circle, so they just get the 1 for it. 181 for 5.
They were selling them in Karachi Airport.
Yeah, but he was not happy with that one because that was from a World Cup when Pakistan did very badly.
Okay.
So yeah, it is the right one. This was driven to short extra cover and there's no run. I mean, imagine if England football fans like that, they'd only be getting 1 shirt.
Do you want to tell him, or shall I tell him that they're also not doing great in this one either?
I think we'd better keep that to ourselves.
Okay,
Aksha is in, and this is driven again, but straight to short extra cover. Virat Kohli does the fielding. Really getting through their overs here.
Well, they had to catch up, didn't they?
Yeah, but also having got those wickets, it's lovely, isn't it? They can just pounce on their opponents. Last ball of the 40th is swung away out towards deep square leg. Fielder runs round. He will cut it off. It'll be Shubman Gill tidying up down there. He had to make a fair bit of ground to his right. So 2 off the last ball, 6 off the over, 40 gone, 183 for 5, just 10 overs left. Crucially, just 5 wickets in hand. At some point, Pakistan are going to have to put their foot on the gas again. But when? They've probably got another 3 or 4 overs of reconnaissance. Thoughts from Alex Hartley on that rather pressing subject. And then to take you through those next 30 balls, it's going to be Henry Moran.
Yeah, another passage of play where they've gone at just over 5 runs and over. So that 10 overs after the power play to 20 overs has been the killer, really. It's only gone at 2.7 and over, and we're going to keep talking about it, but they had similar in the game against New Zealand, whereas now even if they go at 6 and over, they're only going to get 2-4-3 on the board, so they've got to try and build a partnership. Boundaries are hard to come by, and can they try and find a way of getting 260, but it'll be a tough ask from here.
Well, it feels that way, doesn't it? And they're going to have to play well. And it seems like every time they've really tried to find acceleration, they've struggled to combine that with not losing wickets. So 8 and over would take them to 263 as here comes Kuldeep, 23 on his back, as this is tapped down the ground up towards long on, and there is 1 run taken. It's rather a cloudy day, sort of, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but if there's still blue sky.
There is still blue sky, but it's gone a bit chiffer, hasn't it?
I think the crowd needed it. They looked hot.
Yeah. You're not going to enjoy that joke? It's gone a bit Winkleman. Claudia, no? This has worked way down towards fine leg in the air towards Shami. And there is a single scramble, nicely run.
I didn't even hear it.
Well, I know, it's because you were too busy rapiding on yourself.
I was looking at the clouds.
I know. As you say, though, there is just sort of watery sunshine around. Kuldeep Yadav. With that mop of curly hair, he mops his brow as well.
He's got blonde tips, hasn't he?
Yeah, I like that. In comes Kuldeep. Reverse sweep attempted. LBW appeal looks pretty straight. No. They've been pretty judicious with the review, though there was a Jadeja one earlier they didn't go for. I've still not seen a replay of, which I'm pretty sure was out.
Well, I'd be surprised if they didn't go upstairs this. Has it pitched outside? I'm not sure.
Well, they're thinking, and they are going to have a little look. Just at the last moment, Rohit Sharma says, right then, Michael Goff, time for you to get busy.
Well, I gave this out.
Well, I know you did. You're quite a good umpire.
Yeah, I thought this was stone dead, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's Kushdil, who's 9 from 12.
Playing that reverse sweep again. Is Kushdil looking to hit the ball into the deep, try and rotate the strike.
Well, it says decision pending on the big screen, and we're going to have a little look at the technology as laughs and jokes amongst the Indian fielding unit. As we have
a gap between bat and ball, but I'll just confirm with all treasure on the road.
It's the Hartlepool brogue of Michael Goff.
It's missing leg stump.
Do you reckon?
All the way through clear gap between bat and ball.
I'm not sure, you know, Al.
Ball tracking on available, please.
I think this could be quite tight. Here we go.
Is not out.
Let's see.
Off, impact in line, and it's umpire's call. It's Richard.
Oof, umpire's call. Close.
Stand by.
Not far away. It's nearly
On-screen signal now.
half the ball in touch with the stumps. And umpire Illingworth is saying, well, yeah, you can give me that look, but hey, ultimately, you win some, you lose some in that situation. Actually,
It's good review.
yeah, good review. Low risk in some ways because it was close enough that you were always likely to get umpire's call at worst. Here comes Kuldeep again, deep in the crease and watchfully forward as Kushdil eventually just giving himself time to play the shot that he wanted to and getting a single down the ground. 186 for 5 into the final stages of the innings. It's been pretty slow going. We've had the odd flourish, but it has been 37 balls since the boundary now. You complained you were bored by Pakistan the other night, Alex. Here comes Kuldeep. Angled into the offside. 1 run taken.
Yeah, I've been all right today, actually.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
They'll be delighted.
I'm sure they're all listening to the commentary.
Well, you know, as you know very well, Alex, what you say on air can sometimes ripple through to dressing rooms.
Yeah, don't I know it.
In comes Kuldeep to bowl to the left-handed Kushdil, which is the right angle for him to be able to tuck the ball to the leg side where Jadeja fields so well. Loses his wide-brimmed hat, throws in with a slingshot, and the over comes to an end. 5 from it. But again, it's lots of singles. We've seen 129 dots already. That's over an entire T20 innings. So over half of the innings has been dot balls so far.
Yeah, there's been so many dots, hasn't there? And it's been the case in both the games that they've played. Pakistan so far in this Champions Trophy. So many dots, you lose count.
Yeah, that's been the problem that we've seen from this Pakistan side in the tournament thus far. The fact as well they fell from 151 for 2 to 165 for 5 has really put the skids on the innings, just when it felt as though they were really starting to build things in that partnership between Mohammad Rizwan and Saud Shakil.
Did you say skids?
Yeah. I'll put the brakes on the innings. 188 for 5. Akshay Patel from the far end of the ground sees the ball just tapped past him for a single down the ground. You're listening to Test Match Special here from Dubai, the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. Henry Moran alongside Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, Ramiz Raja and Sunil Gavaskar, part of our team today.
They don't for the innings though, are they?
Well, they're very busy.
They are.
They are very busy because they are on TV networks and digital interviews, all sorts of things. Here is Akshay Patel again. Salman Aliagra is on strike, the right-hander who is punching down the ground for a single, shuffling through for one more run. 190 for 5.
Yeah, Akshar's in his last over here, and as that ball was just punched for one, he's on his haunches going, oh, I want to just break this partnership. And when you picked up a wicket and you've got 4 balls left, you're so desperate to pick up another.
Well, he almost got the chance there because of an attempted or thought about wind-up from Pushdil. He considered going big. In the end, just taps it back to the bowler. Akshay into his work quickly once more. This has been hit hard into the leg side of a 6, a massive 6 as well. First one of the game goes smashing away over mid-wicket. It's a monster.
Yeah, great shot from Pushdil. Just taking the game on, not afraid to play his shots. He knows that he's got to get things going here for Pakistan. Just a slog sweep into the leg side, clears that front leg, gives himself so much room. Also knows that there's fielders out there, but backs himself to clear them.
Next delivery is seeing him in a right old tangle as the ball pops up off a leading edge, drops into the leg side. 1 run taken, 197 for 5. You might also be listening to us, well, around the world on the ICC digital app, or in Australia on ABC Grandstand on your digital app there. Richard in Geelong's been in touch, making his chicken stew. Defended into the ground, and there'll be no run. End of the over, end of the spell from Akshay Patel, who finishes 10 overs, 1 for 49. Job very well done from him. 8 and over takes Pakistan to 261.
I like it when people get in touch.
What with what they're up to?
What they're up to, yeah.
I know.
I've just had somebody that I thought was getting in touch, which was a bit random actually. Turns out the message was accidentally sent to me about me.
Really?
Love it when that happens.
Oh, was it the sort of message, a good message?
No, it wasn't a good message.
No. Can you reveal?
Ex-boyfriend's mum.
Oh dear.
Oh, she's going to be embarrassed when she finds out.
What, she sent it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is awkward.
Yeah. Funny though.
Here comes Kuldeep. Start of the 43rd over. 1 run taken into the leg side. What was revealed? Can you tell us?
No.
Why not?
No. I'll show you off air, obviously.
It's only me.
And thousands of other people.
No. Do you know one that always used to happen to me, it made me laugh, is the back in the day when Hen Cowan, good friend of yours and mine, was the media manager for the England women's team. Here comes Kuldeep. This is defended into the offside. They'll scramble a single if they're quick, and Jadeja can't pick up cleanly, running in from cover. Well, Hen and my numbers must have been side by side in Mark Robinson, the England coach's phone book. Because occasionally I'd get a call and he'd immediately just start talking about things. Team plans. I'd say, Mark. Wrong person.
It's Henry the journalist, not Henry the media manager.
No, wrong person. Don't tell me anything you shouldn't. Or do. Here is Kuldeep outside the off stump. Out towards the deep it goes. And 1 run is taken. 200 up for Pakistan. 200 for 5 midway through the 43rd over. And the crowd like that. But it's one of those where you do get paranoid about it, don't you? When we've all sent those emails, we've accidentally copied someone in, or replied to the wrong reply all when you.
Yeah, I've done a reply all about not being happy about something once.
Oh no, Kuldeep bowls a ball which has been skewed off a leading edge. In the air it goes. Jadeja underneath it takes the catch. Of course he does. He may have lost his hat, but he was never losing that ball. Ravindra Jadeja is just about as good as there is. And the attempted acceleration from Salman, well, it ends in failure.
Yeah, when Jadeja's under a catch, you know that 99.9% of the time he's going to take it, and he's looking to heave the ball into the leg side, go into that pocket between mid-on and mid-wicket, and a thick outside edge just loops up, and good communication between the 2 fielders out in the middle, and an ideal wicket at this time for India, because Pakistan have a long tail as Shaheen Shah Afridi comes out to bat next, so into the bowlers already here.
Yeah, they've got some powerful hitters, but you probably want these powerful hitters to be coming in maybe in a 2-3 overs time with 240 on the board. Instead, there's still, you sense, at least 60 runs needed to make this a competitive total. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who I walked past earlier on today, is an imposing and impressive figure.
He is. He can give it the long handle though, can't he?
But if he gets going, he's a very dangerous player coming in at 8, but 8 does feel maybe a place too high for him to me.
It does for me as well. You'd want him coming in at 9, but it's like, who do you get in the team to bat at 8?
Yeah, he only averages 13 in one-day international cricket, a high score of 25, so something you necessarily look at and think, well, here comes a quick-fire 50, but today could be the day. Jadeja's catch efficiency in ODIs, Alex. Here comes Kuldeep. Oh, big appeal for Albie Tom. That's got to be out, hasn't it? Well, he's reviewed it straight away. But it looks so good to me, and it's a clever piece of bowling. The wrong one from Kuldeep Yadav turned in towards the big left-hander. And I have to be honest, that looked out.
Yeah, if he's not hit it, that is hitting the bottom of middle stump.
Well, he's missed it by a mile.
Yes, he absolutely has. That's so out.
That is out, isn't it?
Well. How's he reviewed that? How's he not walking off already?
Well, I admire the ambition of not walking off already. That is quite magnificently out, surely.
Is it hit him outside?
Well, he is now walking off.
Is it outside the line? No.
The ball tracking is upcoming, but I'm not sure we need it. It was such a clever piece of bowling. He played for turn, it went the other way, and it is hitting 3/4 of the way up middle stump. So he has to go. 2 wickets and 2 balls. And with that, Pakistan 200 for 7, and we've got a hat-trick ball. Rohit Sharma, get those hands ready.
Yes. Yeah, Rohit Sharma had a bit of a stinker in the last game for India, dropping a easy catch at first slip. So an opportunity now, another hat-trick, but a clever piece of bowling, like you say, Henry, as Shaheen goes first ball.
Oh, Naseem Shah comes out. Look at this, wearing a cap for the hat-trick ball. Love this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I worry for his safety, but it looks good, doesn't it?
What doesn't look good is he's not ironed his shirt, which has been stuffed in the bottom of his bag.
Yeah, I never used to iron my kit.
Well.
Never.
There's going to be 2 slips in place. Kuldeep stands hands on hips. This is exciting. Hat-trick ball, India-Pakistan. Number 9 out there. Kuldeep.
2 slips.
With 2 slips to work with. And here we go. Hat-trick ball. Kuldeep in now, bowls, oh, it's played into the ground just to the right of Shubman Gill, who dives and gets a hand on it. And there is nothing doing on the run front or wicket front, but it's exciting. 2 wickets in the over, 43 have been bowled, and Pakistan look like they are going to end up quite some distance short of a competitive total here, unless somebody can do something, Alex.
Yeah, the collapse has been remarkable, hasn't it? And we were questioning that 10-over period from after the power play through to 20 overs. Why were they only going at 2.7 and over? This is why. This is exactly why, because as soon as you lose somebody like Mohammad Rizwan, Saud Shakil, or you lose 3 wickets basically, they're fragile, very fragile.
The ambition from Shaheen Shah Afridi to review that was absolutely marvellous.
You've got to have some minerals on you, haven't you?
Well, he reviewed it as if, as if to say, umpire, excuse me, I've middled that. He missed it by a foot.
Well, that's why, because he went up straight away. I was like, maybe he has middled it.
Oh, dear. 200 for 7. 7 overs left. Pushtal's still there on 20 from 21. Played quite well, actually. Harshit's going to come in running round the wicket. Full delivery, worked into the leg side, probably just for a single. And Pakistan, having lost a review, well, they've hit 13 4s and 1 6. 135 dots for me is the worry.
That's over 20 overs, isn't it, of dot balls?
Yeah, well over.
So it's half of the balls that they've faced being dot balls.
Yeah. That's not good, is it?
No.
Naseem Shah, right-hander, waits for Hashit Rana, runs it over the wicket. Oh, he feels for that, goes through on the bounce to KL Rahul, who stands with the long locks flowing.
So what's the collapse been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 50. 5 for 51.
Yeah, it's been quite a 5 for 49.
Oh, collapse.
For someone who said maths was their best subject, it doesn't necessarily fill me with confidence about the rest of it.
Maths wasn't my best
You always
subject.
said it was.
No, I got a B in English. You'll be surprised to
Not
hear.
surprised.
I got a C in maths.
Oh. 201 for 7. That's going to beat the dive of the keeper, and down towards the boundary, the pigeons scatter, and Kuldeep can't stop it. Harshit stands with a smile on his face and his arms crossed. It was not far away from the gloves of KL Rahul. I don't think it was a catching opportunity. It was actually quite delicately played, that from Naseem Shah, and he managed to drop it just short of the keeper and wide enough as well for 4 runs.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's necessarily looking for it to go there. However, if you're going to play with soft hands, you obviously have the advantage of not being caught behind. So it'll be interesting to see if that fielder's gone a bit finer. He has.
Pigeons have moved down to fine leg as well. Rana bowls to Naseem Shah, defends into the offside. 205 for 7. Score not particularly happy one for Pakistan.
No. 205 for 7. Got 10 and over. You're only going to get 268. Run rate that you've got crawl to 234, which won't be enough.
Running in, Hashit Rana. Bowling to Naseem Shah. It's a slower ball that comes leaping up off the splice of the bat and almost towards the fielder at cover, but dropped short. And so 205 for 7 at the end of the over. In fact, there's one ball left of it. I've got overexcited. And Pakistan, having been in a healthy position at 151 for 2 with a partnership worth over 100, well, they've fallen right away. Since Rizwan and Saud Shakil's partnership was broken, I've not seen a partnership worth more than 35. 205 for 7. Naseem Shah waiting. Then comes Hashit Rana now, and again looking to try and angle the ball fine past the keeper, but only finds the hands of Kuldeep at deep third, where a single will be added. So 6 overs left in the innings. 206 for 7. During the break, we'll be hearing from Jonathan Agnew and the team, who watched England little poor last night, losing that high-scoring match against Australia. It's put real pressure on England. By the way, India were 15 minutes behind early on in their innings. They're now only 1 minute behind.
I know, it's the spinners. They get through the overs so quickly, don't they? Kuldeep, Akhtar, Jadeja in particular, rattles through his overs. It takes like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and especially that passage of play where it was dot ball after dot ball. India weren't chasing the ball to the boundary. They weren't having to stop twos. It was like batter back to the bowler, batter back to the bowler, one down the ground, done, over.
We've had an email in.
Yes.
With no name on it, understand why. It says, dear TMS, back in the day, we're talking about sending emails to the wrong people after you've just received a message from your ex's mum. Back in the day when people sent faxes, I was working for a firm of lawyers who specialised in clinical negligence. I had to fax some confidential instructions to a barrister. Here comes Kuldeep, and beats the edge of a rather groping Naseem Shah without the helmet on now. The information was confidential to the client, the lawyers and the barrister. Sometime later, I received a call from the BBC to ask whether I'd meant to send the fax to them.
Oh, no.
They promised to destroy them. Here comes Kuldeep. Pushing forward for a single is Naseem Shah. 206 for 7. 207 for 7. We've all done it.
Well, I did wonder why you're constantly carrying around a brown envelope with files in, saying,
oh, yes.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Oh, that's a hammer blow, really, isn't it? Confidential files to the wrong person.
It's quite easy to do, though, isn't it? That's the problem.
It is, it is. Well, when you're thinking about somebody, you just think, oh, I need to text somebody about that.
Kuldeep bowling a ball that just turned by Shushton into the leg side towards short fine leg for one more run.
So if I'm talking to Atif about you, and we're saying what a brilliant human you are, and I go, oh, I tell you what, Atif, I'll, you know. No, it's not tell Henry, is it? It's talking about you to Atif, and I accidentally say it to you.
Well, that message has never actually got through, that particular message.
thought that you're a brilliant human. It's because it's a big lie. No, I'm joking.
It's lost in cyberspace, that one. 2:08 for 7, midway through the 45th over. They need to go at 8 to get to 250 here. That feels a bit of a stretch at the moment, as we see Naseem Shah just readjusting his pads and now is ready. There's a slip in place. As Kuldeep is in, and it's nicely just punched down the ground. It's going to go into space, and there should be a second run available. There has to be, and if there isn't, there's something up. And the throw does come in, and there is a second run. If they hadn't pushed for a second there, I would have felt annoyed, because I would have felt that he is just not showing the intent.
Yeah, because Naseem Shah can bat as well, can hold a bat. I also can give it the long handle, so, you know, Hushtil doesn't need to farm the strike as of yet. Probably next wicket, sorry, you would think he would.
7 balls since the boundary, but that boundary was a rather streaky one. I've only seen the 1-6 in the innings. Naseem Shah waits. Here comes Kuldeep. And looking to try and find a gap through the offside. Throw comes in. If it had hit square on, that would have been tight. But Shubman Gill with 1 stump to aim at. Well, he couldn't hit, and Naseem Shah loses his cap as he runs on through. But he's safe.
Yeah, had that have hit, a direct hit would have been out, I would imagine.
There's a lot of hats being lost today.
Yeah, well, it's when they're not tight on your head, obviously.
Kuldeep bowls a ball which is spanked down the ground. That's an authoritative stroke, but it is not going to bring the boundary. It only will yield 1 run as Virat Kohli runs around below us. As enthusiastic and energetic as if Virat Kohli of 10, 12 years ago, never loses his excitement. And the over comes to an end. 45 gone, 212 for 7. What can they get up to? That is the question. Atif Nawaz is going to see us through to the end of the innings, and during that innings break, as I say, more reaction to England against Australia last night.
Because if you have your hats too tight, you've got them on for like 3.5 hours, you get a headache. So you want them loose enough that you're not going to get a headache with how tight your cap is, but you also don't want it to be falling off every 2 minutes. It's a fine line. It's a fine line. Last 5 overs of this innings, if you're a Pakistan fan, you're probably feeling pretty disappointed with that collapse of 5 for 49.
Yeah, last 30 balls, 29 for 2. Not great for Pakistan. Not in the last 10 overs where you want to go harder. 5 overs to go. Run a ball gets Pakistan to 242, which feels light. Here's Mohammad Shami back into the attack for the end of this innings as Hushtil drives a full ball down to mid-off. Rohit Sharma fields. They get through for a single. 213 for 7. Yeah, India just sort of stuck to their task. There was one decent partnership for Pakistan, the 3rd wicket partnership between Saud Shakil and Mohammad Rizwan, but it wasn't, you know, wasn't express or anything, but they got 104 runs between them and helped set a platform which the lower middle order hasn't been able to pounce on, with Salman going for 19, Tayyib Tahir going for 4, Shaheen going first ball. Hushtil, the last of the recognised batters, currently out there in the middle. He's on strike. He's on, I beg your pardon, non-strikers and on 24 off 25. Naseem Shah is on strike. Shami in. Naseem Shah rides the bounce nicely, plays it wide in the fielder, a deep third. They should get a couple of runs here. They do. They manage to jog back for 2. And, there's a case to be made, Alex, just to try and do that for the next 5 overs. If they can go they get 40 off the last 5, they'd get to 250. You need 8 and over to do that, to go to 250. You don't really need to take too many chances to do that, and you really want that as a bare minimum.
Yeah, you obviously don't want to get bowled out, but Hushtil's got to go a little bit harder when he is on strike, and he will do. He absolutely will do with a couple of overs left.
Here's Shami into Naseem Shah again, who flicks this ball off his pad, just wide of the keeper, who'll jog round to the edge of the 30-yard circle. They'll get through for a leg bye, is it? We'll wait for the umpire's tap of the thigh. There it comes. It is a leg bye. 216 for 7. There's a wave going around the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. And everybody's joining in. Indian fans, Pakistan fans, everybody's enjoying the wave. It's a nice atmosphere here. The dolls playing, the music playing. It's filled out nicely, the crowd. Still a few empty seats scattered about the stadium, but it is a nice atmosphere here now. As we get into the business end of this innings, Hushtil on strike. Here is Shami as that ball's guided to short third again, but they run through for a quick single. Hardik Pandya collected the ball. He thought about throwing it in, but he decided to just hold it. Change of pace from Shami. There was a slower ball, well read by Hushtil. 2:17 for 7. 2 balls to come in the 46th over. That wave's still going.
The crowd just waking up a little bit, aren't they now? It's been quite a quiet crowd for an India-Pakistan game.
They've been pacing themselves, I reckon. They know it's a long old day. One-day international cricket. Here's Shami into Naseem Shah. It's a low full toss. Flicked away by Naseem Shah nicely out towards a deep backward square leg. They'll again just take a single. So this over so far, 6 runs off it, 1 ball to come. Another couple, and they'll stay on target for that 250. India been okay in the field today, not flawless. A couple of drop chances. They've managed to keep their energy up, keep the pressure on this Pakistan team.
Yeah, when there's been drop catches, they've managed to take a wicket the next
over,
so it's not actually mattered.
Here's Shami into Hushtil, who wound up there to play a big shot and then just checked it and guided the ball just wide of point for a single to finish the over with a single and keep the strike. 7 runs off that over from Mohammad Shami. Pakistan 219 for 7 after 46 overs. This is the 5th match of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. The hosts Pakistan in deep trouble here. If they lose this match, they're more or less knocked out of the first competition they've hosted since 1996. It's a long old wait to host a trophy. And staring down the barrel of being knocked out, having only played 2 games at home and 1 in Dubai.
Yeah, they are indeed. They are indeed.
There's Kuldeep Yadav in for his 9th over. In he comes to Hushtil Shah. Makes a bit of room and clobbers this ball down towards long on. It'll just be a single though. And, India happy to continue to squeeze here. There's not been a huge amount in the surface, but it has been a slowish surface as we anticipated.
Well, the fact that they're bowling spin at the back end just shows that it is a slower surface than definitely what England played Australia on last night.
Imagine Pakistan's mystery spinner Abrar Ahmed's going to have a lot of work to do, as will no doubt Hushtil himself and Salman Ali Agha maybe as well. Lots of slow bowling options for Pakistan a little bit later. Here's Kuldeep Yadav into Naseem. Nice length ball, which Naseem punches to cover. There is no run. Slip still in place. It's Rohit Sharma's decided to plop himself down at first slip. Long on, long off in place, deep at wicket. There's Kuldeep Yadav in once again as that ball takes a thick inside edge. It's trickling away towards the fine leg area. Fielder running round. There should be a 2nd run here for Pakistan. Yep, there is. Comfortable 2 for Naseem Shah. He's developed his game a little bit, batting down the order. Naseem Shah, he's on 14 off 15. Yeah, nobody really thought about his batting very much until the Asia Cup a couple of years ago. Hit a couple of 6s against Afghanistan to win Pakistan a tight match. And since then, a little bit of romanticism about his batting.
Yeah, you can give it the long handle, Connie. Every time he comes in, you can't take him for granted.
2-2-2 for 7 Pakistan. Halfway through the 47th over. Kuldeep Yadav, figures of 2 for 40 for him from his 8.3. He's just tossing the ball from one hand to the other, building his rhythm as he takes a couple of steps and comes into Bolton Naseem, who gets forward and chips this ball up in the air. There's a chance here for long on, who takes the catch. It's Virat Kohli running in from the boundary, timed his run to perfection, dove in front of him, held on and took the catch. And that's an 8th wicket down for Pakistan. Naseem Shah goes for 14 off 16. Pakistan 222 for 8.
Yeah, just looking to hit the ball down the ground to go straight back over the bowler. Chips the ball in the air off in an inside edge, Virat Kohli underneath it. Takes the catch comfortably. And Naseem Shah, who I thought might give it the long handle, didn't really hit that ball. He just chipped it down the ground, got up and underneath it. But had he had that arc, that big back swing and swing through, he might have actually cleared the boundary. But a poor innings, another poor innings. You know, you wanted him to stick around for a little bit longer, and now you feel with Haris Rauf coming to the crease that Hushtil Shah has got to try and face as many deliveries as possible and give it a good old whack.
Absolutely. Kuldeep Yadav has a 3rd wicket now, figures of 3 for 40 from his 8.4. And really starting to get that Venom-like grip on this game. Viper-like grip? Venom-like grip? Vipers, right? Vipers are the ones that squeeze. Yeah. Well, either way, India very much in control here in Dubai. Pakistan 222 for 8. Remember, they won the toss a little bit earlier. Well, a long way earlier now, 3 hours ago. Won the toss, decided to bat first on the slow wicket here in Dubai. And it's a big game for Pakistan. They have to win this, really, to have a realistic chance of qualifying for the semi-finals of this tournament. India can more or less guarantee qualification if they win this match, and they're looking in good shape at the moment. Pakistan 222 for 8. Kuldeep Yadav into the new batter, Haris Rauf, who's on strike and pushes the ball to cover, and there is no run. I'm just thinking about that shot from Naseem Shah. I mean, I know he's not a batter and it's not his job necessarily, but he was accumulating runs quite nicely, playing some risk-free cricket. Kept that going for Pakistan, would have edged them closer to that 250 mark. Here's Kuldeep Yadav into Haris Rauf again. And, Rauf just fends that ball off into the onside. There is no run. So, 3 overs to come in this innings. Pakistan 222 for 8. Kuldeep Yadav has bowled 9 overs, 3 for 40. Been absolutely brilliant today. Used the conditions brilliantly. And given his team a great platform. Just taking another look at that catch from Virat Kohli. It really was quite good. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah, it didn't go straight to him. He probably had to run in
about 10 yards?
10 meters or so. It took a pretty simple catch, knee height, but dived forward. And as he dived forward, he just made sure that he was in total control.
This is 157th catch in one-day internationals. 3rd on the all-time list he is. Number 1, Sri Lankan legend Mahela Jayawardena took 218 catches in one-day internationals. And Ricky Ponting in 2nd place on that list as well with 160. Harshit Rana now into Hushdil Shah, who's had a big swing at that. And got a teeny tiny little edge off the bat on it as the ball rolls to the keeper. Maybe a little bit of pad, in fact, actually, because Harshit Rana was signalling to his captain. Shall we review that? And Rohit Sharma said, get back to your run-up. Well, I think Hushdil's kind of shown his hand here a little bit. Yeah. I think he's going to be swinging.
Yeah, leg side he'll be aiming for after that one. Just a shuffle outside the off stump.
He's got 2 fielders to beat. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Fine leg and 3rd up inside the circle. Deep extra cover in place. There's a long on and long off as well. So there's a few scoring options there, particularly behind the wicket for Hushdil Shah. He'll be looking out for that change of pace from Harshit Rana. In comes Rana now. Hushdil's driven this back towards the bowler. Didn't get all of it. In fact, Harshit Rana got a hand on it, which took a little bit of the pace off. So long off had to run in to chase that ball down. They managed to get back for 2 runs. And the score moves to 224 for 8. Hushdil doesn't hold back, really. He's a strong man. Very powerful swing of the bat.
Yeah, he batted so well against New Zealand, didn't he? Just built more of an innings here for himself. It's obviously a tougher wicket. You can't just swing through the line of the ball. You've got to get the ball out into the deep.
He got 69 off 49 deliveries against New Zealand. Although, to be fair, most would say by then the game had gone for Pakistan. Is Kuldeep, I beg your pardon, Harshit Rana, who again, he's gone after it and he's managed to hit the toe of his bat, the Q end of his bat, on the ball down to long off. He stares at the toe of his bat as well after he's done that. Just hoping he hasn't broken it. He picks up a single though. 30 off 31 for Hushdil so far. Pakistan 225 for 8. Run a ball from here gets them to 239, which feels very, very light. Pakistan closing in on the total that Bangladesh managed against India just a couple of games ago. That was 228. And then Harshit Rana at the top of his run. And he comes now to Haris Rauf. And Rauf just works that ball nicely, actually, down towards deep 3rd. There was an element of fending off about that shot, but he manages to get it down to deep 3rd for a single. 226 for 8.
Yeah, it was played well but awkwardly, wasn't it? Just almost felt like he crouched into the short ball.
And like about sort of 3/4 of the way into the shot, he was a bit more comfortable with it, but up until then there was a little bit of don't hit me involved. All right.
So where's Hushdil thinking here? If he knocks the ball into the leg side, he can probably get back for 2. You'd feel at this stage of the innings he'll probably be looking for a boundary, which is only really back down the ground or into that mid-wicket pocket.
There's Harshit into Hushdil, who's smashed this ball hard down the ground again and again. Harshit gets a hand to it. His hands are taking a pounding, poor Harshit, this over. He's managed to take enough pace off it to slow it down, make sure it's only a single to Hushdil. Well, he's not, you can't say he's not trying, Hushdil. He's trying to hit the cover off the ball every single time. Just been highlighted on our screens that the hit towards the leg side boundary is 51 metres, so it's not a huge 6.
51 metres to the left-hander? Like, is it to the left or is it to the right, that 51 metres?
It was at the start of this over, so yeah, it would be this one. But it looks bigger, doesn't it? Looks a lot bigger. Harshit into Rauf, who works away a full ball quite nicely down towards the fine leg boundary. There's a fielder running after it. Fielder will get there. Now,
they don't run.
They didn't take a run. There was 2 runs there for the taking. They didn't take the single because they didn't think there were 2 there. And Hushdil wanted to keep the strike for the next over.
And I think that, do you know what? No, I don't mind that, because I think Hushdil has to face the last 12 balls. Because he's got to now go out swinging. And if he gets out, he gets out. You know, it's not like Pakistan are flying anyway, you know, and he's got to try and get them up to a half-decent total. If he can get, I don't know, let's say 30 off the last 18, it changes this game completely.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an extra gamble involved when you start turning down runs for me. Like, you can look really foolish if you aren't able to capitalize. Now,
it gives yourself the best opportunity to get as many on the board as possible. Would you rather, at this situation, you're number 10 on strike for the last 2 overs, or you're number 6?
Absolutely. The logic is clear. I don't think too many people are going to question Hushdil Shah right now. It has been 27 balls since the last boundary was hit. India, in the meantime, have managed to recover that over rate as well. They've got 8 minutes to finish off this innings, and they're looking in good shape to do so. Here's Mohammad Shami to bowl the penultimate over of this innings. Hushdil goes after it, pulls it into the leg side, and all the way for 6. Well, that's exactly why he was turning down a single, so he could hit a shot like that. Hushdil finds the middle of his bat, and it's the 50th 6 of this tournament so far. Pakistan 2-3-3 for 8.
Yeah, sets up for the slower ball, which is what he will do now. He will expect every single delivery to be pace off, and then if it's pace on, you just adjust. But set yourself up for the slower ball. He knows he's only going to go leg side. He knows that he can clear any boundary in the world, and that's why he didn't take that run.
Yeah, 76 metres, that's 6. Perfectly bisected mid-wicket and square leg. Bang in the middle of them. He's had a look at that boundary again just before Shami started running in. Here he is now, Shami into Hushdil, who smashed this ball straight back towards Shami, who's managed to get his foot in the way and stop the ball. There is no run. Shami's not showing any signs of any pain, but that had to be uncomfortable. I'll tell you what, he's hitting the ball very hard, but the Indian fielders, Indian bowlers with their limbs are just stopping the ball.
Yeah, I don't know how he stopped that, to be honest. A bit unlucky, because there were definitely 2 on offer. Had it have got past him.
Right, 10 balls to come in this innings. It's over so far, 6 and dot. Pakistan 2-3-3 for 8. Can they find a way to get to that 250 mark? Give themselves something to bowl at. Shami into Hushdil again, full toss. Hushdil swings at it. It's going to be 1 bounce down to long on. And I'll get through for a single. This time he doesn't turn down the single. 34 for 8. I guess he's had a look at Haris Rauf and suggested. All right. What's he saying here, Alex? What's the strategy? There's still 3 balls to come in this over. Is it get me a single, get me back on strike for the last 2, or is it you got 3 swings there?
No, I would go for a single. If it was the last ball of the over, it's a free hit for Rauf.
Yeah. There he is, Haris Rauf, concentrating hard, hitting the crease very hard with his bat as he waits for Mohammad Shami, who bowls. It's short. Haris Rauf has gone after it, got a long way up in the air. Is he going to clear the fielder at square leg? Yes, it is. It's gone for 6. Well, where have you been, Haris Rauf? 2 sixes in this over now for Pakistan. 1 off the blade of Hushdil Shah, 1 off the bat of Haris Rauf, and Pakistan now 240 for 8 with 8 balls to come in this innings.
Yeah, both short balls as well that have found the boundary for Pakistan in this over. Now, what has been working so well for them is just that top of the stump length, full straight, keep the stumps in play. Rohit Sharma, you can see he's deflated with that one. What are you doing? A great shot from Haris Rauf.
Yeah, that was just the 17th boundary of this Pakistan innings. 14 fours, 3 sixes. Here is Mohammad Shami into Hushdil again. I beg your pardon, to Haris, who has a big swing, misses the ball as it goes between him and the stumps through to the keeper.
So now it's 2, 4, 6 or none.
Yeah, because last ball of the over.
Yeah.
No points taking singles. That's probably what Hushdil's walking over to Haris Rauf and telling him. It's a really good ball that from Mohammad Shami. Sort of Yorker length and pace on, 140 kilometers per hour. So he didn't know too much about that, did Haris Rauf. If he can score in even numbers there, as you say, Alex, he's done his job. Pakistan have a serious chance of getting to that 250 mark now. 240 for 8, 7 balls to come in this innings. It's Haris Rauf is on strike with 7 runs off 6 balls. With Shami, 1 ball to bowl in this innings, his 8th over. Here's Shami. And Haris has a big swing at that out towards mid-wicket. They're taking the first one quickly. They're going to come back for 2 here. They have to. They're coming back for the second. This could be tight with a good throw. I think that's tight. It wasn't a great throw. Keeper had to knock the bails off. Oh, we're going to have a look at this. It's going to go up to the TV umpire, but not the best throw in the world from mid-wicket. There was never 2 there. Oh, he's giving it out now on the field. Umpire Paul Rifle says, I don't need to have a look at the TV umpire. It's out. He's kind of sacrificed himself there, Haris, for the greater good of the team.
Yeah.
And it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely the right thing to do. Hushdil actually slipped at the striker's end as he was turning. But quick between the wickets, and Haris Rauf couldn't quite get back, but as you say, sacrifice yourself back end of this innings. And now Hushdil Shah has to face all the deliveries, but good 6 from Haris Rauf, but Pakistan in danger of being bowled out here.
Yeah, they are 9 wickets down now. That last ball just shy of 140 kilometers as well. I should say 140 kilometers per hour, for those of you who like miles, is about 87 miles per hour. So quick stuff, a big change in pace from what he'd been delivering in that over. And it's going to be Harshit Rana to bowl the final over of this innings. Pakistan 241 for 9. 6 balls potentially to come of this innings. Abrar Ahmed, the number 11 for Pakistan, is going to be at the non-striker's end. And Hushdil Shah on 38 of 35 is going to be on strike. There's a slight delay after that last 6 from Haris Rauf, between the DJ playing his music. I think he was scrambling to find the Pakistan music files, because it had been a while since he had to reach for one, I suppose. It's not a bad ODI average, actually, for Abrar Ahmed, 28. It's not bad. There's a few not outs in there, I think. Anyway, here's the final over. Harshit Rana into Hushdil, who's had a big swing, gets a thick outside edge. It trickles just shy of the keeper. There is no run. It was a slower ball. He was completely beaten there by Harshit Rana. He was through his shot before the ball was anywhere near him.
He's had a couple of snooker cues, hasn't he, so far in this innings, as Hushdil. Just trying to whack the ball as hard as humanly possible.
Get him to the crucible. Only a few months away, the World Championship. Snooker, you're not a snooker person, are you?
No. But now I understand your joke.
Yeah, it's okay. The crucible there. Yeah. World Championship, Sheffield. It's a nice place.
From one championship to another.
Here's Harshit Rana in. Hushdil's gone after it. It's gone up in the air. It's going to drop short. The fielder at deep extra cover, and again they're going to turn down the single. So it's a pretty good start to this final over from Harshit Rana so far. 2 dots in a row. Hushdil committed to the big shots. He doesn't want to get Abrar on strike. He's looking to find the boundary himself. 4 balls to go.
Yeah, it's got to be 2, 4 or 6, hasn't it? Because, I don't know, you just... As a number 11, if I'm batting as a number 11 in this situation, I'm not even thinking about running a single. Like, ever. I don't want to be on strike. Your set batter has to be on strike.
Here's Harshit Rana into Hushdil Shah again. It's a slower ball outside off stump, but he's completely beaten Hushdil. He's got his hand on his mouth as that ball passed him by. A bit like that famous Stuart Broad meme. 3 dots in a row from Harshit Rana, and it's a slow ball exhibition at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone slow ball, pace on, slower ball. So if you're going by metric. The next one's going to be pace on, but brilliant. It's like it's a Yorker. It's not in the slot. Hushdil just bamboozled by it.
Oh, he's definitely winning this game of bluff with Hushdil Shah at the moment. 241 for 9, 3 balls to come in this innings. Hushdil Shah, 38 of 38 on strike. Here's Harshit Rana in to Hushdil Shah, who's connected this time. He's got a long way up in the air. I don't think it's got the distance on it. Fielder gets underneath it and takes the catch. It's Virat Kohli, and Pakistan have been bowled out for 241. 2 balls shy of completing their 50 overs. It's a well-deserved wicket for Harshit Rana. Didn't get the distance, and India have bowled out Pakistan for 241 with 2 balls remaining in the innings. Outstanding bowling effort from India. Pakistan's total below par, I'm going to say, Alex.
Yep, absolutely. I was thinking maybe if you could get up and around that 270 mark, you'd give yourselves a real good chance of this game. 250 is something to bowl at. I know they're only 9 runs short of that, but it's just been a strange innings. You can understand what Hushdil was trying to do at the back end of the innings there, but India, they take the momentum into the second innings. They look like the strongest team in this competition so far, and they've certainly bowled fantastically well in that innings.
Yeah, they certainly have. That was a really good final over. I thought that from Harshit Rana. Just kept the pressure on the Pakistani batters. Made it very difficult for Hushdil to predict or line him up. A couple of sixes in those last couple of overs. One from Haris Rauf, one for Hushdil Shah. But generally they've managed to keep a lid on this Pakistan innings. Just the 14 fours and the 3 sixes in it. Loads and loads of dot balls. It was a tough old watch for Pakistan, particularly after those wickets start tumbling. 3rd wicket partnership was quite handy. The first to fall today, Babar Azam went for 23 to Hardik Pandya, caught behind, and then Imam ul Haq was run out by Akshar Patel for 10 runs off 26 deliveries. Saad Shakil put on a partnership with Mohammad Rizwan, 104-run partnership to stabilise the innings. Shakil getting 62, Rizwan getting 48. But when they were both dismissed, Pakistan struggled to rebuild. Salman Ali Agha going for 19. Tayyab Tahir for Hushdil Shah, 38. Was the last wicket to fall, caught by Kohli off Harshit. Shaheen Afridi, I beg your pardon, was dismissed first ball for naught. Naseem Shah got 14, and that was the end of the innings. 241 all out Pakistan for off 49.4 overs. Remains to be seen if they can defend that. If they do defend it, it will be something quite spectacular. Alex, it's going to take one of those special, all-time special performances for Pakistan to have a shout. Give us your thoughts on that. I'm going to hand over to Henry Moran.
Yeah, absolutely it is. It's going to take something special. The only way for me that Pakistan win this game is to bowl India out. That's the only way that they can get themselves back into this competition. They lose today, they are virtually out. India virtually through. So, yeah, for me, Pakistan have to bowl India out to win.
We will see if we can get some reaction before our half-time entertainment, but I'll throw this your way, Alex. 241 is what New Zealand scored in the World Cup final of 2019.
Ah, well, yeah. There you go.
I wonder if we're going to get a 2-for-1 situation in terms of what we see today. Right, down there I can see Ramiz Raja is standing by to grab an interview. I can't quite make out who it is down there on the boundary edge, but we're not far away from a bit of reaction from the Pakistan camp at the halfway stage. 241 all out with 2 balls left unbowled. Top scoring in the innings, Saad Shakil with 62. Rizwan made 46. Hushdil made 38. And there were some starts in there, but not really anything beyond that. Are we going to be able to get some reaction here? Possibly we are.
Do you think you got out just at the wrong time?
I think, yeah, I can easily take on some more time there, but I was just taking a slightly chance there, but yeah, it was not a good time to get out.
I mean, that partnership was turning out to be a good one between you and Rizwan. How tough was batting on a surface like this?
I think early on the ball was not coming to the bat that nicely, and some sort of little bit of swing as well. But as a spinners can, at that time we made...
Rohit Sharma, first ball is full, dug out, and there is no run. So what would you do, captaincy-wise?
So I'll rotate the bowling options cleverly and quickly. Make sure that, I mean, they do not have the same bowling firepower as India. They're not as gifted as Indians were or are. But whatever is at Rizwan's disposal, it has to be made use of. And so quick changes. If nothing happens, then maybe you need to change.
Here comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's another delivery that is slightly full, but it's wide outside the off stump. A reminder, actually, this venue, when these sides met each other in the T20 World Cup of 2021, Shaheen Shah Afridi got Rohit Sharma first ball, LBW, and India was 6 for 2 when KL Rahul was dismissed. And in the end, Pakistan chased down very comfortably 152.
10 wickets. They won by 10 wickets. That's right, yeah.
That was a very special day, that, for Pakistan cricket. Here comes Shaheen Shah Afridi in the pale green jerseys of this year's uniform. And he's in now and bowls a ball onto the pads of Rohit Sharma, and that'll bring a cheer because there is the first run of the India run chase. And they're up and running, so he's not going to be out for a duck on this occasion. And they're up and running.
The other great thing about the Indian top order is that they create that pace, and you know the strike rate is so impressive, but also they're technically so good. So I mean they can weather the storm on a dicey, dodgy pitch also on the basis of their good technique. That's a rarity amongst top teams these days. They just go out there with a one-dimensional approach to hit everything out of the park, and if it gets tough, they get out.
Here is Shaheen Shah Afridi to bowl to Shubman Gill. It's a low full toss and clipped into the onside. Lovely timing from a man that scored hundreds in his last 2 innings against England in Ahmedabad, and then an unbeaten 101 here against Bangladesh. So he is a man in form, and that would be a prize wicket.
It's like watching Rohit Sharma from both ends, because he has got the same kind of lazy elegance. He has a lot of time on the ball. He gets into position silkily, smoothly. And so, I mean, he's so watchable like Rohit.
Slip in place. Here comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. Good ball. Full, swinging in towards off stump, but well judged and left alone by Shubman Gill. Lovely bounce, taken high up above his head by keeper Rizwan.
Yeah, it has to be a spirited spell here from Shaheen Afridi. He's the kind of a leader of the pack, even though he's been operating at half throttle. But, you know, on the day, we know what he can produce with the ball.
Here comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. The end of his mark is a little look at the ball, flicks his head as a stray hair is tossed away from his forehead. Now is in past the umpire, full delivery, tailing in towards the toes of Shubman Gill. And just 2 from the first over. There's 1 ball left of it. The required rate, by the way, is a touch under 5 at over. So you sense that they're going to have to bowl India out here, Pakistan.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's therefore a different strategy. India will be mindful of the fact that Shaheen Afridi can be the chief destroyer. So make sure that, you know, you don't take a lot of risks against him. So it's basically just managing him for the first 3 or 4 overs as convincingly, as safely as possible.
He's in now to finish the over. That's onto the pads, tapped towards the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So there we go, end of the first over. It was pretty much all on the money. There was a wide in there from Afridi, but in the main, it was pretty good. And all around this ground, spectators in their seats at the moment, but it won't take much to see them up and about again. It was an innings from Pakistan that had moments, but they were a little bit bogged down. And when the partnership ended with the score being 151 for 2, when Saud Shakil and Rizwan's partnership ended, that fell quickly to 165 for 5, and eventually all out for 241. So it was fewer runs than they perhaps should have got, but there is still hope. And there is hope, not least because of the quality of the seam attack that will be opening things up. And Naseem Shah at the far end of the ground. Wears his hair a little longer these days, the green paint on his cheeks. And he's running in now. Right arm over to bowl to Rohit Sharma. Bangs it in short, and Rohit plays it with all the time in the world. It's lovely batting, just guiding it towards backward point. No run.
Yeah, you've got to make him drive. He bowls the outswinger so well, Naseem Shah. Just 3 wickets away from 50 in ODIs. And so they need a consistent bowling spell here from him. It's a nice combination. Shaheen Afridi gets it to come back from off to middle, and he takes it away from the right-hander.
Runs in now, and past the umpire, and bowling to Rohit Sharma, who will jam the ball out towards the offside, where it'll be fielded by Babar Azam. 2 without loss still. And first 8 balls of the innings, they've bowled pretty tight. What you don't want to do is early stages give a couple of freebies just to get the crowd up, get the batters feeling happier.
Yeah, I mean, 241 needs, what, about 1.5 kind of partnership to get over the line. So no partnerships as far as Pakistan is concerned. Make sure that they pick up wickets.
This is edged over the slip cordon by some distance and down towards the ropes below us for 4 runs. It was not controlled. Rohit Sharma looking to go over the leg side and impose himself. Well, the top edge goes screaming over the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4.
I mean, that's how he's playing these days, Rohit Sharma, making room. This was a top edge over the slip cordon. But he then tests the resolve of a bowler as well. We know that bowlers can be rushed, can be sort of roughed up in a way, at least mentally, if they are attacked. It's just a good ploy against someone who is so particular in hitting that length and getting the ball to swing away.
Here comes Naseem Shah to bowl to motionless Rohit Sharma, who does get hold of this into the leg side. He's got 6. What a shot. Brilliant. Behind square on the leg side and dropping into a sea of deliriously excited India fans. Flags waving. Now the crowd are up and about. 12 without loss.
What a shot that is. I mean, it all happened in almost slow motion, and there was the response from Naseem Shah. You know, not his... That off-stump line from that off-stump area, it was more middle stumpish and a little short. Not very short, but a pick-up shot from Rohit Sharma is always on the cards. Great 6.
Some shot that. This time, much better length, much better line. Beats the outside edge. It's a good response from the young fast bowler. If you want to see the best of the action, by the way, BBC Sport website and app for the listeners joining us from the UK. And if you want to join the conversation, like many have today, tms@bbc.co.uk. And if you want to follow the live text commentary as well, you'll find the highlights there. And as well as that, lots of conversation to keep you up to date with everything happening. Right, 10 from the over. Crowd up and about now. Here comes Naseem Shah into bowl to Rohit Sharma, who mistimes a push off the back foot out towards cover point. There is no run. And the over concludes. 2 boundaries back to back in the middle of it. And that 6 will certainly be a highlight you can watch. And it was an absolutely brilliant shot. Really was.
Yeah, I mean, the time kind of stops when he's in that mood, Rohit Sharma. It's nothing more than a flick. And it went a long way over square leg. I think make him drive. I think that should be the target for Pakistan. Pitch the ball up. Don't give him any width.
There's big significance on this game. Pakistan lose all but out. India win all but through. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls inside edge. So close to that off stump, but it's 4. Shubman Gill looking to impose himself, gets lucky.
I mean, there's no need for that, but I guess you find a way, or got to find a way where you can boss Shaheen Afridi and Naseem Shah, because India knows the importance of this bowling pair, so anything to put them off their pace. Very unlike Shubman Gill shot. Normally such a good timer, plays from the crease generally.
Shaheen Shah Afridi, end of his mark, will feel a little hard done by it. He's running in now, kicking up his heels past umpire Illingworth, and this time the inner half of the bat to find mid-wicket and Babar Azam. Kashif emails, TMS, thank you for making my drive to the French Alps from London with 3 kids aged 7 and below, all fighting in the back seats, significantly less painful. 3 more hours to our destination, which feels potentially enough time for the game to reach its conclusion. Whilst I'm Indian, I'm hoping Pakistan can pull off a comeback for the good of the wider game. Wishing we could see this battle again in the final stages of the tournament rather than having to see either side dropping out early. But I think there is a bit of a sense of that, Ramiz. Here is Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's very full, wide outside the off stump, but not too wide. Left alone.
Yes, that's the pressure. More pressure on Pakistan being the hosts. So somehow they've got to put in everything in this contest now.
That's the thing, isn't it? You've got to find a way of just breaking through the opening partnership. Couple of wickets in the power play. Give yourselves a chance. That's what they'll be thinking. There was a team huddle down on the boundary edge just before we got back underway. And you can see there's lots of conversations, lots of people speaking in that huddle as well. A few support staff there too. Shaheen in again. This is driven into the ground, into the offside, where the ball will be collected by Khushdil Shah. And, 3-dot balls. Who do you want to see sort of standing up and leading those conversations in the Pakistan dressing room? Who should be the barometers of mentality?
In this lineup, I think it's Shaheen Afridi and Babar Azam, the senior pros. Because if the body language sinks, then the entire unit then sinks with them. So it's important that they remain chin up and create that example, that impact, that they're trying hard. And so if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But at least they tried.
This is driven away through the offside. Shubman Gill through the covers for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that is glorious. That really is a touch shot, nothing more than that. 145 clicks from Afridi looking for that Yorker. It was a low full toss, but boy, it had some timing. This was great. Absolutely crushed it.
There's not a big gap between cover and point. 18 metres according to the TV graphics, but absolutely bang in between them, bisecting the fielders, and the ball reached the ropes in a heartbeat. Afridi to try again. 8 from the over so far. India 20 without loss. This is again going through that part of the ground, but this time there will be a diving save from the fielder to pick up. It's Saud Shakil there, and the over comes to an end. 3 gone, 20 without loss, chasing 242 India. They need a further 222 from 47 overs. And that's the interesting cat and mouse between chasing wickets and trying to impose yourself as the batting side.
Yeah, it's important that wickets happen for Pakistan for the sake of this innings, to make it interesting. Let India run away with it in the first 10 overs, because that really can dent their hopes. So in need of a wicket now. 3 overs, India 20.
Naseem Shah from the far end of the ground. Comes running in towards us with Rohit Sharma on strike and defending a rather startled defensive push, which goes back up the track.
Yeah, he's not entirely there with the cover drive. He looks for a little bit of shorter length to hit that square leg or mid-wicket shot. Pakistan keen to have that square leg fielder in position. He's been asked to come just a little bit finer.
Well, we saw that a lot during the 50-over World Cup in India. First 10 overs, really trying to impose himself. A lot of shots down the ground and over that leg side boundary. Naseem Shah into bowl to Rohit Sharma, who will get a single this time, possibly a second run. I think Shubman Gill has quickly said no, and actually we're going to see Arshdeep Singh running onto the field with a couple of new bats for Shubman Gill. I mean, what was wrong with the original, Rami? It sounded pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think he wants more of the middle, I think.
Well, if that one's going spare, I think most of us would probably take it.
They don't last a very long time, these cricket bats these days. They're supposed to last you for a couple of matches,
really?
Couple of games, yes. So you need to have about 10, 12 in the bag these days.
They're made of softer wood, I think.
Softer wood. Something to do with how the handle is manufactured.
Right.
Because the stroke actually is in the handle, not in the wood. Do you know this? Right? Because the more flexible it is.
Naseem Shah bowls to Shubman Gill. With that new bat, will get 1 into the leg side, 23 without loss.
The more stroke it'll have. But still, they want the top wood of the willow tree. I mean, that's what the bat manufacturers are after every time.
When you get to see one of these real top quality bats, I mean, they're works of art, aren't they?
Absolutely. Grains, 7 or whatever. I think the perfect cricket bat would have about 7 to 9 grains. Straight lines. And you can feel it. The moment you lift it, you know that, I've got this.
Naseem Shah bowls to Rohit Sharma, who comes forward to meet him. Back over the head, down the ground, 1 bounce and 4. Clears the fielder at mid-off. An imposing shot from an imposing player.
Clean as, actually. So Pakistan can't afford to bowl short. And he read this so well, Rohit Sharma, because he's out of the crease in a flash, because he wasn't going to be threatened by that shorter ball. This is such good, intelligent batting.
Stealing a march on the game. The run rate's over 7 and over. And they need 216 from 46.2 to India. Naseem Shah bowls to Rohit Sharma, who drops the ball into the offside. How often do you pick up a cricket bat, Rameez?
Not a lot these days, actually. But there's a kids club very near to my house in Lahore, and I've been there 2-3 times, and I've loved the passion in these kids, 8-year-old, 10-year-old kids. So I may go there again and may sort of pick up the bat and tell them, how to play with a straight bat, actually.
Oh, they're not interested in that. They want to play reverse.
But that's the foundation. Then you can grow from there to be a T20 player. But the fundamentals need to be okay.
In comes Naseem Shah. And Rohit gets in a right angle with a slower ball that he almost swings himself off his feet from. 26 without loss after 4 overs. But you're so right. And coaches up and down the land and around the world say the same thing. That that youngsters come in nowadays. Abhishek Janjanwala, who does work with us, former IPL player, does a lot of coaching. He says kids come in now and you try and tell them how to leave and play defensive strokes. They're not interested.
I think it has to be a nice balance, because at the end of the day, they need to know that it's fun playing cricket. It's not a chore. So improvisation is fine, but at the end of the day, you need to be playing with a straight bat. Forward defensive is a forward defensive, or a cover drive is a cover drive. It has been since inception of the game.
Shaheen Afridi again. That's a straight ball, which is defended by Shubman Gill. Well, as we've seen over so long, and as you rightly said about these two, this opening partnership for India, they have the techniques in place to be able to negotiate awkward pitches and spells. Shaheen Afridi is shown on the big screen. That's the big cheer. A man that seems to look younger with every passing day.
Yeah.
Comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. This is a lovely drive, but it's stopped by Barbara Waiting at mid-on. I was present and commentated on Shaheen Afridi's only T20 100.
Really?
Guess where it was?
T20 100. England?
Yep.
Okay. What? County cricket?
Yep.
So he's playing for which county? Was it Sussex?
I think he was playing at the time for Hampshire, away at Derbyshire, of all places.
Okay.
A player that has played almost more T20 than anyone. Defended into the offside from Shubman Gill, who's quick to say no. But I was amazed at the time. I couldn't believe it when I looked at, as he was approaching 3 figures. I thought, surely not.
The worst I've ever felt as a batsman is when he got the quickest 100 against Sri Lanka that stood as a world record for about 25 odd years, because he got 100 of about 30-40 balls, and then I was the next man in, and I said, well, I mean, even if I get run-up ball 100, it's not going to really work, because
here comes Shaheen Afridi. It's in the air, down towards deep third on the bounce. It'll drop short of Naseem Shah, and a singles added, 27 without loss.
So I felt so low, and I said, why am I even batting? Because it absolutely nailed everything out of the ground.
Well, that's the thing. You never want to be the next man in. You don't
in such a situation.
It's a bit like the managers that followed Alex Ferguson. You never want to be that person.
Yeah.
That's always the worry. 37, it was his second ODI.
37 balls.
37 balls. Way back nearly 30 years ago.
That's right.
Which is amazing, isn't it? At Nairobi.
Nairobi, yes, Kenya.
In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. This has gone aerial into the offside, but it's perfectly safe because the field's packed inside the circle. The ball skips along. It might get to the boundary, and it does. Reward for the commitment to the stroke from Rohit Sharma, and it's 31 without loss.
Yeah, India now looking a lot easy. In fours and sixes now flowing. Required rate is 4.67. They're going at a rate of almost 6.5. And Rohit Sharma, as we see the replay, is a one-handed uppish cover drive for 4. I think change of pace could seal the deal here against Rohit Sharma because he is dead set on hitting the ball high and hard.
31 without loss. Final ball of the 5th over. Oh, bowls in! It's a beauty. Full, straight, stumps out of the ground, and he stands with arms stretched wide, acknowledging his work and acknowledging the significance of the moment as well. 31 for 1, and Pakistan supporters are making the noise now. And Rohit Sharma has been bowled for 20 off 15. What a delivery.
What a ball. Absolute brilliant delivery. That shaped back at pace, 142.9. Yorker swinging back into the stumps, and Rohit Sharma once again late on that one. So I was expecting a slow ball. It was a full pace on delivery that shattered the middle stump.
Sensational.
Absolutely.
Right then, here comes Virat Kohli. That opens the game up. And Ramiz Raja is going to be joined in just a moment by Daniel Norcross.
Well, they needed that, Pakistan, because Rohit Sharma was...
Absolutely.
Well, I like the way he was going about it, Ramiz, on this pitch. You know, the field's up, go over the top.
100%.
But rapid
just
to the toes.
A terrific delivery, really. You know it's coming, yet you can't do anything about it. I mean, this was on the cards always.
Yeah.
But it's just the quality and the late in-swing that dips on the batsman.
Right, but Pakistan need to follow that up. They need to make 1 become 2. Virat Kohli is out there, much to the delight of a fair section of this crowd. Naseem Shah is in, though. He's bowling to Shubman Gill, who comes up on his toes and defends back of a link ball up towards mid-off. And there's no run. The ring of fire, the lights here and around the Dubai International Stadium are now all on. It's a kind of slightly cloudy sky, which is unusual to say in Dubai.
That's right, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know whether we might see a bit of movement as well as a result. You never know. You weren't here the other day, were you? I'm wondering about dew and similar.
Yeah, I was told by Ravi Shastri, who was here for that first game, that there was no dew in that game.
Naseem is in again. This gets a thick outside edge, squirts the backward point. Throw comes in, but there was no run on anyway. Kohli was staying honest in his non-striker's end. There's no run, no dew. Okay, we didn't get any. I didn't think in Karachi either.
Yes, so far so good.
Yeah, it's what we want, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got a slip in place. 4 in the ring on the offside from backward point. Cover extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and a deep third as Naseem Shah comes. This lovely rhythmic approach is in, and Shubman Gill just defends back to the bowler. No run. This is smart batting here. They just lost a wicket. It was something that infuriated me in Pakistan's innings. Having got 250 odd for 2, yes, you can lose a wicket.
100% right.
But then South Shakir getting out straight after.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where India are so good. I mean, technically, you've got Shubman Gill. On the other hand, you've got Rohit Sharma, who really hits the ball hard. And they play the situation. Smart enough to play the situation. Pakistan didn't in that phase.
Here comes Naseem. And Gill just pushes forward in defence, watchful defence, not urgently looking for runs at this stage. He's just lost his partner. He knows that doesn't want to give Pakistan a sniff, wants to close the door, because another wicket now, the atmosphere would ramp up, the players would get excited, and you can get on a roll, can't you? Get
yeah,
roll,
absolutely. 2-3 wickets before 50 can make it a very, very interesting run chase. I mean, Shubman Gill, as far as I'm concerned, is the clincher, really. I mean, if you can get him out, then obviously it'll be half the battle won. He's that kind of a batsman, such good form, who's got both.
Naseem is into him, and he just guides a full ball to backward point. There's no run.
So he's got both games going, defensive and attacking.
Right, we've got one ball left in this 6th over. Just time to let you know that, well, you will already know, so I'm sure, but this opening partnership is ahead by a long way of all others. If you take into account any opening pairing that's played 27 games or more, they average over 70.
Wow.
They strike at over 100. They tend to get partnerships of over 50. This is a rare one today that was broken at 31. And that will lift Pakistan as Naseem comes in to complete the 6th over. And Shubman Gill just gets up on his toes and pushes just to the left of mid-off. Throw comes in. It's backed up. 1 off the over. 32 for 1. 6 overs have gone. Ramli, thanks ever so much. We hope to see you a little later on today. But we're going to swap one legend for another as Ramli Raja departs. World Cup winner. And in comes Sunil Gavaskar. And I was just saying there's a relatively rare partnership between these two that hasn't made it to 50. They have been prolific of late. So,
yes, they have been. Rohit has got a different approach since the World Cup in India. He likes to go hammer and tongs at the bowlers, trying to get aggressive in the first power play when there are only 2 fielders outside the 30-meter circle, and he often, gets going, but sometimes he loses his wicket as well.
Afridi into Kohli, his first ball, he drives it nicely back past the bowler. It's a slow outfit, it won't make it to the boundary, but he'll pick up a couple of runs. He's underway straight away. Lovely straight back past the bowler. I'm sorry, no, of course Shubman Gill got to run off the last ball of the over, didn't he? So
yes, he did.
It was actually Shubman Gill. It was a shot worthy of Virat Kohli.
Yes, it looked very much like a Virat Kohli shot, because Kohli plays that straight drive so well.
They're technically so correct. Shubman Gill, I mean, is such an exciting find for Indian cricket, isn't he, at the top of the order?
Yes.
And with Yashasvi Jaiswal, can't even get in the team. I mean, it's insane.
It is. But I think it's a learning for Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's got to get more and more runs.
Shane Shah is in again. Short. That's just a short arm jab, just poked away over deep mid-wicket for 4. And that's a shot of such economy and such a lack of danger in it as well. It just very, very deliberately almost shoveled the ball over the infield, because we're in that first power play, of course. There's nobody out at deep mid-wicket. But without taking any real risk, the ball that's a bit too short, he's just taking it over mid-wicket for 4.
It's a short arm jab. He plays that shot really well. He can play it in the air if there's no fielder in the deep, or he can play it along the ground. So the short ball is something that he actually relishes playing.
Shaheen Shah's into him again. Lets that go by this time, Shubman. Through to the keeper. There's no run. 38 for 1, halfway through the 7th over. That target is looking pretty skinny at the moment, of 242. And in around about, well, it could be in about 2.5 hours, Pakistan's realistic hopes of qualifying for the semi-finals could well be over. If they lose this game, they'll have lost the first 2. India will have won their first 2, and then if New Zealand beat Afghanistan, curtains.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Bangladesh. Thank you. Then that'll be it. As Shaheen Shah is in. That's a lovely shot. A straight drive down the ground. Sumptuous. Perhaps went too full, but just got onto it, and the straightest of straight bats to the offside of straight for 4.
What Shaheen Shah Afridi is trying to do is trying to get the ball to curve back into the right-hander. But in trying to do that, he's pitched the ball a little further up. You can see from the release and the position of the seam, he's looking to get the ball to curve back in. But this is the white ball. It doesn't move as much as the red ball does. And Shubman Gill was just waiting for that. It was played on the up, not quite a half volley, played on the up. man in form. He's got 100 in the previous game.
Right out of the middle of the bat. He's gone to 21, 42 for 1. Shaheen Shah's in. Oh, now thick outside edge will just go past backward point. Looking to turn the ball into the onside. A rare false shot. And he'll pick up 4 for it. He was looking just to clip it through mid-wicket. And it's taken the outside edge. Was in the air for a little while. Backward point dived. Couldn't get to it. And neither could deep third, who had to make a lot of ground to his right. And a third 4 in the over. A sped Shubman Gill to 25 from 26.
Well, this one was the one he was attempting. Shaheen Shah Afridi was attempting to angle across the right-hander, and that's why the ball moved just a little bit away. And even after playing such a sumptuous shot, as you mentioned, got the leading edge. But you need luck in this game, so the ball safely away for a boundary as well.
Last ball of the over. Gill is beaten on the outside edge. Good delivery from Shaheen Shah Afridi, but 14 runs have come from the over. Pakistan don't have a lot of runs to play with. 46 for 1, 7 overs gone. Shubman Gill has 25, and finally Virat Kohli will face his first.
Yes, yes. It'll be interesting to see who comes on. I think it'll be Naseem Shah. Looking at what the last time India-Pakistan played in the T20 match in Melbourne, where the way Kohli dealt with Harish Rauf, I don't think if you have to bowl the first ball, then you will not give it to Harish Rauf. You will give it to somebody else, because Kohli's confidence against Harish Rauf is sky high.
Well, they're keeping a slip in. They do need to get Virat Kohli early if they're going to have a chance in this game, Pakistan. He's so strong in a chase. He's a magnificent helmer of a chase. And with Shubman Gill going well, this is perilous moments for Pakistan. Naseem into him. He comes up in defence. There's Kohli, pushes the ball up to mid-on. And there is no run. You've seen a lot of Virat Kohli as we're entering, I'm not going to say the twilight of his career, but we're getting towards the, there's less of it to come than there has been. We can be sure of that.
Correct. He's 36 years old, so clearly, yes, you're right about the fact that there won't be too many years ahead. But he's supremely fit.
How has he changed, would you say? Has he altered as a batter as he's got older?
To an extent, yes. You can feel a little tentativeness around the off stump.
Kohli comes and flicks the ball away. Fine. Down towards the boundary. Fielder's running round. Uses his feet. Some fancy footwork there. Will keep the scoring to 2. 48 for 1, but Kohli is underway. I'm sorry, the game interrupted you then.
No. Yes, I think there's just a little tentativeness around the off stump, which was not quite there, which was noticed in Australia in particular. The pitches were had a little more carry. And so he after getting 100 in the first game at Perth, we all thought that he's going to score a couple more. But then Hazelwood in particular bowled really well. And then towards the end, it was Scotty Boland who got him into trouble.
Naseem's into him, and he pokes at this one slightly. A foolish ball around off stump and just pushes it up to mid-off. And there's no run. He still obviously has a hunger to play the longer form of the game, wants to keep on playing Test cricket. You'd imagine he would certainly be coming to England in the summer.
Yes, I think beyond. Definitely. I think definitely he would want to come to England because look what happened in Australia, where he was getting out repeatedly to the same kind of push outside the off stump. That's something that he wants to show that he has eradicated that. Of course, the ball will move a lot more in England than it does in Australia, but he's got the quality.
Naseem is in. This is nicely driven, not with a great deal of power, but he gets it to the right of extra cover, and Kohli picks up his third run with mid-off moving round to his left to field. 49 for 1.
Well, that's another facet of his cricket, is how good a runner he is between the wickets. He's quick to seize opportunities which you otherwise wouldn't notice, and what you need is somebody who's equally quick at the other end, and Shubman Gill is pretty quick as well between wickets, so they will be able to steal a few singles around the fielders. We don't know at the moment who is in the Pakistan ranks who is as good a fielder as, say, a Jadeja or an Akshar Patel.
Naseem into Shubman Gill, who he plays an odd shot, really. I think he was looking to do something a bit more extravagant, and in the last minute he kind of pulled out of it. It ended up being a sort of defensive half drive back up the wicket.
Yes, I
No
think the ball probably didn't come on off the pitch as much as he was anticipating. So you have Babar at extra cover, you have Saud Shakil as cover point, and you have Imamul Haq. So obviously the guy who's at Jonty's corner, which is where Imamul Haq is, he's got to be their best fielder. That is normally the position for the best outfielder.
Flying the flag for men with glasses as Naseem Shah is in. That's pushed the defence into the offside. There's no run. 49 for 1. 8 overs gone. Shubman Gill has 25. Virat Kohli has 3. I don't know. Would it be fair to say that now at this stage in Virat Kohli's career, there's even more competition for places in the Indian batting lineup? I mean, there just seem to be so many stellar youngsters coming through, the likes of Jaiswal we've just mentioned.
That is true, yes. I think, you know, the India is spoiled for talent, because the bench strength really is quite phenomenal. Players are ready to take the next step from, say, domestic cricket to international cricket. They just need to be given the opportunity at the right time. So it'll be a huge thing, mind you, whenever Kohli decides that he's had enough.
And do you think it will go that way round? It'll be up to Virat when he decides.
He deserves that. He deserves to decide when he wants to, you know, not play any longer for India. For all the service that is given Indian cricket, that is what he truly deserves.
Shaheen Shah Afridi starts a new over, his 5th. His first ball is just tucked away off the pads nicely by Kohli. And this is the fitness, the speed of the man. He's absolutely pegged it back for 2 there. There's a man down a deep backward square. He probably didn't approach the ball quite as quickly as he might have done, but you're watching Kohli, and he absolutely tore between the wickets, got back for 2. In the end, the danger end ended up being the non-strikers end, but it should have been the keeper's end. But the fielder realised there was no hope of getting Kohli out, so he threw at Shubman Gill's end, and he nearly lapped the youngster.
Yes, that's the supreme fitness that I'm talking about, and the speed between the wickets is phenomenal.
Shaheen Shah is in. He's still got to slip in place, hoping for that nick, and this is down the leg side. Actually, really